by move, the world changed. City by city, the league grew. United Arab Emirates, United Kingdom. Now, the pieces take position again, this time in India. Not just another move, the mega move. Tech Mahindra Global Chess League, Season 3. December 13 to December 24, 2025.
Hello and welcome to round 7 of the FIDE Grand Swiss here in Samarkand. In the Opens, there is one sole leader. In the women, 2 share the lead. But with 5 games to go, anything can and will happen. I'm International Master Ivan Gahauska, and I'm here with our resident Grandmaster expert extraordinaire. It is, of course, Grandmaster Yevgeny Miroshnichenko.
Little correction, Yovi. Anything can happen, but only something will happen.
All there for the drama. I mean, now we're in the second half of the tournament. It is really here where points start to matter.
Absolutely. And while we were focusing mainly, on the leaders on the top boards, but let's not forget, say you are on 3.5 points, which makes it +1.
Mm-hmm.
You're still pretty much in contention. So I feel like we will have to pay attention to more players, look at more boards, and so on and so on. The closer it gets to the finishing line, right? There could be somebody who had so-so tournament so far, and then he finishes nicely and makes it to the very top.
Exactly, and anything can happen. Well, it's not just tension and chess battles. Yesterday was the free day, and the players got some time to relax. So take a look at this.
It's the free day here at the FIDE Grand Swiss, and while other players are resting, the organizers planned a nice excursion to various Uzbeki sites. First stop of the day, St. Daniel's Tomb. Second stop, Shahiz Enda. And our third stop, Guramir. Our fourth and final stop, Registan, the main attraction of the day. This is known as the beating heart of Samarkand, one of its most iconic locations.
Some beautiful sights there for our players to enjoy. But it was the free day. And some people do say, Mira, that the free day gives you a chance to revitalize, perhaps rejuvenate. On the other hand, if you are on the winning side of things, it's perhaps an opportunity for you to lose that momentum that you always
sometimes, well, from the personal experience, I remember sometimes you almost don't want this free day because you were like on fire those last rounds and you think like you're losing the pace precisely. Right, I don't know. It's up to us to see what effect it takes on the players.
Absolutely. I mean, we're going to be seeing the consequences of the free day today as the players get back to the board. But it is a long, grueling event. This is the toughest Swiss, I think, out there, not only because of the time format, but also because of the fact that these are the best players in the world. Absolutely. And let's remind ourselves of the time format, because in the Open, they are playing a rather unique one. It's longer than normal, but it does mean that the players can enjoy a very slow paced and accurate game. We have 100 minutes, that's 1 hour and 40 minutes, with 50 minutes added after move 40 and 15 minutes going to be added after move 60. And of course, you do have that 30-second time bonus per move. And in the women, it's a lot more standard. This is the classical time control that you see in Olympiads, so the women are very much used for this. And there it is, Miro, the top 2 players qualify for the 2026 candidates in both sections. And this is now going to start to have an impact.
Absolutely. And as you said, you've checked the stats, and apparently one has to score 8 points to sort of guarantee himself qualification. So our leader, Parham Maghsoodloo, is in the perfect spot then. He only needs 3 out of the remaining 5 games. So 1 win and all draws would be enough for him. Yeah. But there's a lot of people who have their own opinion on who's going to win the event, right? Like everybody who's on 4.5, of course. People with 4 and even 3.5.
Yeah, they can still, even 3, I would say, if you win the remainder of your games. And you have some financial incentive, because look at these incredible prizes. In the Open, it is $90,000 first prize. And of course, $75,000 for second place. You have prizes all the way down to 50 places. In the women's, it's also just as impressive, where the women do take several thousand, 40,000 first place, 31,000 second place. Well, this is now going to start to be on the minds of the players, but for the players, it's back to business as they return to the chessboard. So let's head over to Charlie's, who is there live from the playing hall.
We are back and live in the playing hall after yesterday's free day, which some players chose to stay in, prepare, rest, while others went on a super fun excursion around Uzbekistan. Let's talk to one of our players, Lena, who was there yesterday. Lena, tell me how fun it was.
Yesterday we enjoyed the city tower, and I made a very beautiful pics, and Samarkand is a very beautiful city, and I wish I could do this again. It was very enjoyable.
Do you think relaxing and seeing some of the sights will help with the chess today?
Of course, it's always good to change the ideas, not always be focused on chess. It helps you relax and enjoy your chess more.
A lot of our top players who were there agree with you, so I hope for the best for you. Good luck, Lena.
Thank you so much.
As you saw in the video, everyone had so much fun. They were relaxed and they just took it easy. So always a nice day out in Uzbekistan. But now back to the action, back to the chess, and back to the studio.
Thank you, Charlie. It's just going to be curious, right, to see who's going to take inspiration from the history, the grand surroundings that is in Samarkand. And remember, the oldest, I think they're the oldest chess pieces, but somehow, I don't know, they're a very impressive set of old chess pieces that they've recently found. Very, very impressive. And sometimes that's what you need, that little bit of extra magic in order to bring the best to your game. And the players, 5 games remaining. So let's take a look at the pairings. As always, they are good. Okay. Maybe we're going to start with the standings first, because the situation in play is pretty impressive. I mean, take a look at this, Mira, because number 1 seed is not even in the top 20, top 15 rather. We have Parham, Maxudloo, 16-year-old Abhimanyu, Mishra, Arjun Erigaisi, he's in the top. Matthias, Bluebaum, European champion. I mean, these are surprising names. And moving down, you don't see any of your Gukeshes, your Pragnanda.
The Pragnanda. I believe Erigaisi from the top seeds, he's the only one up there.
Yeah, I also have Alireza Firouzja. He's in number 11 at the minute. And Nordibek Abdusattorov, number 13. But it's in the women's, again, we have a similar situation where the top seed, Anna Muzichuk, is not here amongst the top contenders. Instead, we have Vaishali, Katerina Lagno, ranked number 4. And we have also some other names. You have from China, Chi Guo. And we also have former Women's World Champion Antoaneta Stefanova there in the mix. And let's take a look at the pairings.
Maxudlu with the black pieces against Nihal, Sarin. And I believe Nihal, Sarin, after winning maybe last couple of games, we haven't seen much of Nihal, Sarin previously. Right, he was playing on the lower boards. Arjun Erigaisi with white against Matthias Bluebaum. Matthias being very, very solid, I have to say. So Arjun, remember his interview when he said, like, one has to take risks, and against, like in the Swiss tournament, sometimes you can take more risks. Well, I'm curious to see what's going to happen. Giri playing Mishra is another one to watch, of course.
And here we see first move being played by the mayor of Linares City, Senora Auxi del Olmo, and she's accompanied by Javier Ochoa de Echaugen, the president of the Spanish Chess Federation. Making the first move for Antoaneta Stefanova, who is now resident in Spain.
Right, isn't it a surprising guest to make it all the way from Spain just to play a first move for Antoaneta?
Well, this is because Linares is going to play host to the FIDE World Women's Team Championships from November.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, 17th to 24th this year.
Right.
Oh.
All right, and pairings for the ladies. Stefanova with Lagno, as we just seen. Vaishali with white against Sigor. Asabayeva, Bibisara Asabayeva with the white pieces against Irina Bulmaga. Maria Muzichuk, so Anna Muzichuk is not having a very good tournament, but her sister Maria made it to the top boards. Plays against Afruza Kamdamova.
Yeah. As always, it's exciting when you have the best players in the world competing, but also I'm now very interested in how these players will be approaching the second half. For Maxudlu, you know, we mentioned earlier that 7.5, 8 points is the ideal score in order to get qualification to the candidates. So it's going to beg the question, how is Maxudlu going to approach these games? Is he going to go rock solid? Because if he's unbeaten and manages to notch up a win, he's more or less got a spot. But Nihal, Sarin, of course, will have a say about that. He's got the white pieces.
Maghsoodloo's situation allows for having some sort of a tournament strategy. You know, when you're in lead, and then, yeah, again, it depends on what you have on the board, but sometimes you can try to choose to be a bit more aggressive, because one loss does not completely eliminate your chances, right? So maybe you kind of want to win more, and loss is not a catastrophe. Also depends very much on, you know, so your psychological portrait, because some people just can't stand losses. Like most of us can't stand losses, but some recover easier after a loss. Right. The opposite strategy for Maghsoodloo would be to try to be, as you said, Yovi, rock solid.
Interesting. And just observing the players, it did look for a moment like Nihal had forgotten something. Just like I forgot my cup of tea, he also seemed to have forgotten something, because there was some hesitation before making d4. Maxudlu has a choice. What's he going to reply with?
Right.
Is he going to go for an opening which is very combative, like the King's Indian? Is he going to go for the classical approach with the Queen's Gambit declined, you know, some kind of d4, d5?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Well, is it a time to bet on it? Knight f6, move 1. That's my pick. Knight f6, move 1. No, not defining what's going to happen, because you can still be solid. You can go knight f6, e6, and your Nimzo or queen's gambits. But first move with the knight.
Let's see if we can follow the trend, right? Because we do have some interesting stats which tell us which are the most popular responses for black in this event in both the Opens and the Women. So I will reveal all once we've done a roundup, I think, of the top 5. D4, D5.
I should be disqualified as an expert. D5.
I suspected D5, but there's still plenty of room for maneuver here. I mean, we could first up see Nihal go into a London system. He doesn't have to play the most conventional try, which is to go C4. We could see a Queen's Gambit decline. We could see a Slav. We could also see more aggressive tries, such as Maxudlu going for a Rogozin, but no London going to be on the board as the C pawn advances. C6.
C6.
So it's going to be a Slav. And yeah, well, we did have some very interesting stats, and the most popular response to D4 in the women's is actually the Queen's Gambit. So that's D4, D5, C4, E6. And when it comes to answering E4, well, Mira.
31 Sicilian. Yeah.
Yes.
Sicilian by far. Yeah, which kind of makes sense if you think of it, because E5 does not define the opening yet, right?
Yeah.
So it could be that E5 is the more popular move, but then you have your Petrovs, your Jokopianos, your Ruy Lopez's, and then some other stuff. Well, E4, C5 is always a Sicilian.
Always, always a Sicilian. But I have it also on record that E4, E5 is the most popular response. But like you said, you know, you could also see like a Lopez, you can also see a Vienna, you can see a Bishop's game. We've seen, you can even see a King's Gambit. Has anyone played a King's Gambit in this event? I don't think they have. That's rolling the dice a little bit too much. But C6 seems to have come as a surprise to Nihal Sarin. So he's just considering what he can do. There are many responses. You can go knight f3, knight c3. You can even take on d5. That is even viable.
Slav nowadays is a serious line. Yeah, it's not like I remember being a kid and playing Slav myself. And one of my main worries would be, what happens if they play the exchange? How will I win?
Actually, I always had this stereotype about players, I would say amateur players from certain countries, you know, when you were playing in the big opens. And I always realized that the Dutch always wanted to win. So, you know, they would be playing the most aggressive lines. The Germans were very solid. So sometimes when I played d4 like this, c6, and there was no games from my opponent, and then I get to the board and I play this and they take on d5, and I'm like, ha ha.
Should have known.
I should have known. Why did I not start with e6 or something else? Well, we're going to move on from this game whilst Sarin thinks about what he's going to be doing. We'll come back to it and update you in exactly what Sarin has done. But let's go over to board 2, where we have Arjun Erigaisi playing Matthias Bluebaum.
Right, and here we have many more moves played. It started as an English opening, c4, but then black replied with e6, and after a bit of transposition, we have the Catalan on the board.
Yeah. And
He takes c4, that line, queen to c2, and black has played c6. And c6 is not the most popular move. I believe A6 is what you see much more often, but it is playable. I believe it was played even in the candidates, like a couple of editions previously. Like I think Karyakin played this line or something. Yeah, Queen C4, B5, Queen D3. So the big choice for white is to where to put the queen. On c2, it would apply additional pressure on c6, but if and when black carries out c6, c5 break, then the queen has nothing to do on the open file. So queen
also,
c2, queen d3, queen b3.
And a queen on d3 keeps an eye on the b5 pawn as well.
Yeah,
so
against this one, it defends the d4 pawn, so you can easier jump like knight d5 or something. Black going Black goes knight b to d7 and bishop e3, which is, well, a bit of a surprising looking move, right? One thing to mention that if you were to try to build the center, you can actually do it because, yeah, knight c5 looks attractive, but it does not necessarily refute it. Knight c5, white goes queen c2, knight e4, and I believe knight e5 is quite pleasant for black. But per se, achieving e4 is not that great because it blocks the scope of your own bishop, the pawn on e4. And if you were to go e5, you'd give black a very nice square on d5.
Yeah. Well, in general, you don't want to be going e2, e4 with white, even though it looks
early.
Exactly.
Early, yeah.
It blunts the power of the bishop, and often you need to develop your pieces. And white's goal, and it'd be fantastic for white if they manage to achieve it, is literally to get that clamp on c5, not clump, I mean something else. Get that clamp on c5 and just prevent black from breaking out and just making sure that that bishop on c8 is bad. So knight to d5 was played, and does this opening come as a surprise to you from Bluebaum? Because he's European champion, he's facing off against Arjun Erigaisi. Traditionally, Arjun is known as the guy who loves dynamics, tactics, complications, but we have seen he's fantastic at grinding out these positional positions.
One of the problems preparing against Arjun, you don't really know what he's going to play today. So I don't think this is like something specifically prepared against Arjun, but rather a line Bluebaum plays and finds to be solid.
And Matthias Bluebaum, have you played him?
I don't think I had. Yeah, like he appeared. I remember playing the same open tournaments when he would be like on the kind of getting into the position he is now.
Yeah. Well, he was part of this triumvirate of what they nicknamed German princes, which is basically, you know, there was Rasmus Svaner, it was Matthias Bluebaum, and it was Alexander Donchenko. And they were getting a lot of support from the German Federation because they were signaled out as being big talents. So knight to d5
we still have
a
few games in the database. The correspondence game from 2021. We have a game of Niels Grandelius from 2022. Niels played this position with black and he lost. So I'm not sure what the move has to be. I mean, you can make an argument for knight c3, very like standard, very straightforward. I don't think you're moving the bishop. I don't think white cares about black exchanging the bishop on e3.
No.
So it's rather knight c3 or knight d2.
I would say knight c3, and I'm just applying Slav principles here. Knight c3, and you go knight to e4, rook c1, rook d1, and it's like full-on control over c5. And again, the just argument is that bishop on c8 is bad.
So if black was to take on e3, I think we take with the queen. Right, and it's still impossible to go c5 because b5 pawn is hanging. And if you were to go b4, knight jumps to e4. Once again, no c5 for you. And then this, and as you said, the bishop on c8 remains quite passive.
Yeah, quite. So, yes, okay, let's move down to board 3 between
Giri and
Giri
Mishra.
And Abhimanyu Mishra. And, well, Abhimanyu Mishra, he has been the surprise, I would say, of the event. Defeating
Surprise of the event so far. Yeah, but defeating Gukesh matters, of course.
And just, it was an incredible run that he had. He defeated Alexei Sarana. He also defeated Yu Yang Yi, beat Gukesh, drew with Pragnananda. And it just goes to show it's that kind of tournament where you're seeing a lot of upsets, you're seeing a lot of decisive games. And I have some stats for you, Miro, because take a look at this. In the Open tournament, actually, I might even ask you before what do you think is the stat? How many games do you think have ended decisively in White's favor, and how many in Black's favor?
How many?
Yeah.
How many there were in total? I mean, it's very
No,
hard for me.
I mean in terms of percentage.
Percentage-wise, I mean, of course, White wins more games.
Yeah, okay.
We all believe it's better to play with White, right?
Are you sure about
White
that
has
stat?
been-
Because take a look at this. Well, in the Open, your assumption holds
right.
true.
Yeah.
In the women, it could be
Black
closer.
won one more game, in fact, right?
Yeah. But I mean, what do you think about this? I mean, this is a whole lot of decisive games for such a closely contested event.
Absolutely. And then, again, in the Open, you still have kind of more draws than decisive games, while in the women's, 75 versus, what, 93, so more than 50% games.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you attribute that to nerves, the fighting spirit, the fact that there's a massive prize fund, there's 2 qualifying spots?
Yeah, seriously, it's hard to tell. I believe, like, ladies that tend to play, in general, tend to play kind of more aggressive, less peaceful, so to speak. There is no, first of all, there is no such thing as like I respect you, you respect me draws.
Yeah.
Right? When people just develop their pieces, they see an open file, they trade everything on this open file. No, you do not find many of such games in women's tournaments. So I guess it only makes sense.
Right. Okay, so let's quickly deal with this one, because the stage is just being set as we speak. We have Giri going for this queen to b3 setup. I mean, the idea is very clear. Again, he is just arguing that this bishop on c8 is bad. And it starts off as a well,
yeah, symmetrical.
Fianchetto, yeah.
It could have been a King's Indian, but apparently the plan was always to play the Grunfeld. And here we are reaching the what people call symmetrical Grunfeld territory, right? So White develops the bishop on g2, queen b3, castles, bishop g2. It's yet again some new, okay, it's probably not new, but tricky moves order to play this position, right?
well,
Because over here, for what I know, it's not recommended to reach this position because Black can actually take. This gambit is playable. White has to go e4 and not attempt to win the pawn back, because if you were to go knight e5, Black has this annoying move, knight to g4.
okay.
And then you take that pawn and drop the d4 pawn. So very often, White is trying to... It's not like White's going to castle long, but White postpones the castle to play different, more useful moves, because otherwise you'd have to exchange on d5, reach full symmetrical structure in the center, and it's not much, if anything, for White.
It's not much if you know what you're doing with the black pieces, because there are some knight jumps in the center. But in this one, I thought that this one had fallen out of fashion a little bit, because a5 seemed to be what everyone was doing back when I was playing queen to b3. Queen to b6 is also a possibility. D takes c4 is something else that I faced. And d takes c4, I mean, you generally try to harass the queen. You know, you've got ideas such as bishop
Takes.
f5.
And what you do, you can go bishop e6, knight d7,
Yeah.
something you can play. Oh, again, this mouth doesn't want to make the moves. Probably you can play for bishop f5 and knight e4. You know, in comparison, you have such line in the Slav. So imagine Black would have exactly the same piece set up. It's just that the e-pawn will be on e6, and the bishop from f8 will develop to e7.
Yeah.
So instead of g6, bishop g7, Black went e6, bishop e7, and that'd be theoretical position again. So you could potentially play bishop f5, knight e4, and so on.
Yeah.
And the only kind of, I believe all three are playable, queen b6, pawn takes pawn, and a5. And it depends on your preference, or we could argue what is the most Grunfeld-ish approach, so to speak. Because Grunfeld players, they're you know, specific kind of very special type of, the positions are very tricky, and to play the Grundful, I always felt like you have to be, you have to be one of those who's willing to memorize like different lines to play, to enter like dangerous looking but objectively correct positions. No, I can't do this.
I can tell you that Abhimanyu Mishra is a man who is on form, because he is just, with his impressive score, you know, he's there enjoying second with 4.5 points, trailing the lead by 0.5 point. He's gaining the most. I mean,
Yeah.
no, I mean, I for sure, wouldn't have come as a surprise if he'd done well, but to be there at the top, take a look at this, Miro. Can you guess how many rating points he has gained?
So he's on
the live rating.
He's on what? He's on 4.5 out of 6.
Yep.
And 50% out of 6 is 3. And the rating of his opponents, I imagine, is higher. The average rating is higher than his own. So I would go with 20-something, 23. Not enough.
Off. Yeah, I mean, it's, I mean, we have it there.
23.6, see?
It's rounded it up to 24.
I've done my little napkin math.
Yeah, and Parham is also
Parham
the
is
second
21.
gainer, you know, 21 points. Maritzi, French champion, just 18 years old, gaining 18 points.
I can see some very impressive numbers in the women. So Khalilova wins 78 rating points. It might have something to do with her not yet reaching the 2400. So she has a different K factor, I imagine, because otherwise it's impossible.
Yeah, it could
Out of 6, right? Yeah, no, it would be impossible if not for the K factor. But yeah, still very, very impressive rating gain.
Also, I would guess that she's pretty young as well.
This also could impact the K factor. Yep.
So
Queen B3, Queen B6, the line's chosen. That's maybe the most solid line. And Giri plays castle short. And we can move on.
Right. I just wanted to brag a little bit, because one of the best games I played was after rook to d8. And there what was I doing? I was in c5.
You went c5?
I went for these kind of closed positions, and then the whole idea was that after queen takes queen, knight a6.
Let me see if I can find your game. No, I don't see.
No, you won't find my game, unfortunately. But
it was, yeah, it used to be a line, this c5.
yeah, whether it was done immediately or not, that I can't remember, because it was a while ago. But the whole concept is that white was simply going after c5, queen takes queen, pawn takes, and then you want to go bishop to f4, h3, g4.
Expand here and then expand there.
Yeah, you don't really get to expand with b4, b5, because they stop it with knight to a6. But once you get this, then the onus is completely on black. You know, how are they going to actually develop, and how are they going to break through?
Right.
So, yeah.
Is there other move after c5, though? Yeah, some people tried queen a6, but without much success.
Yeah.
So I guess, yeah, queen takes queen would be...
It's moot, because c5 not played by Giri. Bishop
Bishop
d2.
to d2, yeah. Bishop d2, and bishop d2 was played as well, right?
Yeah. So the main response would be bishop to f5. Abhimanyu just thinking about how he's going to respond. And judging from the way that he came into the studio and showed us the game, he knows his theory. So this game brewing up very nicely. Let's go to board 4, because that one, Alireza Firouzja against Nordebek Yakubboev.
What?
First up, this is just craziness, so we have to do an action replay. I mean, are we even still in theory?
So 2 knights defense, and people usually see 2 knights defense is just like, okay, fancy move order to reach the Italian, right? Because white 99% of the time nowadays goes d3. However, knight g5 from Alireza Firouzja, d5 is the main response. That's what YouTubers absolutely love. Fried liver never made sense to me. Why would you call this fried liver? But apparently it's called fried liver attack, this knight g5 move.
I always thought that the fried liver was knight takes.
Knight takes and allowing knight f7.
Yes.
Yeah, fair.
Which my dad
Fair.
was adamant when I was a kid that it was okay. He saw some game, you know, John Spielman had played in it, and so he made me play that type of position. And no, not advisable.
Anyway, this one's considered kind of the main move, the main theory, all the way up to this spot where Firouzja went queen f3. Wow. My knowledge about queen f3 dates 30 plus years back when I was a teenager, and I would play two knights defense, and it crossed my mind, what happens if they go queen f3? And my coach said, you sacrifice an exchange and black's better. And that's it. I never analyzed it since. Yeah, I was told, yeah, it's a good position. Just, you take cb5. Apparently it holds true because cb5 was played and it's confirmed by the computer that it apparently is good enough to keep it equal.
But look at the time. I mean, Ali Reza's barely used any time on the clock.
Yeah.
This is clearly preparation.
Of course.
So it's,
Of course. Queen takes,
brave.
queen to c7, queen goes back, knight to c6. Now, knight d4 is such an annoying threat, you absolutely have to stop it. Like, second best move, whatever it is -3.
Yeah.
So
okay,
c3,
you're
only move.
balancing
Only
on,
move.
on the edge.
Bishop to g4, and then you go here. And knight d4 nonetheless, because you cannot capture. Right, so you have to stop knight c2 and knight e2. How wonderful. I thought when we first switched to this game, and I've seen this knight on e2, I thought this knight captured something on e2. Like, it's so rare that you just go to e2.
It's an unusual position, but knight to e2 is the main line, so
Yeah, we are
Reza
still
should not be out of book just yet. But queen e3 is the most natural response in my eyes.
E3 or d3, I can see both being played, and the d3 is a bit more popular. I imagine you hit the b5 pawn, you want to take it with a check in some instances. Yeah, queen e3 is what Firouzja chose to play.
Yeah.
And you have only 3 games in the database. And the average rating on the highest average rating of the players is still below 23, or just right, 2300. So that means there are no high-profile games, there are no Grandmaster games in this position. However, looking at the engine claiming that it is this is equal,
Well,
yeah.
the big question for me is, first off, bishop takes a3.
There's
Like,
bishop a3, and your there is knight f4.
Yeah. Knight to f4, you'd castle, because you can't allow
You'd
knight
probably
takes.
castle, yeah. And then there'll be more jumping, right? You can take a3, I guess white captures back, and then there'd be more jumping like that. Knight e4. To basically, the queen is not enjoying it, right? It's like, where do you even go? Like 2 squares only, right? Queen g3 back loses to knight e2. So I guess if you go to e1, black at the very least wins the exchange back. But what I would be scared about is like black getting something like that, which is a bad move, by the way, but it's just like to illustrate. And even this, and now I'm losing to a4 just to mention, but like sometimes even something like that, you know, the bishop's passive, that there is like bishop e2 and black can expand, so I'd be scared even about that. So knight f4 castle, takes. After queen e1, what black has to do apparently is go queen e7, chase the knight now.
Can we just investigate the most obvious move, which is bishop to e2?
Ah, bishop e2 here.
Because
yep.
if that is...
I guess d4.
And then bishop takes rook.
Yeah, like if bishop takes rook, I believe white...
Takes...
I was thinking taking on f4, but computer wants queen... both are possible, yeah. Bishop takes, you take back. Queen f1. Actually, peters out pretty much. Yep. King f8's not it. Castles and c3's hanging. The knight on f4 is threatening, so white plays g2, g3 first, chasing the knight away. If knight g6, maybe this is the moment for me to take on b5, or not yet. Anyway, it's very, very tricky position, this. White is a pawn up, but if you think of it, like if it ends up being 2 A pawns against 1 A pawn type of extra pawn, it's not a big deal, right?
No. Well, which begs the question, what is Alireza's grand idea?
Yeah, where is the advantage, right? And I was thinking, can white possibly go f3, like go for an intermezzo? And apparently the answer is no, because black has knight f4 anyway.
And you can't castle, my friend.
You can't castle. Well, you can. In fact, you can, because you have, after bishop c5, you have d4. After bishop c5, you have d2, d4. But yeah, what computer does, in fact, it just goes there, chases this queen here, and goes knight d3. So my favorite setup, but with queens being on the board now, and black is winning.
Yeah, this is good because the king on g1 is so vulnerable.
Right. So f3 was a very stupid idea. Instead, I should have captured. And I think, strangely, we will transpose into this knight f4 castle and so on.
This is a super exciting game. But I'm very curious to see what Alireza has up his sleeve. But we normally take a walk around the park, but now I'm actually going to divert us to board 21, where the world champion Gukesh is facing off against Adis Gurel.
Wow.
And the reason I mention this is because it's a Caracan game, and apparently they were following my own game.
Wow.
And I'm sad to say that my powers of recollection as to what game this was has gone. But it feels like this, actually, I know what this is. This is a game I think I lost in the European Team Championships. Yeah, it was against Dialuti.
So h4, h5, right? And here you'd find tons of games, right? We have a result. We have a draw on the first board of
the women's team.
Stefanova versus Lagno.
Yeah.
Okay, I believe there was some theoretical line.
Okay, let's have a look at this.
Yeah, let's have a look. So what it was 4 knights, bishop b5, knight d4. And this is a Rubinstein variation, I believe it's called. And bishop c4, bishop to c5, well, so basically black sacrifices a pawn or 2 pawns now. The initiative plays for a very strong attack. Sometimes d3, castles, bishop b3, knight takes, and the rook takes, and rook e8, and all of that looks like a, over the board inspiration, but everything is confirmed by computer engine to be the best move. Knight takes, pawn takes, but by the way, by both colors. Queen h4, now e3 is threatened, king has to put on his running shoes. King c1, bishop e3, bishop f3, beautiful, beautiful position, but still not enough to win this one. Bishop e2, no. I wanted to go bishop e2, queen takes queen, bishop d3, checkmate, but it's not a checkmate, the queen would block. So therefore, bishop h1, queen h1, and with one bishop pawn lead, it's not as scary, right? So over here, a4, and this is where black gets the perpetual check. And I gotta say, up to this point, there's still a lot of games.
Yeah.
There's still a lot of games. So it was all known.
Okay. Well,
including Yovi, a game of Katerina Lagno.
Interesting.
She tried it with the white pieces once.
Well, this goes to show that point about strategy. We're now in the second half of the event. The players feel like it's very much more important to lock things down. Just, it doesn't really matter if they draw, but as long as they don't lose, that is not going to harm their chances. So, well, a little bit disappointing that we didn't have more of a fight, but completely understandable because there's a lot of money at stake. There's also those 2 candidate spots for the two top finishers. So we go back to the game between Ediz Gurel against Gukesh, and I was right. It's my game against Diamante Daulita Cornet.
I see your game against Emil Sotovsky in this position in 2018.
I know, I was very unlucky to lose this one. I was actually winning.
Have you lost it?
I lost it, but okay, I did lose it. It wasn't played in the Isle of Man, which was a long event.
Yes, is that. And apparently, computer likes white's position. Rook to b1, rook to b3, king g1. King g1 is the first independent move you've played. Oh, rather, Diamante played against you, knight f5, right?
This is like the first time this has ever happened to me in my commentary history, where the players have been following my own game.
And not random players, the world champion.
The world champion, I know. I mean, it's a bit unfortunate that they're following one of my losses. I mean, this is typical. Whenever I get a game published in a book, it's my loss. It doesn't matter. It's my name. And Ediz Gurel, just 16 years old. He's one of these young Turks. You know, there's bright things ahead for him. Domush, just 14 years old, will be coming to his game as well. But I remember this game as being very, very tense. And knight to f5. Is this?
That's the position after black just played knight to b6. And apparently computer, maybe not the strongest computer in the world, but anyway, the one we have in the studio, it likes white, despite black being a pawn up. Am I correct on this? Yeah, black is pawn up. Always have to do a bit of math. So I imagine even though the kings are castled opposite sides, there's not a lot of attacks on the king goes on. Because white's knight on f5 is perfectly placed and kind of guards g3, guards everything, pretty much stops black from having any prospects on the king side. But same can be said about the b6 knight, right? So knight on b6 can go to c4, and it's not clear, at least not clear yet, how white is supposed to develop the king side, the queen side, where black king is, initiative. King g2 is what computer wants, understandably, to free the rook.
But what Gukesh is doing, I think, is very pertinent to get that bishop, because I recall in my game, I was just doing some nonsense with the king, trying to tuck it on a8 with ideas and dreams of going c5, but that was not the best idea. So I think bishop to c7, despite the engine saying that is better.
Over here, bishop c7, g3, knight b6.
Knight to b6. I mean, the big problem here for black, I would say, is what next? And this was something that I struggled with in the game.
Right, and I believe capturing a 2 pawn. It would lead to rook a3, I guess, and dropping a7, right? And in general, like too many open files, right? After king g2, if I wanted to take on a2, that'd be bad, but not because of rook a3, because then you have queen c4 with the tempo. Apparently, it's either rook c1 or rook h to b1.
Queen is...
Yeah, the queen is in danger. The queen is in danger, and the king will be in danger because too many open files.
Yeah, this is the big question though for black in this position, because you know if the king steps up to g2, like what next?
Right.
You know.
I guess we want to put the knight on c4.
Yeah. So it's quite. Yeah, one thing I was going to say is that you can't go as white. You shouldn't be going rook a3, queen c4 as you demonstrated, but. Yeah, I guess if you go knight c4, there's just the plan of...
what do we do?
I was going to say doubling, but
rook
maybe
b1.
You should take some time out to do something about the bishop.
So the thing after rook b1, at least like what computer suggests, and I was thinking of this, surprisingly, you can and maybe should start expanding on the queen side. Even though you have your king there, but you also have a lot of your pieces there. And yeah, this one is confirmed by computer to be a playable move. Yeah, b5, and I guess you can go king b7 maybe. Because white also, like, what to do with white? It's the same question. You also don't have kind of a clear-cut plan necessarily. So if you were to try rook b4, this is where black actually takes. And then plans to expand like a5, a4, you know, and be completely solid. So it is very sharp. It is very sharp strategically, and it can become very sharp tactically anytime. Yeah.
Oh, we will for sure be seeing how this one pans out, whether the world champion goes knight to c4, does this b5 idea. It's a very tense position. So let's continue with our very calm walk around the park in the top 15. So let's go to board 5, where we have Nicholas Theodoru against Vincent Keymer. Nicholas beating Gukesh in round 6, and Vincent Keymer playing a 7.5-hour game and to win in 114 moves against Robert of Hanesian. And here, well, Vincent is got there with his queen on d5.
Right.
So maybe we should have
That's
a look at
something unique, to be honest. It started as a Queen's Indian, which is strangely not as popular as it used to be, even though it is a very, very sound, like very solid opening. A3, say called Petrosian system, bishop b7, knight c3. So basically white, yeah, it looks like white just spends time for no reason with a3, but prevents bishop b4, and it's important. d5, c takes, knight takes, and knight takes, I don't think was a popular move. Yeah, so you have all of your queen c2s and queen check and then to c2, and you can play e3, you can play bishop d2, I believe, many moves. So knight takes d5 was played 20 times, and to compare, queen c2 was played 2,200 times. It's a very rare move. Knight takes, queen takes, and g3. We've reduced it even further. Knight to c6. Now you only have 2 games. And white played bishop e3. And there is still 1 game in the database where black went castle long.
What do we think about this?
We think that is a very, very sharp position.
Right. I mean, the queen on d5 and the knight on c6, and the fact that
yes, something will happen on this diagonal.
It's not just that, the c line as well. You know, the rook is coming to
like
c1.
if you've castled here,
I would go bishop to g2.
Bishop to g2.
And now you have to do something, in my opinion. I mean,
yeah.
Because otherwise white's just going rook c1, castles, and...
Right. I get a feeling that black is not interested in playing this one slow. Because if white gets to castle, to play b4, rook c1 to get control, so it's much easier to attack with white than with black. Right, so apparently black... Okay, 2 suggestions from the compy. One is to go knight a5, and I don't know if it's aimed at b3 or c4, but also like reinforcing the pressure on the diagonal. And the other one, the more radical one that I like, is to go e5. To break the center open, to go e5, and then
take on e5 with a pawn. Let's show that.
Funny is like if you castle, then I imagine this. And now I'm wrong, Jovi. White can take on d4.
You were thinking
I was thinking queen takes bishop, knight takes knight, always the checks, but apparently it's good for white. And black had to capture on d4 with the knight, where the knight is still pinned to the bishop on g2. So d4 can be taken, therefore castle short is not a good move. White absolutely has to take on e5 with the pawn. Now, if this is played, you have bishop d2. Okay, fine. I was scared for you know, for the destiny of white's queen, but somehow it survives. Right, so de5, and nothing fancy, to be honest. Just queen takes queen, rook takes queen, swap on d1, everything, and black can take on e5.
Okay, and that...
Wow. And it actually goes. Now, the moment I said there is nothing exciting going on, it actually goes like this. Bishop h3 check. And you got to go here, and then white takes. And you take the rook, and white takes f7, and rook goes here, and white goes f3. And that's what? That's move 17, and it's quite possible that players are aware of this position. Again, computer claiming it to be roughly equal. White is exchanged down for the pawn and potential of trapping this one on h1, or at least locking it out of the game for a very, very long time.
Right. Well,
it can get crazy.
Castles is a little bit too wild for my liking. I mean, is there anything else that...
But what they do, like if
thinking bishop goes to e7.
Yeah, like to try to castle short, right? But then, I think white can say, you know what? I'm playing the Catalan. What are you playing? And it's yeah, and. Nah, I feel like
you see, rook c1 is coming.
Yeah, rook c1, b4. Like white has a lot of control in this position. So the backward c pawn, right? Strangely, it could be. I understand the castling long looks optically like very, very scary, but it could be the most principal and simply like the best reaction, and otherwise.
And e5 will just set in motion this series of liquidation. Probably, if that happens. A draw?
Hard to say, yeah. Like if they both know, right, it could be a relatively quick like liquidation of everything. And
one thing though, Vincent has to stick to his principles here. You know, having gone all in with this whole approach, he has to castle queenside.
Yep.
Okay. So
moving on.
Let's move on to board 6, where we have Norderbeck Abdusattorov against
Tabatabaei.
And here, well, white is doing a good job taking the space on the queen side. Norderbeck, very ambitious player.
a4, d5, king to h8, and rook e1, f6. Two draws only in classical chess between those two young, very talented grandmasters. Tabatabaei, I believe, lost a bit of rating. He used to be closer and sometimes over 2,700.
Yes. What do you think makes these Iranian grandmasters so strong? I mean, they're so young and strong. I mean, because in Uzbekistan, it's very clear the government are heavily investing in the future of chess.
Yeah, well, Iranian players, Iranian national team, first of all, they also have gotten some support, and yeah, I believe like a lot of different coaches work there. I went there for a couple of training camps when the guys were much younger, and they work together. I mean, that's the cool thing. It's a generation, and they're located, well, I believe all of them or most of them in Tehran, and they just work on an everyday basis, and they're all very passionate about chess. That's also like, so one can take chess as the job and, you know, do it right, but this is just a different level of dedication, of course, when they pretty much live on a chessboard.
Okay, so what do we think? Let's give a quick
What do we think about this position? For me, it's like, it's always hard to understand those. It's like similar with Joko pianos, because the moment you try to come up with some sort of a rule, like when pawns are such, you do this, and you're looking for a little bit of a shortcut here because it's very hard. It's so many strategic options. Like you can develop this knight here or that bishop there, and so the moment you try to come up with, you know, some sort of a rule of thumb, you understand, yes, it works, but it works 50% of the time, and the other 50% of the time it doesn't. So why is it a rule? It's not a rule, So it's very hard. For what I understand, if white would be able, I don't know what black has to do for it, it's similarly, okay, let's say black got scared of white's a6 and it lost. If white can go d4, and these pawns are, well, in fact, white's, I didn't know, but white's winning with queen b3, apparently trapping the knight. That's cool, by the way.
Very cool.
That's cool. Knight in the center cannot run away and cannot be defended. Yeah, but my point was that this position is typically better for white because, yeah, everything's symmetrical, but black, for whatever reason, played f6.
Yeah.
Right? So that's one thing to think about. So black has to watch out for d3, d4.
Yeah, and black has to probably kind of knit down on this d5 point, maybe go bishop to e6, you know, cover some squares, bishop
f5,
f5. Well, either way.
To me, d4 with e4, maybe, yeah, I don't know, bishop g4. Computer doesn't like black's position already.
But there's still a lot of play. I think the computer is being a bit unfair, so I'm expecting the bishop to come out to f5, g4, something to challenge white, because otherwise white will have that pleasant advantage on the queen side. And watch out, that knight on d5 has no squares. Let's move down to the game between Shahriar Mamedyarov against Shant Sargsyan. And let's give a spot assessment here.
So that's... So what do we have? We have the isolated... Yeah, the structure is very typical, yeah, isolated queen's pawn position, but white's pieces are very strange for this kind of structure, right? Because you'd expect the light square bishop to be here, and like all of white pieces being pointed towards the king side, while here it's all a bit different. And I imagine white be trying to use the c file somehow.
Right, but white has actually, believe it or not, used up a lot of time to get that bishop to e2. The bishop did come out to g5 and then did go to e2.
Ah, so it was bishop b5 here.
Yeah.
So knight e5. Black spent a lot of time moving the queen. Yes, so knight to e5, queen e8, bishop b5, queen c8, bishop e2.
Yeah, so
knight to c6 and
I
bishop
mean,
g5.
there's a lot of hocus going on here.
It's a lot of dancing, yeah. Rook ac1 is what I really would love to play with white.
It's a big threat. So I'm expecting moves like knight to d5. This is the kind of stuff that I was doing when I was playing.
Knight to d5, and then I wonder if white can take on d5 first. Well, he could, but then bishop g5 happens. Bishop takes bishop, yeah. Because what I wanted to say, if something like that happens, bishop e7, knight e7, these symmetrical positions are often really dangerous for black, right? And in particular because the bishop on b7 is bad. Like if you have the bishop on e6, one could argue white just has like a minimal edge because, you know, because first move, I don't know, a little bit more initiative. With the bishop on b7, it can really, really be bad. So knight d5, and if knight takes knight, you take on g5. If white was, after knight d5, white was to take on e7, I guess this knight takes on e7, right? We hold d5, and then after rook c1.
Well, you've gone the whole dance with the queen, so you might as well continue,
queen d8, yeah.
And that kind of position, it actually feels like there's a lot of room for black to actually be better. Because white has to carry on like with the momentum. I mean, otherwise black is going to go a6, b5, rook c8, step up with the queen to d6. And of course, black has to be worried about white's active pieces. Let's go down to board number 8. We have our poll of the day, because this is a much anticipated match between Hans Niemann and Yazkhan Adomus, just 14 years old. And we are asking in our poll of the day, and remember to hit the vote button and choose what you think will happen. Who will win? Hans Niemann or Yazkhan Adomus?
Or will it be a draw? Will it be a draw? Surprisingly, they've already played 2 classical games against each other. One won by Hans, and the other one was a draw.
We'll keep you updated on the poll results. I'm kind of curious who everyone is cheering for, because 2 very popular players. And Adomus is just winning the hearts of everyone, you know. He got that draw against world champion Gukesh. He clung on for 8.5 hours. I mean, and we all saw the pictures on social media that after he did that, he got the biggest hug from his mother. It reminds us, you know, that they might be superstars, but they're still very young.
Absolutely. And I don't remember his opening choices previously, but here he went for the Petrov. Bishop d3, knight to c6. That's kind of a classical one, but rarely played, or less played nowadays. Not really. I mean, well, Petrov has huge theory and still huge presence on, elite chess. Castles, bishop to g4, c3, f5. And we narrowed it down to 4 games only. 4 games. Daniel.
I think it's because the c3 is a little bit different, because I remember one of my students all the way back was playing some kind of Petrov, and it was always c4 was it.
There's knight c3, there's rook e1, yeah. And among other games in the database, you have a lot of Kasparov with white against Karpov. Yeah, so c3, f5, knight d2, and black is thinking. Well, possible moves being queen f6 or bishop d6. I guess you want to go queen f6, bishop d6, and
yeah, have the fun.
Do you castle long ever? I don't think you do. I think you
castle kingside.
You castle kingside, but still you try to attack on the king.
Right.
King
Look, a1, you may just just keep on going. I mean, maybe even the knight can relocate to
e7, g6.
Yeah, e7, g6, and you again, you keep asking questions about this pin. Then you just got rid of that.
So I have to mention that if you were to do this, apparently white has this piece sacrifice. Bishop takes knight, and then knight takes pawn. If you take with the pawn, it's queen e4, and you would think queen e6, but then after rook e1, you'd still have to somehow return a piece. It could be acceptable, by the way. King to d7, white doesn't have anything better than d5, and you take on e4, and white takes back. Now 2 pieces are hanging, but you capture f3, king takes gf3, and it's kind of extra half a pawn. And I've never seen this line, but this scenario, this type of position, seems familiar, strangely. So it could have been that very similar line from the Petrov with bishop d6 is possible. Anyway, black to move.
Black to move.
Black to move, and
I'm expecting.
It will be.
I mean, could he be? I don't think that he's afraid of after queen f6, queen b3, because there you just respond to that with castles.
There, yeah, you made me castle long, right?
Exactly.
But it's not such a bad, it's not.
I mean, the queen gets in the way of advancing the pawns, and there's nothing to bite on the queen side.
Right. So, yeah, well, it's one of those positions where black, of course, takes some strategic risk, right? Like having played f5 and d5, leave this e5 square, potentially vulnerable and outpost white pieces. But also, if white doesn't reply in in the most precise manner, you can easily get in trouble with white, because black's initiative develops very fast after this bishop d6 and some sacrifices.
Also, you'd be feeling very depressed as white if you didn't manage to get anything, because you literally cannot do a knight jump into the center. You have nothing to do. Yeah. Whereas black is the one with the very natural, easy moves. This is why I did recommend to my students all the way back in, I think, 2010 or something, that we try our hand at this type of f5 stuff, just to put the pressure on. And do remember that if you want to follow in depth your favorite players, those guys on the top boards, we have dedicated streams with dedicated cameras where you can follow every single bit of the action. And you can find those in the description of this particular stream. You can find them, all the links there. And just enjoy the chess. Oh, okay. Well, this is a tense game already there between Hans Niemann and Omush. Can we make any predictions?
Don't know.
Too early to tell.
No, too early. In terms of results, no.
Okay, well, we'll leave that to you guys in our poll.
Right. Out of these 3 options from the poll, I would say that draw doesn't look that likely in this position. But then I can easily be proven wrong if, now that they're thinking of move 9, you expect, okay, there'll be a sharp game.
Yeah.
But then one makes a move, another makes a move, and it turns out they both analyze to move 25, and they get an equal endgame.
Yeah. Well, there's plenty of action happening beyond the top boards. And we have Angelica here with us. She's following it closely. So let's go straight to Angelica. And Angelica, set the stage for us. What is happening?
Hello, Jovanka. Indeed, players return from the rest day, and we see the full of energy how they are with the fresh positions on the board. Here we can see the Sicilian with c3 has been already played. The pawn is all the way to e5 advanced, and in this position, black went with g5. The idea is to target the knight and put a pressure on the pawn on e5. And here, a very interesting move was played by Yuxin Song. She played b3. Now she's targeting a pawn on c4 and not caring about g4. So we have Ulvia Fatalieva, who went with g4, pushing the knight away. Knight is jumping to the d4 square. And in this position, we can see that black already can safely take the pawn on e5. So white is sacrificing a pawn. We can see evaluation is still equal. And here, an interesting move is coming in. Queen e3. Not yet clear what is going to be done. And here was a moment where Fatalieva was not confident in this position. She spent a lot of time and she played a6 move, looking like a normal move, not doing anything. According to computer, she had to start with bishop g7, which was very tough, because then you're removing your bishop from this diagonal. Suddenly, bishop a3 is a threat. Knight b5, knight d6, all these threats are in the air. So a6 like a logical move. But queen g5 was played. Now, suddenly, there are some problems for black. Black cannot step away with the knight. There will be some knight e6, although knight c6 was the best move of computer. But first of all, you give up back the pawn on g4. You also have ideas like knight e6. So h6 was played, another mistake. And here, queen h4. And we have seen how queen from d1, e2, e3, g5, h5, coming into this diagonal. Now, knight e6 is a threat. You cannot remove your knight from d7 because the knight on e5 needs a protection. So the only move which was played, by the way, in the game is king e7. But then suddenly we can see bishop a3 is the move. This is the current position with king on a7. Bishop a3 is one of the candidates' move. Then king will come forward. f4, you're just pushing your pieces, you're coming forward. If takes, there is going to be queen h4 check and all kinds of checks in the position. And this is a position which we might get where white would sacrifice his pawn and get this attack, and the king will be just running for adventures. Jovanka, what a position.
Wow, I mean, a bad day at the office, I think, for Fatalieva there, because it's never a good idea to come out like that, running with your king. King e7, having to king f6.
And can we just show the line, instead of king e7, because king e7 seems insane, why would you run to f6? Can you play king d8? I understand knight e6 is a threat, but then white has this, checker team combination. You give one and you take many. You take many. You take knight e6 check, king goes, and you take the queen with a check, and you take the rook.
Okay, wherever king goes. What a beautiful sequence. Wow.
Yeah, so king d8, queen f7 just wins. I've checked with the machine. It's deadly.
It's brutal. I mean, it kind of feels like that kind of chess should be illegal because it's not nice.
It's not nice to do that, right?
No, it's certainly not.
Repeat it at home.
No, definitely don't. I mean, there's a reason why we advocate castling, get your king to safety. And no, I mean, it's just a bad day at the office for Fatalieva. And if she loses, it will be her second loss in a row because she lost to Vaishali in round 6. But great game, great combination there from white, seeing this idea of queen to f7. The battles, thank you, Angelica, but the battles are being set here as the opening stage is beyond us. We are going to step aside for a short break, but don't go anywhere because during that break, of course, we have, as always, Saga Shah doing a recap of all the adventure, all the excitement of round 6. So see you in a few minutes.
We are past the halfway mark at the FIDE Grand Swiss 2025, and a lot of action happened in the 6th round of the event. We are going to take a look at some of the critical games in both the open and women's section. So come, let's first have a look at the game of none other than Grandmaster Anish Giri. He won his game against Grigory Oparin yesterday and today took on Marc-Andrea Morizzi, who's playing brilliant chess in this tournament. Anish played his favorite Sicilian Najdorf, and in this position, Mark went all out at him with f5. But guess what? Anish kept his cool and attacked with a4, opening up the white king. And in fact, in this attack, it was Anish who had a huge headway, because he managed to attack with b3 and then put his knight on c5. And before you even knew it, he even found time to castle here, and he just checkmated the king here. Marc-Andrea Morizzi resigned in this position. So that was a very nice win by Anish Giri as he moved on to 4.5 points out of 6. Moving on, we had an incredible tactic in the game of Nihal Sarin. Nihal was playing black against Gumular Simon, the Polish number 3. And in this position, white played the move rook f4. I would request you to pause the video and figure out how should black win this position. Well, this was really beautiful because Nihal found the move knight to c3, and it attacks the queen and also threatens mate in 1 with queen g2. So white has queen f3 or queen g4, but both the moves actually lose to now a pretty tactic, which is knight e2 check. I am amazed by this move because if rook e2, there's a back rank mate. If queen e2, there's a mate on g2. And if you move the king, you lose the rook on f4. So I am in love with this move. I found it to be a very beautiful one that happened today. With this win, Nihal Sarin also moves to 4.5 points, just half a point behind the leader of the tournament, Parham Maxudlu, who is still the sole leader. He's been followed by 5 people on 4.5 points. They are Abhimanyu Mishra on 4.5, Arjun Erigaisi, Anish Giri, Matthias Bluebaum, and Nihal Sarin. So this one promises to be very, very close fight to the finish. We also had another decisive game in the open section, which was, I think, pretty important. It was the game of the world champion Domaraju Gukesh. He lost his game yesterday against Abhimanyu Mishra, and now today was looking to win against Theodoru Nicholas of Greece. And in this position, white had to bring his king in, otherwise the black pawns are running down. And that would have been a draw, but Gukesh gave a check, and that was a bad move. King e8, another check, king e7, another check, went back, check. And in this position, when he played rook a7, he claimed a draw, but it was not to be because the first time he checked, the king was on d7, and then 2 times the king was on e7. So king d8, and now Theodoru found the right sequence after move 40, and then just simply pushed his pawns down the board, stopped the white pawn with rook e1, and here Gukesh resigned as black is totally winning. So a heartbreak for the world champion. In the women's section, we had R. Vaishali, who won her game, and also Katrina Lagno, who managed to win, which means that out of the 4 leaders whom we had at the start of the round, there are now only 2 left with a score of 5 out of 6. Let's have a look at the game of Katrina Lagno, as she managed to score a very nice win in this opposite colored bishop position. So here, bishop d4 was played, and this turned out to be a critical blunder by Dinara Wagner. If she just moved her rook to e3 or e1, the position is still a draw. But this, the main point here to note is that although this looks like a drawish endgame with the opposite colored bishops, The problem is the black king is unable to reach here on the queen side because of king coming here, and then this beautiful move bishop g4, which absolutely cuts out the black king. And now after king d6, the a pawn starts to run, the c pawn starts to run, and this is absolutely no fight. And Katrina Lagno managed to win this. So she moved on to 5 points, and Vaishali also played really well. In fact, in this position, Vaishali had just pushed her pawn to h4 against Ulvia Fatalieva, and she had to play the move h3. But the Azeri player here wasn't up to the task. She went rook e3, and Vaishali got her pawn into h3, and this position is in fact completely lost here because there's a huge attack. You have a light squared bishop, white's dark squared bishop is not so great, and Vaishali managed to score a very important win here. She is playing really well, and she could very well win the title for the second time. But of course, Katrina Lagno is going to give her a tough fight because she is also on 5 points. We have two players on 4.5. We have Guo Qi from China and Antonetta Stefanova, who's also on 4.5 points. The players will get a much needed breather now as the rest day falls on the 10th of September. We will be back with all the action in the 7th round. Until then, this is Sagar Shah signing off. Bye-bye.
Welcome back. Now the openings, they are behind us, and the battles are starting to take shape here at the FIDE Grand Swiss. It's been an interesting start. I would say it's been tense in some of the games, some innovations as well. We also saw something unique. I'm going to brag about this just one tiny time. It's not often that top players in the world follow my games, but we did have...
We do have.
someone recreating an opening that I played. But we have to, of course, switch our eyes, move on to the women's section, and take a look at what is happening there. Because we already saw that there was a quick draw, very quick draw between Antoaneta Stovanova and Katerina Lagno. So this means if Vaishali wins,
should be the sole leader.
Be in the sole lead. So let's have a look and see what is happening.
Yeah, and her position looks attractive, I have to say. A pair of bishops, you know, this majority on the king side. So last move being bishop to h4. That's an unpleasant pin, right? And somehow black seemingly controls the center well, but the pieces are kind of in a way of one another.
Yeah.
So
maybe we can just take it from the top and see exactly what
let's
happens.
do. And it's another version of the Petrov defense being very popular, and then white goes d4 and takes e5 with the pawn. d5, knight to d2, queen d7. That's a funny move that you see for the first time. You think, okay, it's a mouse slip or I don't know, error in the notation, but in fact, yeah, this is a playable move. Queen to d7. Point being, from what I understand, if you capture here and you go knight g5, then black's gonna... I know, black actually trades on d1. Never mind. I thought queen f5 is the justification. Never mind. Anyway, bishop d3, knight to c5, bishop e2, knight to e6. Castles, rook e1, knight f1, so the knight starts his journey towards like g3, f5 squares. c5, bishop g3, knight c6. Let me check if this one's still... No theory here. Bishop f5, knight g5, bishop takes, knight e7, bishop g4, and bishop h4. All right. And I guess I said about the pair of bishops, but now that I'm thinking, if black was to play knight f4 or knight f8, I guess knight f4 more active move, I don't think we are advised to move this bishop away, because then knight g6, black breaks the pin, and the other bishop will have no choice but to exchange for the knight, either immediately or after bishop g3, and black can play knight f5, maybe to start with bishop e6, but eventually we'll get the knight to f5, and black is safe here. So after knight f4, apparently white needs to go knight g3 or e3, knight g3, I'm guessing.
But knight g3 is a bit of... Okay, it's a little bit odd to me that you're voluntarily leaving your bishop without squares.
Right, well, we are heading to f5, right?
Yeah.
We are heading to f5, and if this was to happen, then bishop takes knight, queen takes, bishop takes, bishop, rook takes, and eventually knight to f5.
And then knight to d6.
And knight to d6 is important, yeah.
So there's some concrete reasons behind this very strange-looking move.
This knight wants to get itself a square on d6. So knight g. This bishop g5 as well, according to machine. But then if black goes back, what do you do? Do you go back to h4?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So quite a complex position, and none of the players seem to be in the preparations. Roughly half an hour spent by each of them.
Do you think we'll see, I mean, Vaishali, she's from Chennai, she's from the calculation school of chess, where, you know, bishop, she's crunching through the numbers of bishop takes bishop, the queen coming out to g4. And for Guoqi, incidentally, do you know what I discovered this morning? What Guo means, the surname? It means a wall surrounding a city.
A wall?
In Chinese, yes.
Wow.
That's exactly what she will have to do. She'll have to put up a wall. Because
to put up a wall not to get into trouble in this position. Right. I believe black's position, once again, if I disconnect from the fact that I see the evaluation and so on, I kind of like black's position because, you know, very often the scenario is that, especially if you trade the light square bishops, that black is able to put some sort of a blockade on e6 and potentially f5, and then start rolling with the queenside pawns.
Right, but, I mean, the problem is that white is going to be very quick with the initiative. So, say for instance, I mean, I love this knight g3. Go, you know, because I'm just thinking if a queen arrives on g4, that knight is actually jumping forward to f5, h5.
So we can disturb the king somewhat.
Yeah.
And what I was doing, I went knight to g6, right, where trade happens. Queen takes. Now you could take with the knight to stop knight f5, but then you allow f4. And again, f4, f5 is, that's quite an unpleasant expansion. I mean, like f5, f6, black might just collapse very fast. So therefore, queen takes, bishop takes bishop, rook takes, knight to f5, and queen g5, I guess, to stop queen g4 at least. Knight d6 and rook to c6. That's computer's line, and it wants to take on e5 from what I understand. So if you take queen d5, well, if you take queen d5, you'd be me, you'd blunder a piece.
Yes.
I thought, let's take on d5. So you cannot take on d5. You can try to take on b7, rook d7, knight back to d6. And it actually is good for white. So start doubting my rook c6, or rather computer's rook c6. I shouldn't, but I start doubting it because...
Well, maybe you'd go rook c7, you know.
But then d5...
one were feeling a little bit more passive.
But then d5 falls.
D5,
now I can take on d5,
Yeah, there is no rook takes d6.
So this forcing line leads to the position where black is hardly satisfied with the outcome, so black has to look for something else.
So let's rewind it just to find out if there's... Because to me, bishop takes bishop is a little bit... I mean, this whole bishop thing is a little bit too accommodating. Bishop takes knight.
Bishop takes knight, queen takes.
Then white is the one going bishop takes bishop.
Yeah, well, it's good. Yeah, I don't think like taking with the d rook changes something. Maybe queen g5 was silly. And what could I do? Like queen e6. Yeah, so the d5 is defended, and after knight d6, I have rook c7.
Yeah.
Right. And then, so now knight d6, rook c7. In fact, the knight is in a bit of trouble because knight e5 is a threat, right? So now white should, and this shifts the evaluation in black's favor. So now white should not go knight d6, but instead goes queen to g4 and is planning to move the pawn forward.
There's no way to dislodge that knight from f5.
Yeah, the knight on f5.
Suddenly, just like that, it actually is a really terrible position for black because h5, h4, h5, as you mentioned, incoming.
Yeah.
You can't...
It's a funny line there. You go h4.
But then you have to do stupid things like
black
g8.
defense, right. And then you say, you know what? My knight is no longer pinned. My knight is no longer pinned. Knight d6, and queen g4, knight takes f7 would lead to a smothered checkmate. This one I know, right?
Yeah, smothered.
Knight d6, rook to c7, queen g3, and basically the game goes on, but white finally establishes this knight on d6 and has better prospects.
Position. Wow. Okay, well, it does actually prove that white has to carry on with the right energy. You know, you have to pinpoint a knight must be landing on f5. And maybe bishop takes c8 out of all of the moves could be a little bit unnatural. But then when you see that knight comes to f5, attacking the queen.
Right, I also had this feeling that, exchanging on c8 feels wrong, right?
Yeah.
So your bishop's more active, and then black recaptures with the rook, kind of brings it into a game. So that's there are guidelines. So the rules, we say, opening rules, they're not rules, they are guidelines. And if you're good enough, and if you delve into the position deep enough, these are the guidelines you can sometimes break.
The funny thing about this position is I feel if you try to crunch the numbers and calculate everything, it's going to be too far along the horizon to come to a proper assessment. Because this position also depends on like subtleties such as the queen coming to g4, h4, h5, and there being some bind.
Right.
But if you were to just to play the most natural move that comes to your mind, I want to do this, no calculation involved, you'll actually
Strangely,
end
you
up...
derive, you derive to this position, right, exactly.
So, okay, well, interesting position that we have there. Let's move down to board 3.
Board 3.
Sara Asabaeva against Irina Bulmaga. Now, both of these players, they are on 4 points. So they need to win at some point if they want to find themselves in the top 2 spots to get those tickets to the 2026 candidates.
All right, and there we have it, the hedgehog. And hedgehog is the name for black setup, pretty much. I don't know if it really resembles the hedgehog, but yeah, which is known to be like somewhat passive, and it's hard to do anything with black, right? I mean, we all probably heard of that black breaks in the center with d5 and b5, but in reality, it's hard to do. However, it's a very good practical opening because white has to be careful as well. It's like, it's not clear, like it's very subtle what white has to do, right? Yes, you can have like all the center you want, like all the space. Black is fine, it's very flexible. Black is fine, like standing on these 3 rows, going like queen b8 and then queen to a8.
Everything is very solidly handled, and if you try to target d6 with bishop a3, that's blocked with knight to c5.
Yeah, there's always knight c5.
It's named the hedgehog not because of its appearance, it's just how the whole concept that you know it's doing nothing, it's just like there, and then you try to attack it and the spikes come out.
Right. Well, so too early to access this one, I believe.
Definitely too early.
Too many pieces on the board. Move on.
And let's move down to boards 4 and 5 because these are the ones that are crazy.
Wow.
I mean, what is this?
Both sides castled long. That's already makes it for an interesting fight, right? And it was, well, I mean, it was the Carlsbad, one of, you know, what do you say, normal openings, very solid openings.
Not what you see on the current game position.
Bishop f5, g4, h4, and this is how they, h5, just go forward. Knight to h6. And I think it's a theoretical move, even though it looks strange, but it is a theoretical move. Played among others by Hikaru Nakamura, Mamedyarov.
Interesting. Maria is not really a d4 player. Whenever I've seen her in action, you know, maybe occasionally, she's mostly e4.
Yeah. But on the other hand, she's this type of like aggressive principal player. So it doesn't strike me that this is impossible to. Yeah, it's kind of fits her style very well. This type of like pawns advance. Anyway, knight h3. This is what we are getting, a4 and g5, and knight to c4, where white decides to take this knight. Yeah, otherwise the knight would have gone to d6, I imagine. So white captures here. Now g4 is the problem, so you have to play f3, queen to a5, queen c2, castles long, and white goes castles long. Yeah. It's very hard to understand what's supposed to be done in this position. So it'd be one line I wanted to mention that is given by computer. Computer, by the way, thinks that white is better here. I guess white will expand in the center and everything's solid, like knight f2 and so on. But one funny line that computer gives is black can jump to f5. Kind of bring this knight into play. Now, if white doesn't take, black is absolutely fine, so white has to capture. Bishop f5, attacking both the queen and the knight. Queen goes to g2 to keep everything protected, and black goes b5. And it can be very sharp. Because yes, black sacrifices a piece, but white somehow got somewhat stuck on the king side, right? And then if b4 was to play, yeah, this king might be in a bit of trouble. And if the knight would appear on d2, then black would have won with queen c3 and bishop a3, and it would be what mate?
It would be the Bodens.
Bodens mate. I keep forgetting the names. Yeah. Anyway, it's not a very likely scenario that black checkmates white, but I imagine for a practical game, it could be one of those ways to kind of unbalance the position and go for it.
Well, okay. Well, knight to f5. That would be a very interesting
idea. Yeah.
A piece sacrifice, you know, I think it's the kind of move that would terrify white, you know.
Yeah, because you think like you have everything under control, right?
The next move is going to be e4.
f5 never happens.
The knight on h6 is out of play. Yeah, well, actually, you know, when it makes a lot of sense, right? When you think about how useless the knight is on h6. Okay, fine. Let's just roll the dice, burn those bridges, and
kind of reportedly, the second best move is to go knight g8. So the knight is very bad on h6.
Yeah.
It suggests, the knight is very bad on h6.
Yeah.
Let's move on.
Let's quickly go to the game between Stavroula Sulakudid against Olga Giri, and
this one is.
What
was it? Jacopiano, right? Jacopiano with an early bishop g5. And remember what happened this g5 line Gukesh played, right? None of that has happened here. Or rather, some of that has happened here, but not
after castles.
After castles, yeah. Black castled first. Anyway, so that's the position. Queen d5, e6 is in trouble. e6 is in trouble, however. And here comes, however, this bishop f2. It's a crazy position, in fact, Yovi.
Yeah.
Because I just realized, this bishop f2. So now, and a1 is hanging, so you have to capture f2 with
the bishop.
No, wait. If you take with the bishop, then rook a1, right?
Okay.
It's just bad.
Yeah, because you can't take on.
Yes.
So you have to take with the king.
So you have to take with the king and pinging the one rook. And then if black captures here, you win with rook e6.
Yeah.
And then all the possible discovered checks and so on. Win, I don't know if win, but yeah, white is better. And therefore, black plays rook a to e8 now, defending this guy and later on planning to take this guy.
And anything goes. I do feel somehow that white might have this edge here, just on account that, you know, black's king is just that little bit unsafer.
Right. But it's also hard to play. Yeah, it's a mad position here. So I'm thinking, is there anything black can do that does not involve this bishop f2 brilliancy? Let's say if black captures the knight.
And then rook takes.
Then
no. Rook takes, queen takes.
Rook takes,
queen
and
takes.
If queen takes, I block with a check.
Yeah.
And then when the king goes, takes, bishop f2 is met with king f2.
And another one.
Not the bishop f2. Right. Well, it's a lot of tactics. Apparently, yes, rook takes e6 is possible, and then white can get. No. I'm thinking queen f7, to be perfectly honest. But queen f7 loses to rook e1. Just rook a to e1 and too many threats. So apparently the only way for black to stay in the game would be to go queen d4, allowing the double check. Scary double check, but there is no continuation after rook g6, king h7 or something. So white actually trades here, takes f3, and now it's much calmer position.
And
yeah, like some white's pawn up, h6 is hanging, but the pawns are doubled. Black starts counterplay of his own with rook a4. It's calmer, but it's still quite unbalanced.
It's still actually really unbalanced. I mean, I can even see black winning this.
Yeah, black can win this one. Yeah, like getting, connect past pawns maybe.
Yeah, okay. Wild. And there we see, coming to watch the games is Carissa Yip. Incidentally, it's her birthday today. So happy birthday, Carissa. See whether the birthday curse affects her.
Is there a birthday curse?
People make such a big deal out of this.
So you never want to play on your birthday, right?
Yeah, exactly, because like somehow or other it's distracting. But I genuinely think it's not distracting. And I've never played chess on my birthday. But
You've
then
never
again,
played
that's
chess on your
irrelevant.
birthday.
But
I had no choice but to play chess on my birthday because it's towards
You
the New Year, and usually like the
Yeah.
Christmas to New Year, it's always a tournament somewhere, and I had all the experiences you can imagine, like having one game which was very important and I would lose it, or having 2 rounds that I would win, and then like at the end of the day you're happy but exhausted. Yeah, so I did not get any sort of like correlation that I'd say, okay, I don't want to play chess on my birthday, or I have to make a quick draw or lose. No, I don't think it matters.
yeah, I also of the same opinion. But okay, crazy game here on our screens between, there we see Olga Giri as she plays Maria Muzichuk. Let's go back to the open section and check in on some of those games, because Nihal Sarin, we left it almost at the beginning.
Board 1.
Yeah, this is board 1. So if Maxudlu wins this game with the black pieces, which is a big ask, because Nihal Sarin is a fantastic player.
But let's not forget how many points Maxudlu given to his opponents when he was black. None.
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 Yeah,
He played 3 games with black, he won 3 games with black.
Yes, that is
Incredible.
And if he continues that winning streak, then
Who can possibly
massive
stop him?
step. I mean, he can almost coast. Well, coast is a little bit too much, but he can really kind of just go into solid mode. So we left it at this, and Nihal took a pause, and then he took on d5.
Symmetrical. Knight f3 and e6.
Rook c1? What's that?
No, he went queen b3, bishop b4. That's a very, very old-fashioned line from what I understand. Knight to e5. Still a bunch of games here. Bishop takes... queen b6. Bishop takes knight is a bit more popular, but yeah. Queen b6, f3, and we narrowed it down to 3 games only. Castles, knight takes, knight, pawn takes, and king f2.
Interesting. So he went f3, and so I'm saying, well, if you go f3, you want to go g4. G4 was not the move that was tried.
Yeah, maybe it would be too optimistic. I think f3 is mostly kind of to
Just to
restrict the
restrain
knight on f6. Yeah, then
not
if he
G4.
wants like bishop e2, rook c1 maybe.
And then go knight to a4.
Yeah, knight a4. So it's one of the ways to play this position would be against the c6 pawn. But now that you've mentioned this g4, I'm thinking, can it really be that after having played, say, king f2, bishop e2, at some point I just really go like h4, g4, or g4, h4, threaten the bishop, black has to react.
Yeah.
All of a sudden I have some files open.
Exactly.
In fact, black has to be clever here, not to end up in a dangerous position. Not sure what the move has to be for black. I was thinking c5, but that drops material after knight a4, because yeah.
Yep.
Like queen a5 would keep the c5 pawn protected, but then there's a3 and the bishop is in trouble. Right. So c5 doesn't work, and that means white already considers something like that. Well, computer wants bishop e7, and maybe it's a clever move because, like, at least now, if you go like g4, h4, at least now I can guarantee that the queens are getting traded.
One thing that you always do is, for instance, h4. So you start with that first.
So you go h4, black has to react, I believe.
Yeah.
And if I go h6,
then you go
actually go g4, g5.
And the whole idea is, you know, as you mentioned, g5 one fine day, but also, you know, this whole plan of going development. And you're just saying black has no space.
Yeah, right. So g5 is one thing, and the other thing, you're absolutely right. Like, white just plays like nothing happened.
Yeah.
And even if it's the end game, the fact that you've gotten so much space on the king
You've got
side
this
actually
bishop on
matters.
f4, which means you can never get a rook to b8.
Right, yes. So queen takes, pawn takes, and you'd think, yeah, these are weak pawns, but then the
You
bishop
get it though,
controlling the b8 square.
And in fact, it's the pawn on a7 and c6. You know, there's vulnerable to
If
rook
white gets to
a6,
play rook
yeah.
a6, that's such a tasty move.
I know. So okay. So there's a lot of potential problems here for Maxudlu, and he has to play really accurately because really what he wants to be doing is like bishop to d6, but that's impossible.
Right. So I think h4 has to be answered with h5, and now I'm thinking, can white try g4 instead? So that
Then you
bishop
step back.
g6 and h4, but still not h6 but
H5.
g5, knight to d7, and then trying to play c5,
C5.
nonetheless. Right. And here, at the very least, the king is safe, right? And,
Yeah.
and if white was to take on h5, I don't think it's a great idea. No.
No.
Knight h5, and then your king side is weak. Well, very complex position anyway, even though coming from similarly quite quiet variation.
Yeah, and already there's a big problem for black in the sense that he has to make a retreating move. You know, bishop to e7 is probably quite an important move because of otherwise
Yeah.
white gets in a3 and either
Looks like.
trades of queens or traps the
Yeah,
bishop.
knight a4, a3, all
And
of that.
A4
Right,
is
right.
also fantastic as well, as you mentioned. So, Parham has to play accurately. Let's move down to the game between Arjun Erigaisi against Matthias Bluebaum. And here we were talking a lot about how white's dream is to stop black from ever going c5. And if you manage that, you're on top of the world.
Right. I'm surprised, Yovi, because, well, players know better, but when I said this bishop from e3 will not be moving, I actually thought that I was quite safe with my assumption, but the very next move, and it took Arjun some 5 minutes, and he played bishop d2, which I can see it, yes. Maybe you still want to go like e4 or just keep the bishop and go knight c3, knight e4, what he has done. But you invest time, right?
Yeah, and when you think about it, knight to d5 is a way more helpful move than going with the bishop to e3 to d2.
Right.
So,
And as we figured out, e4 we are not afraid of with
No.
black. No, almost like welcome e4. So therefore the knight's nicely placed on d5. b4, knight e4, queen to b6, and then queen c2, because bishop a6 was a threat. You would think, yeah, why don't we put the rook on c1, right? But then bishop a6 is annoying. It's still not the end of the line. You could go here and bishop e2, jump with the knight to like g5, and maybe even win. You know, bishop b4, queen e2 could be an option, but yeah. Erigaisi decided, no, I'm not doing it. Queen c2, and black went c5, seemingly solving all the problems. I don't see why white should be better in this position.
in fact, I would say black is the one who has a small edge now, because the queen on c2 is vulnerable, d c5, knight c5, rook c8, rook d8. Black's plans are so nice. I mean, it's not winning. I wouldn't even say white is like massively better, but it's very comfortable.
It's more pleasant, and very often in such strategic positions where pretty much black had one goal, to play c5 and to open the light square bishop.
Hang
so
on
when
a
you
second.
achieve it, yeah, what did he
He goes
do?
knight g5,
Knight
and here you have to
F3,
be very
G5.
You have to be very careful because Arjun is not being subtle here.
No.
He has
No.
plans of taking on c5 with a knight.
So, okay, what happens if I'm silly and if I take on d4? You'd have this move,
Yeah,
right?
then the knight comes
You'd
to
have this move.
f6.
So now you're threatening a checkmate. Now let's pretend, yeah, I go to here, and what do you do? You say, no, I wanted you to take my knight, knight d7. This is how,
Right,
this
but
is
the queen
how
can just
black.
Move, right?
Yeah, this is how black wins an exchange. Yeah, queen to b5, And
Knight takes
yeah, now if you take on d5, that would have won you the game, right? But say bishop takes or queen takes, knight f6 check and queen h7 checkmate, but black has queen takes knight, and then black's okay. So instead you're gonna have to capture on f8, rook f8, and black might have some compensation, but still not advisable to do that. Not advisable to do that. So d4 was just a naive move, of course. Yeah, so either or, g6 or f5.
And what about h6? Let's be
h6.
incredibly...
But it's the same thing, right? Knight takes c5.
Yeah.
Knight c5, it's the same thing. So it's like, to some, let's say my beginner students, well, which I don't have a lot of, but occasionally, like you know, a lesson or two, and people will blunder this, that they understand queen h7 is a threat, and they would go like, okay, let's go h6. And my explanation is like, it's not that they want your pawn on h7, right? They want the access to h7 square. So, f5. How about
I was
f5?
going to ask about this one, because it's the
F5.
most aggressive response.
Right, and very forcing as well. What can white do? Nothing other than taking on c5. And then, yeah, let's pretend knight takes, pawn takes, and bishop takes. Is it any bad? Well, knight e6 is possible. I just figured out something.
Okay, so there's a problem. But what about if instead of knight takes pawn?
So bishop f2, rook f2, queen e6. And white's probably better. But again, it's not easy to tell. Give black a couple of moves or maybe one move to kind of defend this guy, and then knight f6, trade the light square bishops, black's fine. But
I don't know, this reminds me of one of these positions in the Dutch or something where, you know, there's queen b3 coming, e4 is also in the air.
Yeah, that is e4.
You know,
yeah, I agree. So this one's not great for black. That means knight takes c5 and black has to be clever, right? Rook a to c8.
And knight takes knight is going to be met by rook takes queen.
So if I take this one, it's rook takes queen, knight takes queen, and
rook takes bishop.
Or maybe take the knight so the bishop's hanging, right? If you take the bishop, then there is knight d5. Yeah. That's kind of... Well, the knight was hanging though. Well, it's a lot of stuff. I completely forgot that this knight on g5 was hanging. So you could take on g5, and then I'm taking on b4, and you, Yovi, take my bishop on g2, and you have a choice. You have a choice, which one? b2 or e2? I guess b2. b2.
b2 because I attack the knight.
Horsey jumps. And then you take e2, and how can black possibly be worse?
But then black isn't better.
Isn't better either.
So,
yeah, I guess.
And you feel like in the game position?
So we are looking for the way for black to kind of fight for an advantage.
Well, I almost feel like you can go g6 and still put the question to
right, then e6 is defended, right?
Everything is defended, and still there's problems for white to deal with.
Yeah, fair. It's like, okay, you've created a threat, which I stopped, right? And how about we decide what's going on here with c5, d4 pawns, right?
Yes.
Because if white was, and maybe the point is like he trades everything, he goes knight e4, that's why like knight g5 and knight e4.
You get your bishop to d4.
d4 is not bad, right?
Yeah, and then, you know, the rook comes again.
The king's safe, and again we have all of those. Still feels more comfortable for black.
Totally. This is why I just want the easy game. But Bluebaum, he's going to be thinking about the most critical move, so he'll be calculating f5, and if that doesn't work, then he can just quickly calculate g6. Oh, well, let's move on to the game between Anish Giri against Abhimanyu Mishra, gaining 24 rating points so far.
Yeah.
Now, this one started off as one of these. Here I seem to have come to a crossroads in terms of names. I've always called this the Grunfeld-Slav, but then there are other people calling it other things. Doesn't matter.
You can call it. You can call it Grunfeld-Slav. I don't mind. Queen takes, pawn takes. I mean, the reason I call it symmetrical Grunfeld, it's like a,
Yeah.
word-by-word translation from Russian, so I don't know the real name from it.
Okay. I'm glad that it's not.
Yeah,
just
like
me.
G3 variation in the Grunfeld. Can we agree to call it this? It's very technical, but it's also correct, right?
No, I think.
White play the
it's-
Grunfeld, white play the
yeah,
G3 variation.
I think here it's time for the classical players to kind of stamp their mark and stop calling it like the classical G3 King. Let's give it like a funny name.
Funny names.
Yeah, just like, why should the Sicilian dragon variation, like, why do they have all the fun with the names? Like the
Yellow
Halloween-
Bunny Gambit. How about that?
Yeah, there's no gambit though. The solid system.
Solid system. Who's solid? Like
Rock
animals.
solid. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, what is an elephant? No, there's the elephant actually exists.
The elephant.
Anyway,
Hippo. No, hippo's taken.
yeah, we need
Hippo's taken.
something.
Bishop e6. So what do we think about this exchange on b3? Because I don't think it's very often played. In fact, it's only 2 games with queen takes queen.
Well, I have experience in this type of position, and it's never been a big deal to have those double pawns. And it's not also
yeah.
a big deal that they can't move forward, because they literally just have the one roll to support the outpost on c4.
So rook to c1, bishop e6, e3.
Yeah.
That's
And
it's a nice move.
you
So
can't do
what
a
happens?
hit and run.
Can you take?
I was going to say
take.
no.
So takes
Yes.
here, bishop takes here, and you jump, right?
Yes.
And you jump, and this guy's hanging, and c6 is hanging.
hanging.
So that if you were to go bishop d,
Now,
yeah, bishop e6, I guess knight c6 is just
winning.
just winning, or Compi actually wants to take on a6 first, and it's probably similar thing, because I'm threatening the exchange, and I'm threatening knight e7, and this doesn't stop knight e7. There's still like knight e7 check and bishop a8. Right, so that's not great. After knight e5, I have to go bishop d5, at least to control some of the things.
You also
Knight
have
takes.
knight takes d5.
Yeah, knight d5.
And
C
you can't
takes.
take with a knight, because same issue.
Right.
C6.
It's the same thing. Knight takes c6, white much better. Therefore, c takes. And now,
Bishop to f.
f1. Yeah, so now what happens is, like, white's pawn down, but black has an absolutely horrendous knight on a6. Right, so you can go bishop f1, or you can try stuff like bishop a5 sometimes. Even if you go b4, b5, is it any pleasant for black,
No,
right?
it's not. b4, b5.
Yeah,
looks
b4,
actually
b5 looks
the
like
most
I don't know.
aggressive.
Computer
like it.
doesn't recommend it because I guess knight e4 is the reply, but even then, yeah. So the feeling is
Can't take. I feel like
you can't take the pawn,
on c4.
and
He's actually played
Mishra
knight c7.
knight to c7,
And
knight
knight
a4 now, heading here.
Knight e4.
Knight
was
e4 covering the square, and Anish went with
bishop
bishop b4. He had the choice of going bishop b4 or bishop a5. He went bishop b4.
Yeah. You could have also gone bishop e1 as well. Just live your best life on the back rank. But with ideas of going f3 at the right time.
Yeah, yeah.
But
So now e7 is targeting.
Hanging. So you got to defend it. Yeah, well, do you move?
Go king f8 because it's
Yeah, because that's the least troublesome. I mean, it's because if you go bishop to f8, the bishop is maybe somewhat needed on g7.
yeah. Bishop f8 allows an immediate jump like knight
Yeah.
e5, and
Yeah,
yes, there'll be stuff happening.
And if you go rook e8, it feels like it's a bit ridiculous to have
Rook
a
is very sad, right?
Yeah, like a
Defending
rook is
such
worth
pawns.
5, defending
Yeah.
1 point. So I would go king f8 and
Yeah, so it's king f8, and white can, I don't know, can white go bishop a5 or... So what I would love to do, now that you've mentioned f3, I'm thinking where to move my knight so that I can go f3 and chase this guy away. But knight e5 should not be bad. Once again, knight e5 having some bishop a5 ideas. I feel like it's pleasant for Giri. I feel like it's pleasant for Giri. And there is one more argument for kind of this kind of scenario being good for Anish. That Abhimanyu, he has shown his fantastic abilities to, to kind of calculate. But this position, it's very hard to exhaust with, calculating lines. There are too many possibilities and nothing like concrete, nothing to, So this might lead to Abhimanyu just kind of trying to do the numbers, figure it out, to spend a lot of time. Because it's very hard to, to comprehend what to do here.
Yeah,
So I like it for Anish.
It's not the kind of position, like you say, you can calculate your way out of. Okay, let's move down to the
Firouzja?
other game, because this one is relatively calm, but Anish is definitely pressing. Let's go down to Firouzja, because that was the unorthodox free.
And still is.
Yeah.
And still is.
Let's rewind. So we left at this position.
We left at this position.
Knight f4 was an idea.
If you guys haven't seen what it was, recommend it to rewatch, because that is a fantastic opening line. Knight to f4, castles. Knight d5, queen e4. f5, queen to b1. h6. And of course, no one cares about this b5 pawn hanging with a check. f6, what's your move, Ivanka? Knight e6, forward.
Yeah, forward.
So knight takes, then you get to take on b5 and d5, and knight f4 again, and queen b3. I'd be so scared with white here, because I can see all of these guys, next to my king. It's almost like I'd be scared of this, which is probably nonsense.
Yeah, I was thinking about that.
Look, it's nonsense, but c4 is the only move. c4, which okay, c4. Now I get it. Yeah, you kind of clear the third rank, because bishop f3, gf3 is lost after queen c6. Yeah, hitting this and threatening queen g6. Right. So bishop f3, rook b8 is there, of course. Bishop e2.
Maybe go rook b8 first.
Yeah, we go rook b8 first, where white has a4 or c2.
Somehow I feel c2 is safer.
But then again, this can happen.
Yeah, I was hoping queen takes f5. But it probably isn't, now that I look at it.
Well, queen f5.
Yeah, but there's even rook f3.
Okay, I have to say we lost, because I'm looking at the computer. White lost because of g6, but it doesn't make any sense to me. G6, and then if anything, it's very hard to kind of figure out what happens, because it's a very intense tactical game, but it teaches you something, that it is very dangerous not to develop your pieces.
Right.
Right? All of those lines where white keeps hovering with the queen and gets checkmated, it's a perfect illustration to one of the oldest kind of advice in...
Yeah, exactly, develop your pieces. I mean, that's it, and
yeah, so rook b8 is a very good move. Rook b8 is a very good move.
Having said all this, Mira, if white were to get one move, d4 is
d4, absolutely.
and then suddenly black's position might just fizzle out.
Yeah.
But, okay, so you have to go probably queen a4.
And then in case of queen a4, black's perfectly aware that you wanted to play d4, and they install this knight on d3.
Yeah.
And the line goes queen a6, black goes e4, and then you try to develop the bishop here, and black goes rook b6, and you go queen a5, and so on and so forth. To be honest, I'd be very scared with white, because there is absolutely no guarantee this king is not getting checkmated. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
Every move in this position for white carries a huge, huge price. If you make a mistake, that's it.
There might be no way out, absolutely.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Exactly. Wow, wow, wow. Ali Reza has to tread very carefully in this position with the white pieces, but it's up to Nordebek to find the most precise continuations. Yes. So, well, so much action happening already.
Very brave, I have to say, very brave opening choice by both, but kind of Ali Reza entering all that. I imagine kind of previous times, people would not take the responsibility to go for it. Why should I grab the material and get attacked, right? especially with the white pieces. But yeah.
Yes, well, bravery is the name of the game, you know, because it's all about taking risks in such a big event like this. But let's check in with Angelica. She's got a critical moment from one of the games still in progress. And I'm going to throw the question to you, Angelica. What is catching your eye?
Ivanka, I just would like to bring your attention to the women's section. And before I dive into the position, here we can see that Dinara Wagner, international master from Germany, is facing Tan Zhongyi, the Chinese grandmaster. And here is their face-to-face results. As we can see, they played already 3 draws against each other, and there was one decisive game, which was won by Tan Zhongyi. But this time at the FIDE Women's Grand Swiss, everything can change. This was a position, so as we can see, this is a Catalan, and black won a pawn. There was a trade on b3 at some moment. There was an extra pawn for black. Tan Zhongyi is going for a decision, giving up a pawn backwards. Knight bd7 is being played. Now knight c6. Dinara is taking back the pawn on c6, queen b6, and in this position, very interesting move from white, pushing d5. Now suddenly big problem and big question for black, how to continue. Apparently here the first mistake was done. Here black should have continued with bishop c5, first developing the knight, not yet caring about the pawn on d5, because pawn cannot yet take anyway on e6. So in this position, knight takes on d5 was played, which already brings a huge advantage for white. In this position, Dinara played knight e5. Suddenly, bishop on b7 is almost trapped. There is no way to step away from this diagonal. And if bishop would step, there is going to be huge pressure on the knight on d5. So bishop e7 was played. And here, Dinara is following up with the e4, attacking the knight on d5. Knight is stepping away. And our sequence of the moves is bringing to a very nice position. First, exchanging the knight for the beautiful bishop on b7, queen b7, and then e5. It's a double attack, attacking the queen, attacking the knight. The only move to save it, it's knight d5. And now Dinara is developing with knight c3, targeting the knight on d5, pinning that knight to the queen, and after knight c7 to b6, trying to defend queen g4, targeting the pawn on g7. Black is not yet finished the development, not yet finished castling, and I would be afraid to castle because bishop comes to h6. There is a pin on the long diagonal. What a position. I mean, the computer already says it's winning for white.
Wow. And Dinara playing in such aggressive fashion, you know, she's not letting up. It seems like she's determined to get her revenge for losing round 6 to Katerina Lagno.
She got some good rest yesterday.
Yesterday, yeah, I can see what she spent her rest day doing. She was preparing. What a game. Thank you very much, Angelica. Definitely, what a start it's been to the second half of the FIDE Grand Swiss. We're going to take a quick pause, but coming up during the break, you don't want to be missing this, we have some round 6 interviews with the players. So stay tuned and we'll see you in a few minutes.
I'm here with Harika Dronabali, who just won her game as we go into the rest day. A good end, and going into the second half, how do you feel about your performance so far?
So far it's been extremely solid. I mean, this is not what I wanted, but I kept trying, and somewhere I lost some chances, and today I just got lucky to win a position where I could only be worse.
Being solid seems to be quite important here and a theme in my interviews. What do you think about that in a tournament this strong?
I don't think so. This is Swiss, and people who score more and more wins are going to get in the end to win the tournament. So it's not like this is what I wanted or what I planned, but it's just happened.
And for the second half, is there anything you're going to do differently?
Nothing special. I just want to enjoy chess, not just rest and try to play good chess on the board.
How is your preparation going for these games? Of course, it's unlike the usual tournaments you have where you know who you're playing against way in advance. Tell me about that.
Yeah, that way I think this is more fun. Like, you both won't have too much time to prepare, and you can try different things in less time. So yeah, it's not so different also. It's fun.
Have you been surprised by preparation in this tournament so far?
Of course, I think here everyone is into surprising each other. So, yeah.
And about that, I think what our viewers and me as a player would want to know, what happens when you get surprised by your opponent in the opening? Like, what goes through your mind? How do you kind of calm yourself to focus and respond the best way you can?
I think being a professional player, you understand that surprises do happen, and you just have to focus on chess moves and board like as much as possible.
Well, thank you so much, Harika. You have a rest day tomorrow, coming back for the second half. Good luck for that.
Thank you.
I'm here with Antoaneta Stefanova, who won the first game of the day here at the FIDE Grand Swiss, beating none other than Tan Zhongyi. Antoaneta, it was a strange game, a different line in the Caro-Kann. Tell us about that.
Well, I didn't think it was that strange from my side. No, okay, we played the Caro-Kann with E5, C5, which is quite a popular line, and then my opponent, she changed from what she usually plays. So she played this variation with knight takes c6 and then bishop d3. And I tried to play some normal moves, and I was a bit confused because I didn't quite understand the moves from my opponent at some point. And I think I got a very good position, and then there were some tactical complications, and I was getting low on time, and she was playing so fast, and I knew that there should be mate somehow, but with a little time, I think I managed to find a winning continuation. Okay, going into a winning rook's endgame, if I could give mate earlier, I am not sure, but I saw that, okay, I had just 1 minute on the clock, so I saw that I'm going to a winning endgame, so I just went for it. I don't know if there was anything better.
Tell me about the psychology of that time control. You having 1 minute and Tan, of course, having so much more time, blitzing out. How do you handle that in the game?
Well, it doesn't really matter, no, because if you have a winning position, you have a winning position, and you get 30 seconds per move. I mean, of course, I would prefer to have also as much time as she did, but I try not to pay too much attention to the time of my opponents, because also sometimes it happens that your opponent is in time trouble and you start playing with his rhythm, so you make mistakes because you play too fast. I mean, okay, maybe I just spent too much time because somehow maybe I couldn't believe that everything is so great for black, and I was trying to find some kind of refutation for white, which I couldn't find. So maybe that's why I spent so much time. But yeah, at the end it was enough.
Talking about the time control, of course, the open section has a much longer time control compared to the women's. Which would you prefer?
I would prefer to play even faster time control. Actually, if you ask me, I prefer the one with 90 minutes without getting 30 more minutes on the 40th move. Okay. So, yeah, I think playing 7 hours like the guys is just crazy.
And Tan usually plays quite quickly. It's been one of her weaknesses we've seen this year, where she plays very quickly in complicated positions. Do you think this affected her today?
No, I don't know. I mean, this only she can say, because, well, I mean, I've been playing with her many, many times over the many years. And Well, maybe she's just not in great shape in this tournament. She lost the first round and now today. But okay, each one of us is passing through different things, and you never know, maybe somebody didn't sleep well and his head doesn't work. I mean, I cannot say for other people what was the reason that they played how they played.
And you scored a very cool victory right before the rest day. So you're of course in a very good mood. How do you think it affects the rest day or your mentality, winning and losing before a free day?
Well, it's always better to win before the free day. I mean, it's better to win every day. So not only before the free day, but yeah, it's much nicer if you don't lose before the free day at least.
Well, thank you so much, Antonetta. Congrats today, and enjoy the good mood tomorrow for your free day.
Thank you. Thanks.
I'm here with Nihal Sarin, who won an awesome 22-move game today. Nihal, an amazing way to end the first half of the event. Tell us about this game.
Yeah, thank you. It was an interesting game. The opening was quite just interesting. It's an interesting position, and White has an IQP, but a lot of activity. So I think the critical moment came after this bishop c3, rook c3, rook c8, rook e3, queen c7, and here it was not an easy position to navigate for either of us, I think, but yeah, he spent a lot of time here, and I think he made some pretty bad mistakes because it's not easy. Like, there are some tactics. I also didn't see some resources I had actually, and yeah, in the end, already towards the end, his bishop is getting kind of trapped, and his pieces are very misplaced. But yeah, he made a blunder with rook f4, and there was this very cute tactic with knight f3, knight e2, and there's either back rank mate or otherwise they're losing a lot of material. So yeah.
And you played knight c3 very quickly after you played rook f4. How excited were you to see that tactic and play it over the board?
Yeah, I was very. At first, I couldn't believe it. It's like, really, did I miss something? Because I had kind of seen this since a while, but yeah, I was just checking whether I had actually missed some resource, and I couldn't see. Yeah, and luckily there was none. So yeah.
Every victory in an event this strong is, of course, very important. How do you feel about your performance in this first half in general?
So far, I'm extremely happy. I really couldn't have asked for more. And yeah, I mean, there were some really interesting games. Maybe, like, for example, maybe I could have won against Kosovo. I was completely winning in that game. But also, saying like that, I could have easily lost yesterday against Leon. So, I mean, okay, so far so good. But yeah, it's still a lot of games to go, and that's really where everything gets decided, I believe. So I'll just try to like, stay calm and just try to have fun.
You said that you like to play tennis as a sport outside of chess. Is this something you try to do tomorrow? Do you try to stay active throughout the event itself?
Yeah, in general, I would definitely prefer to do that. I mean, it's very nice to walk here. Like, the weather is great. But yeah, in general, if there's some sport, I always like to play.
And Nihal, Indian chess is of course booming. How do you see your role in that?
Okay, my role is really not much. But in general, yeah, it's very, very, very good to see chess boom in India. It's a crazy boom. Okay, it really has to come down to one individual, like Vishwanath Anand, of course. Like, he has inspired so many children to take up chess more seriously rather than just playing, like, just for fun. And yeah, and also now Gukesh winning the world championship, it's also going to create a massive boom again. And so India winning the Olympiad, and a lot of things. And okay, my role is really nothing for now, but I hope to, yeah.
Well, I wouldn't say your role is nothing. You are one of the top players, and
Comparatively, at least. Okay.
But in our comment section, you've got a lot of supporters. Indian fans are, of course, massive and very passionate in the world, but you do have a lot of supporters in our chat.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that.
And this comment about Vishy sir, did he inspire you to take up chess professionally?
Definitely, yeah. I mean, well, it's not like I did not really have like one favorite player growing up, but in general, definitely, yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Nihal, and congrats on your game today. Good luck for the rest.
Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome back, and we are in the middle game portion in round 7 of the FIDE Grand Swiss. You know, that time when the fights just get that little bit sharper. And here with us is Angelica, ready to reel to one of us. Another hidden gem.
Indeed. As we know, everyone loves to set up traps, and in this game from the women's section where 2 international masters are facing each other, Lela Javahishvili from Georgia against Hakim Balajayeva from Azerbaijan. In this position, knight g3 was played. Here, Lela is trying to set up a trap because after rook takes on h3, she has a beautiful move, knight f5. Oops, oops, oops. No, not so fast. Knight f5. And the idea is after rook takes f3, there is a beautiful checkmate, knight takes c7, king cannot escape due to the bishop on a2. But after knight f5, there is a stunning move, queen takes on c3, sacrificing a queen. And after pawn takes, there would be bishop a3, intermezzo check. Now bishop is stepping away from this thread, and after king moves, Black is just going to take a queen and will be up a whole piece. So in this position, after queen c3, king b1 was played, stepping away, and after bishop f5, queen f5, we can see that in this position, well, there is a bunch of material for Black because it's 2 pieces for rook, and as computer is saying, completely winning for Balajayeva. What a counter trap from Azerbaijani international master.
Yeah, absolutely. The trickster, Lela, got tricked. Queen takes c3. I mean, what a nice counter trap there. Sneaky, sneaky, sneaky stuff. Thank you very much, Angelica, for sharing that with us. I mean, it was just such a fabulous idea. Well, the fabulousness continues because we've got to be ducking and diving and just having a look at some of the games in progress, because now is the point, as I mentioned, that things are starting to get critical.
Yeah, 3rd hour, and I believe we should kind of concentrate on the open more, because they pass the opening stage, like after 2 hours usually, you know, longer time control, everything. But now when it actually starts to be like really sharp in some games, or like some games even get conclusions, we've seen a couple of draws being made.
Yeah, and one of the games I really wanted us to kind of revisit is the game on 21, where world champion Gukesh, he's playing 16-year-old Turkish star Edis Gurel. And I was very curious about that because it's a sharp opening.
Right.
Edis really played in a very uncompromising style, and there was a real risk that the world champion could be looking at 3 losses in a row.
Fair point, but you know, he played the opening. He world champion. He played the opening, you know, following one of the best examples out there. And yeah, so basically it's Jovi's game, right? Okay, not knight b6, I guess, but a couple of moves earlier, they were following your game.
They were following my game, but Gukesh played it in a much better way, I would say. Getting that bishop to c7, but it's still a really massively complicated position.
d3, bishop h6, and this is where computer really likes white, and especially after Gukesh's rook e4. There was a moment where white could have played rook c3, and I don't quite get why this move is so strong. Well, I do understand rook b4 and take c4 is a threat, and rook on e4 will be hanging. But if we were to move the rook away, let's say, I guess I'll never understand what's going on. The move is knight to g7. Oh, well, I guess bishop to g7 makes sense as well. Yeah, bishop g7. So basically, black is somewhat stuck over there.
This is my feeling as well when I played it during the game. I ended up doing nonsense, but
Anyway, and white instead went queen to d1, which happened to be a mistake, because guess what? Knight a5, and you have to move the rook, and then black gets to trade the queens, and now computer likes black a ton, because, yeah, it's an endgame. Now black's majority on the queen side can actually start moving, right? And you'd have your rook e2s. I guess to start with, you have to address the threat of bishop g7, so maybe rook to h7 is not a bad idea. So overall, black is better, it seems.
Right. Well, a big relief there for Gukesh as he navigates the worst of it. Still, I would say that there's questions to be answered in this endgame. It's not entirely easy, but let's leave Gukesh there, and let's move on to the fireworks that are happening in other boards.
Shall we check board 8, please? So we've checked the game of one of Turkish young players, and yeah, on board 8 we have Hans Niemann playing against Erdoğan.
And remember, this is our poll of the day. We are asking who will win today's game between Hans Niemann, Jan, Yaz Khan, Erdoğan. Cast your vote now. Is it going to be a win for Hans, win for Yaz, or will it be a draw? So we left it here. Looked like
f6,
it was very tense, you know, in the sense that Erdoğan playing the most aggressive response, the queen coming out to f6, the bishop's operating a pin, so no pin. Grandmasters don't like to be pinned, so
yeah, queen a4, a kind of pin in response. And here, remember you told me we develop the bishop on d6, we castle short, and we bring the other rook.
Yeah.
And that was apparently a better idea.
Serious.
Compared to castle long that Erdoğan played. Because he actually spent an awful lot of time. Let me see. So over here, he had 1 hour 19, which is already a bit of a surprise because only 9 moves. Queen f6 took him 40 minutes to play. 40 minutes, and then castle long another almost 20, so he's down. We are on move 13 now. I'll quickly fast forward. Bishop b5, knight takes knight, knight takes knight, f4, rook to e1, and f3. He's down to 16 minutes only.
Wait 1 second. Why is Hans allowing f3?
It's a good question.
Prudent to go.
If he wanted to, he could play f3,
Yes.
right? He could play f3, but then bishop would go to d7, and apparently f3. I guess the knight is terrible if you play f3. So you really want to maybe f3 from black is not as scary, and he wants to have this f3 square for the knight. Anyway, rook e1 is, well, computer's not criticizing it, and then f3 is seriously disliked by computer, because now white can take on c6.
Okay, queen takes c6.
And if you take queen c6, it's very, something very, very straightforward. Trade here, and knight f3 would be slight advantage because your pawns would be doubled, but h3, and in case of bishop h5, g4, and then knight f3, white is a healthy pawn up. So why then Hans is thinking not going for this relatively easy line? And the reason for that could be that after bishop c6, computer says you can actually take g2. Pawn takes g2. Now, if I was to save the bishop and go back to b5, then, well, funny enough, black just goes bishop d6 and keeps attacking. There is no immediate justification, but yeah, the key
I can imagine it's scary, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And only for computers to play so calmly on the other side of the board.
So
but Hans did make a move. He played h3.
He played h3, so he did not enter this. Yeah, so apparently white would have been better in this case, but he would have to take on d5, so now bishop g2, plan kind of, yeah, you have to take this bishop, otherwise it returns, and then it's a check on e8, rook d8, basically white starts playing for initiative, some knight c4 or knight e4, anyway.
Yeah.
Anyway, it was a hard line to kind of go for. After h3, guess what? The bishop is not moved.
Can you take on g2? Because
yeah, let's try.
and then after that, bishop to d6.
Is it bishop d6 or is it queen h? Queen
Okay,
h4 is
comes
actually.
with tempo. Let's do
Queen
that.
h4 is quite straightforward.
Yes, queen
There's
h1,
a
yeah.
bit of a threat. King g2. King g2, and then, yeah, I wanted to take this with a check, but like picking at computer, bishop d6 is even stronger. But queen g4 is, I think, good enough of a reason for black to go for this line. Yeah, king f1, and
But
I believe bishop
The evaluation
d6,
bar is
and
not
then-
in our favor.
Yeah.
So maybe you need to be a little bit more precise.
Bishop d6 is clever.
Bishop d6,
Bishop
and
d6
then
is
after
clever.
rook h1, then you take.
Yeah, if white was to go rook h1, then you take king f1,
And now
something
rooks.
to e8 or d8, rook de8 or rook h f8, both seem to be winning for black.
Yeah, I like this one because
Yeah.
then bishop to g6 is coming.
Like all of white, okay, knight could theoretically defend the king, but this part of white's army, both bishops, the queen, the rook, they are absolutely
Interesting.
not doing much, right?
It's interesting how, like, if the rook were on e1, white is surviving.
Yeah.
The rook is
The,
on
rook
h1.
h1 is bad, right?
Yeah.
H1's bad. So apparently, yeah, if you take on g2, now what white has to do is once again take on c6. That's such a tricky position, I gotta tell you. Such a tricky position.
Can you not follow the prescription from the other game? You know, the other variation that you showed us, which was, so bishop c6?
Yeah, so basically, black's response to bishop c6
Should we leave it?
should have been capture g2, and in this position you would not go h3, right? I mean, you'd find better stuff to do than going h3. So that makes it that after h3, and if black takes, and white cannot capture on g4 but has to take on c6, that makes me believe that this position is at the very least kind of good for black.
Yeah. So is there like some, I'm thinking queen, can the queen just go to h4?
Queen h4
Next move,
is good
queen
enough
takes.
for a draw apparently,
Oh,
or maybe
maybe not.
not.
Because I was thinking,
Maybe
is
not.
the,
They take this guy,
yeah.
and they make us take, and then they go, well, that's non-trivial. They go knight c4 to develop the bishop to f4. I don't get it, Yovi. So we take on h3, we are setting up a
then
checkmate, and
knight
then
5 check.
it's your tactic exercise.
Oh, not even
Knight
knight
b6 and queen b7 and bishop c1 to f4 checkmate.
e5. Lovely.
Wow. So after king d7, by the way, no, knight e5 would allow king e6, and knight f3, king goes forward, and then black is winning.
Okay.
No, that's a
okay.
crazy game.
Yeah, that was
That's an absolutely crazy game. Anyway, so black has to take on g2. If this bishop leaves, then, yeah, the plain and simple knight takes. Right, and it's just a pawn.
Could you do other stuff like bishop d6
Bishop
instead of...
d6 is the move as well.
Yeah, because
Bishop
you can't
d6.
take on g4.
Yeah, taking on
Because of
g4 once again, you take g2 or you go.
Queen.
Yeah, you actually take g2.
Oh, you don't
Queen
go
h4,
queen.
knight f3. I mean, that's the
Ah,
problem.
yeah.
Yeah. So they want to take on f3 with the knight, and that is why we have to capture g2. But still, black has enough con to play, enough initiative for the piece.
We are only on move 14, and Adomush has just
11 minutes.
11
left.
minutes and 28 seconds ticking down.
Wow.
And it's a kind of position where you really have to rack your brains. I mean, stepping back with the bishop makes no sense. Can you go bishop d7?
Knight f3.
Knight f3, and then you've just lost
Knight
the pawn.
f3,
and
you've
that's
lost the pawn. Bishop g5 is the threat. White develops. So I think it's vital to take on g2. After bishop c6, black has, well, we figured out queen h4's, queen h4 kind of doesn't work. Bishop d6 works, apparently. Bishop h3, I think, works as well. Bishop h3, I'm not sure what the threat is. It's just...
Yeah.
Yeah, there's one silly line. White goes knight f3, queen f3, bishop b7, king b7, and queen b5, and a perpetual.
Check.
Check,
Until
yeah.
kingdom come, yeah. Okay.
So it's not impossible they will kind of end with a perpetual quickly But if not, then both sides are in trouble. Or any side can be in trouble.
Anything can happen. I mean, that is the theme of this tournament. Expect the unexpected. Well, that reminder, there is a poll of the day where we're asking who will win this game. Hans Niemann, Yaz, Khan, Edamush, or will it be a draw? All results.
All results
very
still
likely,
possible, right?
I know.
Right.
And let's move down and leave this game. We'll come back and give you some updates when we have them. But let's take a look at the game between. I'm following the evaluation bars, and it is the game between Noribek Abdusattorov against Tabatabaei.
Where Tabatabaei is also down on time to 17 minutes after only 18 moves, and White's better. White's better in that game that we were looking at. Remember, apparently having played h6 that early is not great. So Bishop e6, a6 from White, Rook to b8, a b7, Rook b7, knight e2, knight e4. d4 break in the center, and well, we've gotten here bishop a6. Bishop a6. That's a tricky move. So now, if I was to play rook a7, what is the problem? And apparently the problem is knight jumps to c5. Black is forced to trade the queens. I mean, there is possibility to go there, but then it's two bishops. It's just a bad position, you feel like.
Also, you set yourself up for problems. The queen is attacking f8.
Right. So, queen takes, pawn takes, and
well, how actually?
Two bishops are hanging.
That's bad news.
Yeah, and if you're to take... No, I thought, strangely, like I thought, you can take this, you can take a6. Yes, something is hanging, but you have a piece up. But guess what? You'd be a piece down.
Takes bishop.
Yeah, rook takes bishop, and the knight is pinned to the rook, and there is no trick.
He played something.
He played something, and this something was queen takes queen immediately. Now White, of course, has to take. And now, in order to not to get into a more serious trouble, I wanted to say he has to play bishop b4, which was done.
Yeah.
So bishop b4, nice, but still, White captures b7, Black takes only one, bishop f4, White better.
But wait.
Yeah.
Is there any option of knight c3?
For White.
For White.
Over here.
Yeah.
Knight c3. So
but then
that
you have
we
to go
hit
rook a7.
This and this. Yeah, but then rook a7. And rook a7, and this one as well is better for White. You can take e6 and just...
You know, you can do some... Oh, no, you can't. I was going to say you can do some funny business, such as knight to b5.
Knight to b5, but your own rook is hanging, right?
Also, problems.
No, you could do it this way. You take and then you go knight b5. And Black has difficulties defending the c7 pawn, or not difficulties, but kind of loses the c7 pawn, plain and simple.
Yeah. Okay, this is...
Looks very promising for Noribek.
Definitely. Okay, let's move down. Can we just check in on the game between Mamedyarov against Sargsyan? Because...
Which is on board 7, right?
7.
Yes, we can.
And then I think we should also check in on Pragnananda, who is playing against Maxim Rothstein.
Right, so Shak's game. Material equal. Bishops are... Both bishops are not great, but arguably Black's bishop on b7 is like very passive. I imagine if White could kind of break in the center with f3. Can I go f3 immediately? It's not a bad move, by the way.
No.
It's already relieving to see.
You can take.
Yep. Queen takes.
Then give a check on c5.
Go check. King goes and some b5 or something.
The question is, can I do something funny on...
I guess I go here, right?
Yeah. I really wanted to go b5, but I think that's just too much.
What's with b5? Well, b5's...
Yeah,
the evaluation bar doesn't like it, but it's not like I immediately see what's wrong with it.
Probably you can just
This is the move. Yeah, I have to say. I had to look at what the engine has to recommend, and it defends the rooks and now threatens to take.
And
If you take yourself, I think rook c4 is just bad. Yeah,
Totally.
too many things.
B4 just gives white 2 pass pawns.
All right. Yeah,
Bring
if
the
you
position
if you were to play b4, yeah, this pawns the blockade for now, but white also has the the e file, so moves the rook, threatens rook e7, and so on. A6.
So F3.
A6, and
Definitely
well,
very
F3, one of the moves, yeah.
It definitely looks very natural. I mean, it just, with the bishop on b7, I agree. It just feels like as long as white has an answer to any b5s,
Yep.
then everything should be fine. So let's just peek into the women's section. First up is Vaishali against Chiguo. And I just want to go to this game. And
Wow.
there have been some developments.
Yeah. It actually haven't been too many moves played, because Vaishali they both spent quite a lot of time. So knight g3 was played, and so was knight to g6, and then white went bishop f6. Bishop f6, so now if you were to take the bishop, white simply takes back, and thanks to this pin on the e file, so f6 was an available square, which I did not realize back then. Maybe I would suggest bishop f6. Queen a4 is a good move. Bishop takes bishop, rook takes back, queen c1,
You still
rook
can't
c6,
take
rook c6,
6.
rook c6, and now can I continue with this kind of attacking chess? And apparently this doesn't lose because knight f5. Right?
Yeah.
Because knight f5. So queen h6, you have knight f5. If I take here, it's once again knight f5. I just realized that after queen g5,
But you can swing.
you can take c2.
Oh, and defend along the diagonal.
It's such a tricky position.
Okay, but can you revert to
Knight h5 or
the plan B, which was bishop takes,
bishop takes
Takes knight.
knight, knight takes knight.
and then queen comes
Yeah.
out to g5.
Right.
The plan B was just to go f4, f5.
Rook e8, but now this rook on
swing
c6 will
over.
swing over if we go f4, right? So if we go f4, there's h6 as well, or rook to g6.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Computer all of a sudden starts to be very optimistic for black to such an extent that it takes the pawn on c2 and then tries to go knight f5.
Yep.
G2
Yeah.
pawn me.
Okay, so you
It's-
can't
it's
be
quite
that
tricky.
ambitious. Maybe it's just time to.
Yeah, you actually
the knight,
do take,
then
and
go-
you go like f4 immediately, I guess. So this one's defended. You go f4, and maybe you are still better. 'Cause
Maybe.
Kind of planning to go b3, I guess.
Well,
And
still,
then the
you've got
queen on
F5.
d4. Huh?
I guess you can touch.
Yeah, the main thing is f5, of course. Yeah, the main thing is f5.
Wow. Vaishali
Very tense.
under 15 minutes
Very tense game.
and just 23. No, not wrong game. But yeah, she's
Let's move
under
20.
15 minutes.
Move
Move 20.
21 for her to play. And she's burning. Oh, b3. B3 is not bad, but then
Now look.
queen will go like all the way to g4, and you won't be able to bring your queen over. So let's show it. If black was to remove the queen to go to a5, then of course he's in a big danger. If the queen cannot join the defense, then knight g5, pawn takes, knight f5, and well,
comes out.
g4 just wins apparently. G4, well, not just wins, but white is better. Right? So you really needed the queen on the fourth rank in this variation. So black will have to go queen g4.
Makes a lot of sense. And then h3. Hang on.
H3, wait,
Hang on,
H3.
where's the queen going? She's got to go to e6.
I guess e6 or d7. And we can still try on knight h5 thing. Knight h5, pawn takes, knight f5, g4.
Yeah, but this is...
Such a mess.
And it's also a highly risky play if White were to do this. Vaishali, if she wins, she's the sole leader. If she draws, that's no biggie. She's still in the lead alongside Katerina Lagno. So how much risk should she take is the question I'm asking.
Yeah, that's a big question. But I think she's in this mood that she just plays. She's not thinking a lot about like the overall result. That's the impression I'm getting. So she's concentrating on. They all like to say I'm playing one game at a time, right? But it seems that Vaishali might be honest when she says so.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people, of course, they still keep thinking, okay, I need +3, so maybe I beat this guy, and they make a couple of draws, and then blah blah. No, she seems to be. So if she thinks that, objectively in this position you have to go for it, I think she'll go.
What I find is very useful is actually not to consider the game itself, but just to think of things one move at a time.
Even one move at that, well, that's ideal, and no one can operate like this, I'm afraid.
Well, actually, I manage, but I fall foul when they ask me, what's your score? And I say, honestly, I don't know. I mean,
that's very cool.
It's just because it's like I don't know. I'm not keeping track. It's the same as like the days. But queen to g4 seems to be one of the only moves to keep.
Queen g4 is needed.
Yeah,
queen g4 is needed.
So let's move down because I just want to check in on this game and then I want to revisit the top boards in the open section. Maria Muzichuk is doing extremely well against Firouzja Hamdamova.
Yeah, after all of it, like castle, everything. Remember, I was mentioning the speculative knight f5. Yeah, f5 was played instead, and it's not as efficient as knight f5. So bishop e5, rook here, knight f4. Isn't it ironic? So now White goes knight f4. Well, much easier explanation, of course. White wins the piece back immediately. EF4, FG4, D5, break in the center, and I don't think you can take because then knight D5 and then too many threads, right? So G3, Queen E4.
There's a big threat now.
There's a threat. There's a threat.
C6. Let's put that on the board. You know,
Let's go. Let's go G2. Let's go G2 for black. And then White takes here, and if you were to take here, it's rook C6, pawn, bishop takes, queen C6, and queen C7 checkmate.
Can't escape.
Right. So what do you do then? What do you do? Because if you go C5. There is a feeling that something's going to go wrong.
Yeah.
Even like D6, knight D5, knight D7 check, or...
But somehow you don't want to be closing that diagonal.
Yeah. C5 feels weird. But what are your options?
No, I feel like C5 is necessary because otherwise White is going to break through. But I'm just thinking...
you don't want to be playing D6, you think?
Not if I can help it, not if there's other moves at their disposal. So I'm just thinking, I mean, black does have G2, G1, so let's try D6. This is the most forcing move.
So D6.
Bishop steps
Bishop
back.
F8, right. Well, there's a bit of a problem with my knight D5 because my rook is hanging. So what do? Do I go rook H7? Maybe I go rook G6. Maybe I can go rook G6, so now you'll have to trade. And at least I'm guaranteed to eliminate this pawn, right?
It's as simple as that, right? You have
Bishop A4. I think D7 should be. I don't see how, but I feel D7 should be winning. Just knight takes. Wait. Knight takes and then D7, of course. Then D7, rook takes, queen E8, and you win the game.
Yep. Well, looking nice.
Yeah, that looks extremely good for Muzichuk.
Okay. So Maria, with a win, she would move to 5 points.
5 out of 7.
Yes.
That's not a bad score. It's
Not a bad
+3.
score. And, you know, if she keeps up, she'll be in contention. for
Look,
those-
and in the ladies tournament, we have less players. So it might be that you don't need 8 out of 11. It could be that 7.5 is enough. Well, it
In
really depends.
2023, Vaishali had an amazing, amazing tournament, and she won with 8.5 out of 11.
Yeah.
So I think you probably need a high score.
Oh, depends, because less players typically means that less points needed, but maybe not for the first place, right? Maybe you're right.
Yeah.
Like for top 10, I would argue.
We
Like for
saw-
top 10, it's less points needed because simply like
But we saw earlier on from the stat, maybe we can pull it up again, you know, when it came to the percentage of white wins, black wins, and draws.
yes.
In the women's section,
Yeah.
that there were more decisive
Games than draws. Yeah. So you're right. So the winners will have kind of massive scores.
Right, just because of the nature of the
Of the
fights.
game,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. Okay, let's go back to the
Top
open-
boards in the
Yep,
open,
and
right?
let's
As we
revisit.
haven't checked on
Nihal,
Parham and Nihal for a very long time. All right, so what happened after King F2 was knight to D7, and that was the move Parham spent quite some time on, because it wasn't an easy move. And now, guess what? Computer, no, knight A4 is fine, queen A5. Computer recommended your G4 idea, which wasn't played.
Okay.
It wasn't played. So bishop to C7, Queen C7, Queen takes B4, and it's an understandable concept, kind of positionally exchanging the dark square bishops and trying to set up a blockade on C5, but there is a but. Black's better developed. And black decides to strike in the center. E5, rook to C1, rook E8, bishop E2, rook E6, a nice move. Defending C6, preparing to double the rooks. Pawn takes pawn, and rook A to E8. Rook A to E8. Now, I should ask this question: what happens if F4 is played? I know
think
it's.
you're going to be in big problems here.
I know it's quite a naive move, but I'm
F6.
trying to keep the pawn. Yeah, F6 works. Yeah, you're right. F6 works,
Unless
and
G4 is
if I take this guy, I
rook
lose to
takes
rook
E3.
E4. Rook E4, rook E3, other rook to E4, Queen F4, very, very bad. And other than that, G4, yeah. It feels like I'm playing with G4. You have bishop E4, even like a simpler move. You don't have to be like tactically brilliant or something. Bishop E4, black wins the pawn back. Right, so this is not recommended.
No,
Definitely
it
not
begs the question, like, what to do. So you almost feel like
Can I
white
do-
should start backpedaling a little bit. And I liked your knight C5 because it was also the first move that I was thinking. And oh no, that's not the
Yeah,
move.
computer doesn't like it.
But here I just thought that after knight takes knight, rook takes, then once black captures on E5, you just step back with the rook to C3 and
Yeah, well, the trick is apparently that if you take with the rook, then after Queen E5, and Queen E5 is not such an easy move to consider, right? Like, I mean, typically double the rooks and then put the queen behind. But you cannot defend E3.
oh dear.
You cannot defend E3
Yeah.
because if rook goes here, D4 is available.
Totally.
D4 is available. So in fact, stuff white should be scared of is not rook take, but queen takes E5.
Okay, so this means that maybe even you need random moves like you're spoiling my
This one?
thunder. Yeah, rook queen to D4.
Queen to D4.
Yeah, just because if queen E5 is a massive threat, which you have to be
All right, and then if black
Vigilante.
captures with the knight, this is where we go
knight C5.
knight C5 maybe. And evaluation bar kind of likes it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, so it's not necessarily that white is in trouble, but feeling is like if you insist with white on playing for a win, then you might get in trouble because black definitely has his con to play.
Well, Nihal Sarin has to understand that queen takes E5 is the big threat to guard against. Can we revisit the game between Hans Niemann and Yazkan Edomush, because it was boiling hot when we last left
Wow.
it. And it seems like everything is going Hans Niemann's way. So we left it with a thing,
After
with the
F3,
premise that black should not be retreating that bishop from g4.
after H3, right.
After h3,
And
we were like,
young
go
Hans-
bishop d6, go f takes g2.
Yeah.
Black has no time to lose.
Yeah, but Yazkan went bishop h5, allowing bishop takes, b takes, yes, and computer says you should have taken with the queen, but then it's a very, very sad position. We've already mentioned this. And white just trades, goes g4, and gets a healthy extra pawn. So b takes was played, and Hans finds rook to e5, very nice rook lift. Queen g6, g3, bishop to d6, and guess what? Knight to b3. So this rook will not be moving. The knight is going to c5. And if you took on e5, I believe knight c5 immediately is strong.
Could you throw in queen a6, or is that just
But then the king would be
have a step
would
up
be
to
running.
d7? Yeah. So okay, knight c5.
So yeah, knight c5 first. In order not to get checkmated, I guess you move the rook somewhere, and then whoa, I don't quite get it, but apparently this is the move. So white is better in other ways, like queen takes a7 or something, but the move which seals the game is this.
Oh, because after
Queen
takes
g5,
bishop,
you take,
queen takes
we are
c6.
taking away this square, and when the queen takes, it's queen c6, that's the threat, and we were planning to run to d8, but now we cannot.
Beautiful.
So that's a beautiful, beautiful, and one could argue, not an easy tactic to find, but Hans has a huge advantage on the clock.
Wow. And Hans making a bid for being player of the day. You know, he won player of the day on round 6, and he thought, well, I like that. And he wants more. If
So
he
rook
finds
g8
bishop
was
to g5.
So now anything to g5. Bishop g5 is good, rook g5 is good. Advantage Hans Niemann, and yeah, also very big advantage on the clock.
And this game is super sharp, but we also saw a really unconventional, very sharp position from Alireza Firouzja as he plays Yakubboev. Now, Alireza, remember, he wants to finish in the top 2. He's won the event. He won the event in 2021. He wants to repeat that feat. And he chose a very unusual opening. And we have now this position on the board. But if we rewind, I just want to compliment our prediction skills, because rook to b...
Queen b3, yeah, that was the position.
Here,
yeah, that was the position.
We were like, well,
rook
what
b8.
Where to go with the queen? And we concluded that queen a4 was slightly more accurate than queen c2.
Queen c2, so now bishop to f3. Played. White played the only move possible, which is d4, otherwise you just resign, I guess. And once again, maybe we should mention that this loses to queen to c6. And if you capture this one, it's just queen f3, check on e5, king f7, and the king is running away.
Yeah, I mean, it runs up the board, like if you go queen c7.
If you go queen c7, yeah, king
go up to g6.
King g6, and you can give one more check. Now I can go to h7 as well. Anyway, so d4. Opening up the bishop, knight e2 check, king h1.
Was knight to e2 forced because it just, I mean, was there something wrong with knight takes g2? Because
knight takes g2, I guess queen f5, yeah? Queen f5, and then the knight on g2, it's close to the king, but it's not threatening the king.
Yeah, because I guess e4 would be just met with
e4 and
just swap off.
Wow, this is actually tricky because computer says queen c5 is possible, but that's understandable. That'd be my reaction, like trade the queens immediately. However, even then, like white king is in a bit of a danger, but the strongest move is actually a4. Then white is the first to start the attack.
And that kind of checkmate with the queen and bishop actually has a name.
And the name would be?
And just as I was about to begin, it's it's a term with fencing. It'll come to me. It begins with B.
What?
B. I can't believe
Something.
I even said to you
Yeah,
what
you
it was
told
called.
me. You
I
told me.
you. And
you
my
told me,
mind
but
has
I've
gone blank.
forgotten, of course. It's not like I'm not paying attention.
It's
I'm
okay.
just
It
like,
means in fencing you do 2 strikes and then, it's it's but can you believe I've forgotten it? Anyway,
King
embarrassment of the
H1.
day.
Queen C6 was played. Queen C6, and Queen C6 is not the strongest. Apparently, Queen B7 should have been preferred. In both cases, White has the only way to protect G2, which is Rook G1. And then, wait a second. So after Rook G1, if you take here, White...
Balestra.
Balestra.
Yes.
Balestra. Okay. Balestra checkmate.
Yeah.
Queen F5. Was it? Yeah. Queen F5 is the line. Rook G1, by the way, is on the board. Rook G1's on the board. It's the only way to stop a checkmate. So now, if you capture G1, it's Queen takes F5, I guess. Interestingly, not King G1, because I imagine Queen G6 is still. The attack continues, you'll have to go G3, and they will come after you on the light squares, Queen G4 or
Queen G4
H5.
looks very good.
Right. So after Knight G1, White actually has to take on F5 and then threaten this check. And yeah. You can do that, and then all of a sudden,
White has the advantage.
quite a serious part of excitement disappears. But White has an advantage, yeah, for sure.
I mean, you're a few
There's a
pawns up,
lot of pawns, right?
and you can anchor the bishop on E3. It does a
Yeah.
lot of heavy lifting on that square.
It's still gonna be hard to win, but right.
it?
I was thinking if I go here
Bishop to E3.
and I go E3 and I go A6,
Oh, I thought you were going to go
it
rook.
seems like you can't stop Rook B1, right?
Yeah.
And it could be just a draw. I mean, I don't know, but it could be.
Well, the fun continues because no queen takes F5 has been allowed. Rook F8.
Rook to
F8.
F8 is what he plays. Rook F8, defending F5, and apparently it's a very bad move. The evaluation jumps in White's favor, but Firouzja has to find a very strong move, D5. So D5 breaking the contact between the bishop and the queen. You have to capture D5 with the queen. Bishop D5, White just picks up the knight.
Could you also, instead of D5, is A4 a little bit
A4 is also good. Yeah, A4 is also good. But D5 is the strongest, and also I find it the flashiest, and therefore.
Yeah.
Therefore.
But, okay, so I
D5, if queen takes C4, and if you were to go back, then I imagine you just develop the bishop.
Bishop D2.
Bishop D2 or something, yeah. Bishop B2. You can actually, wait a second, you can actually take. Why don't we, after Rook F8, why don't we take immediately? Because then you take and you go Rook F6.
Follow that by Rook
And
G6.
for better or for worse, somehow White still has a draw. Computer tells me I'd be terrified with the prospects of Rook going to G6. But yeah, but if you include D5 and C4, and then you can take, because after Rook F6 there is Queen B3. There's Queen B3, you challenging the queen, and then you start checking. It's very hard. It's very tricky, elusive tactic, but if anyone can find it, it's actually Alireza Firouzja. So he's very good at these things. But your A4 is nice, yeah.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, you know, he has more time on the clock, though. He's got 37 and 46
So
seconds
he's
remaining.
semi-bluff, kind of pays off. I don't know if it was a bluff. Maybe he knew that he's, like, objectively, it should be a draw, but he's never at risk. And then you just go for it. And
If you know this position inside out, like the opening, and you know all the subtleties,
even then.
And your opponent is not expecting such a line, because you yourself said that your education on queen f3.
Yeah, it's dangerous for white.
It's dangerous for white.
Dangerous for white, but if white knows,
Take the bishop, you know, it's very
Right.
dangerous. But if white just kind of knows exactly the details, then it's worked in terms of clock time. I mean, and finally, Yakubboev has played
Rook
imprecise-
f8, which is a mistake.
Yeah.
Apparently, again, if I'm checking with the ancient, the stronger move or the strongest move is Rook b6, which is very hard to... Wait a second. He was saying Rook b6, Yovi, I swear. And now I played Rook b6 and it says, no, white's winning after Queen f5. I'm confused.
Yeah. Well, it's a confusing type of position. But it was saying... What was the move it was saying? So you're saying it was Rook b6 and then...
It was saying Rook b6. And then the moment you put Rook b6 on the board, it says, no, you know what, Queen f5 and white's winning. So, but what move we tried? We tried knight takes g1, right? And then takes f5. And then, what was bishop g2, king g1, queen e4. That I thought was a chance to kind of make a draw. I'm not sure if it's enough. Yeah. So here, bishop e4, bishop e3, a6.
Yeah.
So if you do this, I'm planning to do this.
It should be a draw, because the bishop is going to win the pawn on a2, and it can dance on that one diagonal. So then the kings can follow each other.
Yeah, it's like still tricky, but it does look like black should be achieving a draw here.
Yeah. Well, it was missed. Rook to f8.
Yeah,
was
rook
the
to f8,
aggressive
and now
try.
a4 or d5 should shift evaluation in Firouzja's favor.
And he has plenty of time to work things out. Now things are looking good for...
Look. The jacket comes off. Now this is serious. Like,
it means business.
Yes.
Let's go one board down to the game between Vincent Keymer and
Theodoru.
Yeah, because this one was pretty interesting from the opening. I mean, we left it in early days where Vincent, we felt, had to
castle long, but he decided not to.
Well, he put his bishop on d6.
Right.
So, I mean, in order to protect any potential weakness on c7.
So his position is like solid, I want to say, but so is Nicholas's position, right? And then after, so last move was bishop c6 to d5. What does white do? I'm not sure. Like whenever I see something like this, I just think, okay, I wish rather if I would be playing this position, I wish I'd rather not to, because that's very confusing. I imagine like if white ever gets a chance to play for a win, it should be capturing the f4 pawn, but I find it very dangerous. If f4 pawn stays there, then black has no weaknesses. So what I want to take on f4, bishop takes, pawn takes, and claim that, yes, e7 will be taken if you take f4. I don't know if it's any good, because it's scary, right, leaving the king like that.
Yeah, but the knight on e1 does a sterling job defending that g2 point.
Yeah, so I guess rook takes, question mark.
Let's just take on c7, just
rook
because
takes
I can.
on c7, and queen g5 or knight f5. Does knight f5, does knight g6, right? Any of the two kind of makes sense. Maybe knight g6.
And what about e4?
If
Am I
you go
taking too
e4,
many risks?
yeah, e4 looks nice, in fact.
Yeah.
Because where the bishop's going.
Yeah, if you step back.
Where the bishop's going.
There's a check on
and the bishop is gone. Like bishop a2, but it's almost, you almost don't want to make this move at all. Ah, well, queen h4.
Okay, you're threatening queen takes f2, the counter.
No, queen e3, you can take the pawn. Yeah, queen h4 is annoying.
Oh, they're very nice.
h4 is annoying.
But still, you know, the
Sorry. Yeah,
complications continue with knight to
You can go knight f3 and...
Then you can take on e... Can you take on e4?
Bishop takes e4. Queen. If I move the queen, you move the queen.
Yeah.
Bishop e4 protects g6 as well.
Exactly,
This
yeah.
is something that I didn't realize. Yeah, so you take, and then if knight takes, you take, and if the knight takes, you take. And it's a draw, all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Black holds.
Yeah.
The verdict, black holds, easy.
Black holds it easy, yes. It was a
No,
draw
it's such
all
a-
along. Has
such a
been
complex position,
calculated
this.
by the chess gods. No, no, it's a very complicated position. Well, a lot of things happening on the top boards, but we have Angelica here with us, keeping an eye on the action on the other boards. What do you have for us, Angelica?
I brought a couple of examples from the Nimtza Indian opening. The first position is being played between Beidulay-Leva, the women grandmaster, against women grandmaster Wafa. And in this position, knight c5 has just been played, targeting the bishop. So in this position, there is a big trick incoming. Bishop c2 was played, allowing beautiful sacrifice we're going to see. So in this moment, rook g1 should have been played not to allow any of these ideas. And if black will decide to trade their beautiful knight on c5 for the bishop, which is not so good on d3, white would be just happy. So after bishop c2, now suddenly knight is jumping to f5, e4, f takes e4, and at the end of the line we see that the bishop is targeting two of the rooks. Castle has been played, and in this position the mistake from black is coming, because here black played queen h4. Looks like a logical move, bringing the queen to the king's side, attacking the pawn on h3, attacking the pawn on h4. But first, black should have still taken the rook on b1. Bishop takes b1, rook b1, and queen h4. This position is much better because we see that the pawn on h3 and the pawn on g4 are both hanging, and there is a big pressure and dominance on the king's side. What happened in the game is after queen h4, there was a standing resource for white. Rook b4 targeting the bishop. Bishop had to step away. And if we look at the current position, it's white who is attacking. So unfortunately, the black lost this opportunity to go for it. And once we're going to step on the board of 20, it is against women grandmaster Balabaeva against Jaimo. If we go a bit, yeah, at this position, again, another Nimtza Indian is being played. And after take, there is this typical idea of sacrificing a piece and winning it back. So now black sacrificed the bishop on c4, but after queen c8, there is coming knight c4, queen c4, or queen c3. So white decides to give up an exchange, and after queen c3, queen is taken on a1. Now we can see that white sacrificed the material, but in exchange for it, white is up a development. So rook d1 has been played, knight e7, and in this position is where mistake from white came. Here, white should have continued with knight g5. The main idea is to try to trap the queen on a1. If black would be not careful and play something like knight c6, after bishop e3, queen c3, rook d3, the queen is suddenly trapped. So, and for example, something like knight g6, knight e4 would come with the same idea, bringing the bishop out and trapping the queen. So, queen c6, queen c3 should have been played in this position, but after knight e4, queen c6, suddenly knight is reaching this beautiful d6 square, and there is a full compensation. We see computer agrees, it's full equality, and we see initiative from white. But in the game, there was a mistake, played bishop g5 instead of knight g5, and after a couple of moves, we can see that queen managed to escape. Bishop takes on a7, king e7, and still white is trying with this d5 push, but black is just removing the queen from c7. And if we look at the current position, there is still some compensation for white for an exchange, but it's not that much, because even if white is going to push at some moment d6, king will step away, there is not going to be an attack. So I just thought these two examples of the Nimtza Indian are really nice to show and see how not easy and complicated positions are.
Yeah, it's very complicated, very crafty ideas there as well. I mean, I love this move that you showed us, knight to g5, which looks like is actually heading towards, attacking the black king. In fact, when I saw it, I was like, yeah, knight e4, knight d6. But no, it's just to take away the c3 square from the queen. I mean, I think a lot of us would have fallen for that and maybe just castled. So very, very devious trick. Thank you very much, Angelica, for sharing that with us. Well, it's been a start to round 7 of the FIDE Grand Swiss. We are going to step aside for a break, but when we return, the tension is rising and we're going to dive into all of the action. You don't want to miss it. Welcome back to round 7 of the FIDE Grand Swiss. Well, the games are in full swing, but there was one game that ended rather brilliantly. Well, Hans Niemann defeated 14-year-old Yazkan Edomush, and he's right here in the studio alongside Angelica to show us exactly what went down.
Hans, thank you so much for joining. It's a pleasure to have you here. Congratulations on the victory against Yagis Erdoğmuş. Please show us the key moments from the game.
Yeah, the Petrov was quite a surprise. I don't think he's played it before, so I was actually quite happy. I thought that maybe he wanted to play this sideline because he likes playing these weird forcing stuff. His coach likes similar things, but I was happy to see this, and then I've had a few games here, but Bishop G4 surprised me. Yeah, I thought C4 might have been the move, but I wasn't sure. Like, I couldn't remember. This is just bad. Oh yeah, it's just bad.
Sorry if you could stand a little bit.
Oh yeah, no, I don't know. I didn't really want to play C4 because I thought that I remembered something vaguely like C3, and he spent so much time. Like Queen F6, he spent 40 minutes. I noticed.
Were you surprised by the decision to castle long? Or?
Yeah, well, I don't know. I like my position. I didn't. I guess Bishop D6 here didn't really occur to me because I thought he was going, like, I thought that I just play this. Yeah, Queen G6 I missed. I thought if he takes, I have Knight B3, yeah. And then I have F3. So Queen G6. And then to castle kingside, I don't know. Looks a bit weird. But yeah, I can understand why it makes sense. But I think, yeah, after castles, I was quite happy here. Because I wanted to get a technical game against him. He's quite a concrete, young player. You should take the kids to the end game. So after takes F4, I was quite happy with Rook E1. Because the reason why A6 doesn't work is because maybe the engine says differently. But I was quite happy with this move. Okay, he has to, I guess, Bishop E7. But if here I have this, which is very strong, and if G6, Knight B3, I sack the exchange, like. I thought that something like this would just be practically really good. But yeah, I don't know. He probably won.
Played F3.
Played F3, which is quite a fighting move, but it's interesting why not takes. G3. Wow. Okay, interesting. Yeah. After H3, I thought the critical move was H5. And then I was planning Queen D1, and apparently, wow. Yeah. This I saw, I missed this. I saw all of this, and then I thought I was better, but I guess completely. I think it's not that human.
It's not human.
No, I saw this, and I thought, okay, I'm fine. Maybe the bishop, I don't know. But I suppose it's not enough, which is crazy.
It looked like that his attack is not.
Yeah, I was really happy with Queen D1 because it's quite a counterintuitive move, which I thought he might miss. But then after
Bishop H5?
Bishop H5, he's just, this is just...
Sorry, did you have any plans for F takes G2? Because that's what we were looking at.
After...
Yeah, because we came to the conclusion that you can't
touch the
bishop, yeah.
I take. Matthias takes, Bishop D6. Thought I had some check, and I come back.
It was crazy.
What if I go here? And I'm just lost. Wow.
Have you considered this takes on G2?
Yeah, I don't think I should try to even comprehend this. I really didn't think. King, what's that? I take Bishop G6. Wow. Yeah, I completely missed it. Wow. Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah.
That's not
but
good.
Luckily he played Bishop H5.
Yeah, and here it's just losing. Yeah. This Knight B3 was the killer move because it takes Knight C5.
Yeah, so.
Wow. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of thought with his time he would never take. But perhaps I was too optimistic. But sometimes you have to be optimistic and naive. And then you win games like this. But, well.
But of course, you had a lot of time. You would be able to figure it out.
In these types of positions, you never know if you want to spend your time. Because when they're in time pressure and you spend all your time, then they can get a moment to regroup. And he seemed so nervous. I kind of wanted to keep pressure. Yeah, I don't know. I think just including this first and G3, yeah, this would have been the, like this, you know, this is a very simple solution. Yeah, that's not good. Okay. Yeah, and then, wow.
And then after, basically, bishop h5.
I thought I played so well. Now I see I played terribly. Yeah, this was nice. And then I thought this was quite precise. Yeah, he should have played queen d6. And then I wasn't sure how to win this. Oh yeah, rook f6, tick, tick. Yeah, I saw this. Yeah, king j, queen h7. I have something like 97, check as a threat. I think this. Yeah, queen h7. Yeah, queen d6 would have been more, put up more of a fight. But I think he mainly just missed knight b3. Because if take, I have knight c5 and he's just losing. Just made it everywhere. So.
Do you believe that Yagis was trying to be ambitious and that helped you to score a victory?
Definitely. It's amazing when your opponents are ambitious with black. You see some players are trying so hard to get a game with white. Like Prague today, he played not stupid moves, but they're obviously inferior moves. And he did this just to hope for a chance to play a regular game. So this is kind of a dream that when someone just goes everything at you and then you're just reacting. So it was a fortunate game.
Hans, Grand Swiss so far going great for you. How would you evaluate your performance and chess in general?
I think it's pretty good. I've used my chances. I took a lot of risk when necessary. I think the day before the rest day, I really had to go all in, and I made the right decision to take a lot of risk, and it paid off. Of course, it could have gone either way. So now I am in a great position. And actually, the last Grand Swiss, I think after 6 rounds, I was also on +2, but I had I think 2 losses. So I'm quite happy that this is a bit more of a solid performance, and that level of consistency is necessary to win a tournament like this.
Does this victory also pushes your motivation for the top 2 to get into candidates?
No, I think the motivation was high regardless.
Regardless. Ivan, Keymer, do you have any questions to Hans?
Yeah, I do, because Hans, earlier on you mentioned that you wanted to take a very concrete approach to this game because you were playing a youngster. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
I don't know, concrete. I meant actually more positional, technical. He's actually quite a concrete player, so I think I meant
you just wanted to.
I looked at his games, and technically and positionally, when you're younger, you lack some experience in the end game. You lack some. You can just tell by his opening choices that he's trying to complicate the game at all costs. And when you know his coach, Mamedyarov, it doesn't take a lot of guesswork to think what type of position he might be comfortable with. So mainly with younger players, because that lack experience, you want to get them in a position that they have never played before, and it's quite easy for they, unlike like another 2650 player who's experienced, would never get into trouble in the opening like this because they are a bit more pessimistic and
trying to be more solid.
Yeah, because they've been jaded by being crushed by stronger players. So you have to learn the lessons the hard way sometimes.
Absolutely. Mira, do you have any questions?
Oh well, no, not really. I was. There was one, in fact. Like, how did it feel when he was spending all this time? Like, how do you have like second thoughts? Like somebody all of a sudden in the position that you think, okay, maybe there are subtleties, but queen f6 or bishop d6, whatever, and somebody thinks for 40 minutes. What do you do?
I wasn't surprised. I looked at all of his games and his time usage in his previous games, and he did this a lot. So.
So he just known for that.
Well, at least in this tournament, if you look at one game against Abdusattorov, he's in huge time pressure, and almost all of his games, he's been in huge time pressure. So that's another habit that.
Don't remind us of this game against Abdusattorov.
Yeah. No, I looked at a lot of his games quite closely, and you can see people's patterns and habits if you look close enough.
And interesting enough, just one further question. I mean, how much preparation, like in terms of time, do you put it in for every game here?
I prepared more for this game, not really as much on the opening side because I knew he was going to surprise me, but I analyzed a lot of his games, his coach's games, and trying to get a feel. I also looked at some of the games he played online to get a sense of his style. So I think that's more effective than repeating a bunch of lines, because when you play certain players, you just know that's going to be some surprise. Yeah. It's a waste of time trying to predict wherever they'll go.
Well, thank you very much for joining us here in the studio, and congratulations once again on what was just a remarkable victory.
Thank you.
And you're on course for maybe getting our second player of the day. You know you won it for round 6.
Yeah. They've been very fighting games. It's so nice because in the beginning of the tournament it was so miserable because all my opponents would play such boring openings, and it was very technical. Sometimes that's how you have to win, but I've been quite fortunate to have opponents who are willing to make the game more of an art than a boring science.
Yeah, well, congratulations once more, and we hope if you have more victories, you'll come join us again in the studio.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Very much. Well, there we have Hans Niemann with his victory over Yazkan Edemus. And interesting enough, our poll of the day, they predicted what was going on, because 42% of our viewers, they voted that Hans Niemann would win. So 42% of you were correct. What a sharp game. And Miro, I know that we are itching also to go to another game because we already have a result on board 2 in the women's section.
Vaishali wins her game.
Takes the sole lead.
So takes the sole lead.
In the women's section. So let's dive over there and break down exactly what happened, because this is a crushing position, but let's rewind and see how we got there.
It was over there, B3, and remember we discussed how important it is for black to keep the queen on the 4th rank. And after queen a6, the move was played. So already white is much better. There was an opportunity to go knight h5, bishop e7 is fine as well. Bishop takes knight, knight takes bishop, f4. That's something that we were discussing, that if white gets the pawn on f5, it's actually quite dangerous. h5 was played, very concrete move, but, well, concrete moves, sometimes they fail tactically. f5, h4, knight h5, and if you take, it's too many things hanging, the knight, the mate, and the rook. So, and if black cannot take on f5, that means the position is terrible. So rook c8, f6, knight here, knight takes, queen appears on h6, next move, and this was it. h3, knight f5, and black resigned. You can't stop a checkmate.
Beautiful. Actually, it's remarkable how black's position just simply fell apart.
Absolutely, because of queen leaving the 4th
exactly.
rank.
Incredible, incredible stuff, how chess can just turn on one moment. Let's revisit the top game between Nihal Sarin and Parham Maxudlu and see how things are developing there. Because if Parham wins, then he sets himself up very, very nicely for the close of the event. And, well, Nihal has actually got some things to say about this.
Yeah, Nihal, in fact, found, I believe, perfect version of like stopping black's or limiting black's counterplay. So he went queen to f4, attacking the bishop. Bishop dropped to g6, rook d1, knight went to c5. So perfect coordination. Here apparently it was better to go rook to f6, but that's another story. After rook e7, rook c3, all of a sudden white gets everything under control. h5, rook to d4. Very pleasant moves to play, you know, like with every move you just get a little bit more control of those dark squares. Queen a7, h3, preparing g4.
Okay.
That is Firouzja winning.
Firouzja winning, so, okay.
Anyway, this one's slightly better for Nihal, but the game goes on. Let's quickly check on Firouzja. So Firouzja wins, and I can tell you there is a big news coming later on. Okay, we have one more result. It's Nicholas Theodoru and Vincent Keymer making a draw. Firouzja, we've seen, I believe we've seen rook f8, and I was advocating for d5, but a4 and then bishop a3 check. Your solution, Yovi, was enough. And then d5, then he went d5, queen d5, rook a to d1, queen c6, and queen to b3. White king was in danger, but it's a black king which is going to be checkmated after queen g8. So Firouzja wins a very nice game, climbs up the standings, and on board Yeah, we are shown Parham and Nihal, but can we go on board 2? Because apparently Bluebaum has decisive advantage over Erigaisi.
I know, he's
With the
going
black
to shake
pieces.
things up big time. I mean, he already defeated Pragnananda, and now he's going for Arjun
Yeah.
Erigaisi. Bluebaum, European champion, so fantastic.
Remember that Catalan where we said, yeah, it looks more pleasant for black, and indeed it was more pleasant, and it was more pleasant until the moment where Erigaisi decided to grab this pawn on a7, and it turns to be a blunder after bishop a8, not the move that you would think wins the game, but after bishop a8 there is nowhere to go with this queen. If you go to a4, knight b6, attacking the queen and the bishop on d2. So white went knight e6 out of desperation, then queen a4 and queen c2, threatening g6. Black goes king f7, bishop h6, bishop takes, king takes, queen a8, check, king g1. Black is a piece up. Black is a piece up for 2 pawns. One of them, if you wanted to, can be taken on a2. So that's just a technical and not so complex, should not be that complex technical task to convert. Queen a2, piece up for 1 pawn.
Right.
Everything's protected, like potential to trade pieces, that the knight, nice on d5.
He's banking on queen c6.
Queen to c6.
Rook d6.
There's rook d6, there's queen a5 maybe, so that you can block on f5, because after rook d6 there's this check, and then white gets somewhere, right? Like king, yeah, I guess king e8, but so let's see. They both have time, which is important, right? I mean, you don't want to be in this position with seconds on your clock.
No.
no,
I'm
even
not
though
sure
it's
you'd like to be playing black with an exposed king like that.
right.
When you're facing Arjun Erigaisi, so you do need all of the seconds and all of the minutes in the world to figure this one out. Yeah, queen to a5
So
makes
if I go
so much
there
sense.
and then bishop e3, let's say once again threatening the knight, only then you go rook d6. And now this check, you can reply queen to f5. So still tricky, but nonetheless, Matthias Bluebaum in a winning position.
Yeah, it would be really a shocker as we see the favorites tumble. I mean, it's only Alireza Firouzja and Arjun Erigaisi from the top 5 that are actually fighting on those top 15 boards.
Queen a5, the strongest move just being played. He finds it.
He finds it.
He finds it. So shall we check the other games which are in progress? Mishra, Giri versus Mishra. Then I remember Abdusattorov's game was very interesting.
Yes. Yeah, let's do that. And remember that we do have dedicated streams to these top boards where you can follow your favorite players.
Individual game, yeah.
In the description, in the links below. Okay, so.
So we go to board 3.
Let's head to board 3 where Anish, he seems to be enjoying a very nice position against Abhimanyu.
Optically very pleasing pawn structure for Anish, right? And he, well, I just wonder if, yeah, bishop to c5, dislodging this rook from b6 and planning to capture those pawns.
Yeah. What's he played?
I'm not sure what black has to do here.
Well, he's just made a move.
He just went rook b3, hitting e3 pawn. And Anish quickly captures a6. Rook a6. These two are on move 27 with 5 minutes each, but the position is not, well, it's not simple, but it's also not as wild as at some positions, some middle game positions that we have. So time should not be a big issue. Interestingly, if you were to take on e3, d5 is a very, very strong move. The rook's attacked. After this check, the rook's going to be attacked again. And after this, it's going to be attacked again. So it's intermezzo after intermezzo after intermezzo. Then eventually you take on c6. Right, so rook e3 is not good. So material is equal for now, but a7's hanging, c6 hanging, king is coming to f2.
Okay.
I feel like white's better.
Well, white is most certainly better, but I mean, how is black going to be surviving? To my eyes, maybe you go on the counter-attack with
Rook to b7?
rook to be, well, not counter-attack. I mean, that's too,
Like that.
that's too much of an
To
word
take this
here.
guy, yeah?
Just to take some activity.
Yeah.
I mean, I also...
So there's this one, or e6 exchanging the bishops. That's what I was thinking. Because sometimes, you know, rook endgames, you can survive.
What is he played?
He...
No, he's not yet made a move.
No, he didn't. Yeah, he didn't make a move. e5. Wow.
Wow.
e5. It's not a bad move, apparently, because if white was to take on e5, black captures c5. And now, after rook c5, black has rook e3 and d4 is hanging, and black is ready to cut off the king on the second rank. And all of a sudden, black is fine. Even the pawn down, yes, e5, brilliant resource by Mishra.
And if you take with a d pawn?
If you take with d-pawn, the same thing. Bishop takes, rook takes, and then black takes on b2.
Okay, so
threatens rook d1.
Let's do the fine-tuning then. Let's go bishop takes bishop.
Bishop takes f8, king f8, of course. And then d5.
Yes.
Okay, that makes much more sense. So now you take this guy, and I guess I go king f2. And rook b3, and I take c6, and you go rook b7, and you say, let's agree a draw. Okay, maybe not like agree a draw, but if black wins back the b2 pawn. So the thing is, even like 4 versus 3, it's objectively a draw, right? If the pawns were exchanged, then you would get one rook each. It's objectively a draw. It's tricky endgame. You need to know some stuff, but it should be a draw. So I do like this e5.
It's also the kind of move that will really shock Anish. Because it's literally the move that you thought was impossible.
Absolutely.
Pawn on d4 and f4 covering the square, and it still happens anyway.
Right. And you would think with white, like, if anything, I always have control over the position, and then you get e5'd, and yeah, it's hard to control anything. Rook to c6 is something computer fancies. So now that if black was to take on c5, dc5, and I don't know what to think of computer's evaluation of 0.6 here. 0.6 could be one of those rook end games where you pawn up, but you don't win. Anyway, e5 seems to be a brilliant chance considering the circumstances.
Oh. And
let's move on from this one.
Noribek Abdusattorov, because Tabatabaei, his opponent, is in time trouble, and we like to watch the drama when the clocks tick down.
And Noribek seems to be in a commanding position after his last move, d6. The d-pawn is, well, seems impossible to stop, if you ask me. What do you even do with black? It's very hard to suggest the move. Bishop f7 was played, and now can you just go d7? d7, threatening d8. Bishop takes, knight takes, I guess, and then rook d8, and can you get over the finishing line somehow? Because I was thinking this and rook e8 check, but this is not the greatest. Knight takes rook, right? Wait. So it's not so easy to get to the e file then.
Wait. I mean, there's issues with the rook being on d8. So just, I mean, can you go knight to e8?
and then d6, and then...
Yes.
But maybe by a b5 then. Why do we do e8? Can we go to b...
I just want it to be flashy.
Fine. But then apparently the king is crawling, and then if you go knight d6, they trade and bring the king, and yeah, we might not win.
So, not as easy as it looks.
Yeah, well, maybe just don't rush Mira. Maybe don't play d7, because for now these pieces are stuck. If black was to take on c7, then of course
H3?
g takes c7. Oh, h3.
That is the
H3.
calmest move possible, right?
Yeah. And if black was kind of stuck on a previous move and didn't know what to do, then of course it makes even more sense, right? So, okay, I'll play this little h3 move.
I think it's also influenced by the fact that Tabatabaei has not too much time on the clock.
Right, so give him a choice, right?
Exactly.
And maybe he's going to make a bad choice.
He's only got 1 minute and 7 seconds. So this move just kind of kills the idea of any back rank counterplay.
Yeah.
So now what should black do?
Wait, but also I just come to realization that black is very close to a complete Zugzwang, because the bishop cannot be moved, right?
He's moved the
h5. Yeah. But that's what I'm saying. Like, you move the bishop, you get d7. You trade on c7, dc7 resigns. Knight cannot be moved because it defends the bishop. So black's options are very, very limited. So h5. It doesn't mean that white can just wait out until all the pawn moves are gone. Like go king h2, or then go g3, king h2, g4, and then eventually, black will have to...
I like the idea of going g4, just because it introduces this concept.
And we just blundered something, or I just blundered something, rather.
I did.
So there's a4, bishop
takes.
a4, and knight b2. And why is it different? Why couldn't black go a4 here, for instance? It's different because now I take, and you go knight b2, and I go rook a3.
And there's, with the pawn on g4.
Takes, and the pawn cannot be stopped. And with the pawn on g4, I guess you go like check, bishop c6, something.
Okay.
Right.
So that means that you should just simply step up the king to h2.
After h5, yeah.
Continues.
Wait a little bit, and... Yeah, but I think we trust Nordic on winning this, and we should move on and check other games. By the way, we have Mamedyarov playing right next to this game. We have Vidit, something that we did not mention. Vidit is playing Marc-Andrea Maurizi.
And
board 9.
Vidit is, according to the evaluation bar, significantly better, perhaps even winning.
Yeah, so let's do that. Let's go to board 9, if we can. Vidit against Marc-Andrea Maurizi, and over here, what's happening? Just a couple of pawns extra for Vidit, and the king apparently is safe.
But is it going to be so easy for Vidit
to convert
position just to progress?
Right, that's a good question. I'm thinking of something crazy, in fact, to bring the king here, e1, d2, because otherwise the king on f1 is not safe. The king on g1 is not safe either. So I'm thinking, should I just try to get the king all the way to c3, because black's rook is kind of shut down from the game, right? The knight on f4, it's very efficient attacking the king when the king is somewhere on g1, f1, but not so much if the king runs all the way to the queen side.
Well,
Black just made
queen h7.
the move, queen to h7, and looking at this. So now, no, king e1 is definitely not a great idea now.
They're on move 38.
Mm-hmm.
So even though Vidit has just over 2 minutes on the clock, he doesn't have to make that many moves. So it's not serious time trouble.
And Vidit went made a move with the rook, and I don't see where the rook gone. Rook e5.
Threatening rook takes
Rook takes g5, yes. And now if check, he'll have to go back on e1, or back on e1, right?
Yeah. But then he gets that.
And that's move 40. Yeah, and that's move
Exactly.
40. Right. That makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. And it's not that black is very comfortable defending this g5 pawn. If you go f6, then rook e4, I guess. Computer even wants rook e5, rook f5. I guess you simply take this horse eventually, and you get a lot of pawns. You anchor your knight on e6, you know, and
Yeah, but it still feels very risky. It's not kind of a controlled advantage that you want for white, because
yeah,
the white king is constantly in trouble.
Fair. Wait, can you? No. I'm thinking, yeah, trade the knights. Maybe trade the knights would be good, but then there's rook c1. So still there is.
Maybe he can just go. He go rook e1, and this is the idea.
Yeah, after that you just go rook e1.
Everything is kind of completely safe, and then you just go b5, a4.
Create the b pawn.
Yes.
Yeah, or my version of like exchanging the knights. Why don't we do it like by going d5 and then knight e6, right?
Yeah,
and take with the pawn. Yeah, that's also nice. Yeah, but your b5, a4 also. Yeah. Looks good. Looks good for Vidit. And he.
Let's again. I think we're also looking at Nordibeck winning the game, because there's been some progress.
Yeah, let's go back, right? So board 6, Tabatabaei finally ended up capturing. So after h5, rook b3 was played, and that's a little bit more forceful. So you apply pressure on this bishop. So what can black do? Takes c7, pawn takes, bishop e6, and now I guess rook to b8. Right? Rook to b8.
He moves his.
He went. No, he played something else. He went bishop to d5, which seals the deal. Bishop d5, and when you take on d5, rook b8, and it's not the rook white is winning, white's promoting a queen.
And if you just step back with the bishop, trying to get the he
knight
takes it.
Then the knight is hanging, right? I mean, if you go bishop c8, it's bishop takes c4, white's piece up, and the c7 pawn is still there. Yeah, so he takes it, rook b8, and that's, I think this is it.
This is it.
This is it. Nordibeck, Abdusattorov with the win.
And that means he moves on to 5 points. What to do? Well, the problem is that if you defend the rook, it's rook takes rook.
Oh, he just realized. Yeah, it seems like he just realized that the c8.
And then we
rook
see.
takes rook and c8. Yeah, because over there, king f8, if you were to promote, and I imagine like in the time trouble, you could think that white, next move, white promotes the queen. Then it's actually not so simple, right? Black connects, that doesn't lose a piece, and theoretically even has one pawn for an exchange. But rook takes rook, and then c8 queen.
Let's move over to the game between Anish Giri against Abhimanyu Mishra, because Anish is the one with just 1 minute on the clock. They'll move 33.
So there's still some intrigue there. Rook a6, so now.
And Abhimanyu
Black should take, right?
Right, you have to take, but I mean, I just again have to completely applaud Abhimanyu Mishra for finding some incredible defensive moves to get to this double rook endgame. Take the pawn.
Yeah,
and
rook takes.
A pawn will be falling off the board though. Where to go with?
No, you can return, I'm thinking. So
step up with the king. King f3.
You go king f3, right. So now if the rook gets into a passive position, then white should be winning. You see the evaluation bar rises to the top because king will run very, very fast. So that means after king f3, what one has to do is put the rook behind, the passed pawn, right? White moves the pawn to c6, and this is where you go with your king. Wait, king e4.
So this is relatively stable position, even though the players don't have so much time, would you say? Because there's also mad time trouble in the game between Nihal, Sarin and
on board
Parham,
one,
Maxudloo.
yeah.
Yes,
Let's go there.
There's a
Let's
lot more
go there.
pieces on the board.
This one will not end in next 5 moves, right? Yeah, wow, Maxudlu's below 1 minute, and Nihal is not, doesn't have much more time.
And they're on move 32. White's just taken the pawn on a5.
Queen c5, queen to b8, and queen takes a5. So what do you do with black? Black desperately needs source of counterplay, because white just won a pawn. If white, returns, protects everything.
You've got to hold your nerve, because Maxudloo just had 19 seconds. He made that move with 19 seconds, and he lets go of the pawn on c6. He's banking on rook takes e3 being a great move.
Wow. Knight d7 apparently was a mistake, but it was really hard to find the best move for white, which was for black, which was bishop f5, in order to disturb the knight with g5, and maybe queen from b8 would have played all the way to g3. So now after knight d7, you're right, rook c6.
And Nihal Sarin, I just got to say, is one of the best online bullet players in the world, and he sees things so quickly. So the first thing that he'll be looking at is that rook takes c6. He is reaching for it, and that will give him a big advantage if he takes that pawn, because the pawn on d5 is also hanging. Nihal finds it.
And now if rook takes e3, you have, well, I was thinking queen c7 was good, but queen c7 apparently allows queen b4, and then the rook is hanging. Well, you still have to be very, very precise. Naughty back Abdusattorov, we are reminded he has already won.
But the action is happening here on board 1. Because Parham Maxudloo at the minute nursing a half-point lead. If he loses,
he gets overtaken by Nihal Sarin and possibly Matthias Bluebaum, who has an advantage against Erigaisi.
And the clock ticks down for Maxudloo. He captures
rook
on
takes e3.
Now, what is Nihal's plan?
Wow, knight g6 is not a move. Or rather, it is a move, but it allows queen g3, and apparently the situation levels. It's nothing like immediately, but you allow queen g3, so it was vital to go rook c7 to block this diagonal for the queen, but it wasn't an easy move to find. So knight g6, now black absolutely had, whoa, there is rook f3 check, Vantika. There is rook takes f3 check.
What has he done?
He went queen g3, king f1, and now is there rook f3? Yeah, rook f3 leads to a perpetual, but can he find it?
He's reaching for the knight. Maybe he wants more.
Knight f6. It's a good move.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a good move. Maybe the knight joins the attack. Now, wow. And the white knight cannot escape. It's trapped, right?
It's completely trapped.
Wow, knight f6, what a move. So now computer suggests that you have to take on f6, you have to take then the pawn on h4 and eventually queen d5. And white somehow keeps it equal, but all we know, it's a crazy, crazy position. And by the way, if white doesn't play rook f6, it seems that computer starts to prefer black.
Wow. Wow.
Wow, what a turn. What a turn here.
Yeah, because there's so many ways to come in with a knight. Knight to h5. Take that knight on g6.
Yeah, you can take this knight on g6. Now all of your pieces are active. Exactly. You can even consider like moves like rook takes b3, get back some material.
Nihal now down to 36 seconds, and he has to, according to our engines, find rook takes knight to hold the balance. If he doesn't do that, he's going to be slightly worse.
So basically that is what the engine wants white to do and says it's equal. To me, it looks like anything but equal. Rook takes f6 played. Rook takes f6, so now
Yeah.
Well,
You're gonna take
logically, the only move is to take the rook. Yeah. You're just down too much material. Yeah, so you do take G takes F6. You do take G takes F6, then...
Knight takes H4.
Yeah, knight takes H4.
You might as well sell the knight for a high price.
Right,
exactly
and then
what's
black again doesn't have any other move but to take the knight, and then white captures d5. Where, again, I believe in this position, if you get it, it's move 38, so that they will pass the time control then. And it's black who has to be careful, maybe.
Well, the white king is
still
very unsafe.
Yeah, the white king is still not
Like,
the
you can
safest
just
king ever.
Somehow see
Yeah,
the rooks will perhaps synchronize along the
Excellent.
fifth.
on the first, like rook
Yeah, I'm just thinking rook to
e5, let's
E5
say, and
first.
then this could be one of
Yes.
your ideas, something. Yeah. Again, and what computer does after rook e5
Hang on a second.
What?
He doesn't take the knight.
doesn't
He
take
plays
the
rook
knight.
takes b3.
So after knight h4, he has played rook takes b3,
That's-
and I
that is
tell
not
you
a good
what,
move.
it's a blunder. It is a blunder because now white can go knight f5. White can go knight f5, and
Queen on a5 is defending e1 mirror.
check, rook to d1, rook takes, bishop takes, and there is no checkmate.
No.
Apparently he blundered this one because, and he has no way back because remember rook f3 was the trick, but now pawn takes, queen h3, you go king g1, and the knight from f5 protects g3, so he doesn't have a checkmate, he doesn't have a perpetual check anymore.
No. But Nihal Sarin, just 20 seconds. He's one of the fastest bullet players in the world. He finds it, knight f5, and suddenly Nihal Sarin is winning.
Well, seconds for both players that now Parham has to make a move with 40 seconds, but
How he holds his nerve.
well, yeah. So again, rook b1, rook to d1, and what they do, the queen's hanging, so you have to trade. You can try queen e5, but again, the queen is protecting, right? So
With this victory, Nihal would leapfrog Parham and take the lead.
well, Parham plays queen to f4. So now the knight's hanging.
Queen takes d5.
Queen takes d5. Wait. And check on b1 was Parham's plan. Rook d1, I imagine. You know what, you can finally play king f2 because the knight covers all the dark squares. So you don't need to. I mean, rook d1 is fine, but you don't need to do it. You go king f2, and, you know, it's a fantastic knight on f5, which could have been taken.
Right, and the thing is as well, it's not only a fantastic knight covering the key squares, it's also...
It's an attacking piece.
Exactly, I was going to say dangerously close to the black king.
Wow.
King
So
F2,
one
very
more
careful
move, yeah, one more move. That's move 40. That's move 40 for Nihal Sarin. And then the moment, I think the moment we reach the time control,
Yeah, the moment. Well, I think Parham will definitely think and try to figure out what exactly he can do to make White's life complicated.
well, but he has to make his move 40. He did
not
not
ready.
reach the time control yet,
No.
right? So a few seconds left, and apparently the position is dead lost because
Problem is like, you know, moves like rook to e5, you can just simply give a
rook
check.
e5,
throws
you
in
go
rook E5.
check. Yeah, you go check, and after king h7, you know what you do. Like, you can do many things. Queen f8 is what computer likes to do.
Then
Because
take
rook
knight
f5, and you just go rook f8, right? Yeah, rook f8, even like that. So this check, it's only one check, g3. Rook e5 was played. Queen d8 on the board, and it's already move 41, and we know Nihal Sarin is winning.
He looks around. It's that moment where he knows he knows that this is his game.
So king to h7, and now, wow.
It's almost like he
Look
can't help himself. He has to make the move.
It's 15 minutes.
He has
15 minutes. I mean,
15 minutes on the clock. He doesn't have to make a move immediately, but I think he sees it. Queen f8 is going to be the killer blow.
Wow.
And we're going to see complete shake-up in the standings.
Absolutely, a lot of important results today. This one being, the most important one, I guess, because we get the change of the leader.
Okay, we see there that Nihal has
finally
stopped. I mean, this is good advice that we see. And Parham, just one big mistake there at the end in the time trouble. Missing the fact that the
brilliantly
queen
played, all this knight f6 ideas and so on.
Maybe we can just quickly show the critical moment where things went badly wrong.
So apparently rook f3 was a draw. Rook f3, pawn takes, and then just a perpetual. So knight f6 was okay. Knight h4, and he just had to take on h4. Rook takes b3, and what he blundered once again is the fact that queen from a5 guards e1. So he thought it was impossible because there'd be a checkmate on e1.
Well,
queen takes f6, the move played by Nihal Sarin, but that's a very good move. You know why? Because rook f5, queen f5, bishop d3. This is what you call being practical. Queen f8, yes, it was like winning much faster, but this one is winning enough.
Exactly, this is called for.
And there is absolutely nothing else to do for black, because the checkmate is threatened. The second best move is to start giving up your stuff.
Yep, and Parham looks, he knows it's over. He looks at the score sheet.
Wow.
Just waiting for his opponent to return, and that is the killer blow. Nihal Sarin wins. Well, wow, that was the dramatic time trouble. But we've seen a lot of decisive results, amongst them Nordebek Abdusattorov, who did beat Tabatabaei, and he's right here in the studio, joined by Angelica, ready to take us through those key moments.
We're so happy to have Nordebek Abdusattorov on his home grounds here in Samarkand, in Uzbekistan, winning against Tabatabaei. Huge congratulations. Could you show a couple of moments, key moments from your game?
Yeah, thank you very much. It was a very interesting game. I chose to play the Gioco Piano. He opted for bishop e7 line, and we got pretty much normal position. And here he started to spend some time. After king h8, I think rook e1, f6, and after c3, I think, it's my guess, but I believe that he was out of book, and he spent, like you could see after c3, bishop e6, he spent more than 50 minutes there. So, yeah, it was, I don't know.
Was it surprising for you? Or?
Yeah, it was surprising because he could do like many moves here, there are many kind of normal moves like a6, rook b8, bishop g4. I was thinking like he would play something like that, but he opted for bishop e6, which gives a6. After which, I destroy his pawn structure in the queen side. Rook b8, he has to opt for this, and here I was pretty much very satisfied with my opening position, and yeah, I was very confident here. And after he played a couple of moves, and here he played, I think, a5, a little bit careless, I think, because it gives d4. I was considering actually to play g5. I don't know, because yes, I mean it's kind of weakening, but I thought.
But you cannot play d4.
I can, but g4, I was not sure about it. Like knight h4, engine is very, very precise in this kind of positions, but it's never easy, to
over the board,
to evaluate over the board. So I was thinking maybe g5, but he opted for a5, and after d4, I was sure like I was much better, and I was, okay, I mean engine confirms my assertion, and here, yeah, I think we played normal, and we got this endgame. after bishop b4, yeah, here I could take pawn, but I think here he had a very good drawing chances. So knight c5 is, I think, much stronger, and a little bit farther. Yeah, knight a6. I think. Yeah, it was
here
pretty.
you were already confident in your winning.
Yeah, I was also pushing him on time. He had like 10 minutes, and his position was very, close to lost practically. I mean, it's surprising that Engine is not so sure about it, but yeah, okay, knight d5 was apparently a blunder, but okay, I was sure, like during the game, I was sure that my position is winning. So.
There's beautiful bishops and the pawn running forward.
Yeah, I think we got like my pieces are dominating his pieces. He can just create any counterplay, and I just improve my position, and yeah, here just winning.
Cannot do anything. Wow, beautiful game. Nodderbeck, you have had some interesting games in the big time trouble. There was a game against Yagis, which was the longest game in the Grand Swiss. How do you feel about this time control here at Grand Swiss?
Yeah, I mean, it's a very long time control. It gives you the opportunity to think a lot. I mean, in the opening especially, to figure out your preparations or trying to remember. And I think it's important that up to first time control you have a kind of good position, because a lot of things happen in the first time control, till the first time control. So I think if I get to the first time control with a kind of slight edge or playable position, I'm just generally very happy. But yeah, I mean, that game against Erdogmuş was longest game in my career. Yeah, I mean, I didn't expect it to be that long, because I could, my position was completely winning, but I managed to mess it up. Yeah, besides that, he played, great defensive game. I mean, it's clear that he's very talented. He's very impressive, especially in time trouble. He's not panicking and just making good moves. Yeah, so far my tournament is going well. I'm on +3, and yeah, looking forward to put up a great fight and to try to qualify to candidates.
And how is it to play in Uzbekistan? As I see always in the playing hall, there are many fans from Uzbekistan. There is a lot of support here. Also, Hakim of Samarkand was here. How is it for you to feel this support?
Yeah, it's a great feeling. It's a proud moment for Uzbek chess, and yeah, I'm very happy. I'm very grateful for our government, for our chess federation. They're doing a great job. And yeah, I'm enjoying this tournament. I mean, the hospitality is great, everything is great. I think it's much better than Isle of Man.
Oh, nice, yeah.
I mean, it's my personal feeling. So yeah, I mean, apart from that, place is nice, it's just quiet, and all you need to concentrate on chess, and I think.
And that's the most important.
Yeah, I think that's it makes you concentrate your full attention to chess, and that's a great feeling.
That's perfect. Thank you so much, Nodderbeck. Do you have any questions, Ivanka, Miro?
I just wanted to say congratulations, and once again, if you win another nice game, come join us in the studio and share with us.
Yeah,
thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Angelica and Nodderbeck. And Nodderbeck winning against Tabatabaei. He moves to 5 points, but it is situation critical for Arjun Erigaisi on board 2.
Yeah.
Let's head there, because Bluebaum, he defeated Pragnananda. And now he's going to be defeating Arjun Erigaisi with the black pieces.
Well, absolutely. The game is still on, because Arjun keeps coming up with some tricky tricks. But yeah, from what I can see, computer, Bluebaum is to move, and computer gives minus, or rather, after queen f4, it starts saying checkmate in X moves. So, I mean, black checkmating white, of course, not other way around, because you'd be.
I mean, look at the position.
Yeah, but there was that this is it. Queen F4, Queen F4, and it is official. Matthias Bluebaum beats Arjun Erigaisi, and that means
he moves into the lead.
He moves into the joint
alongside
lead.
Nihal Sarin. And what a shake-up we have seen today. Parham Maxudlu losing to Nihal Sarin. Arjun Erigaisi also falling against Matthias Bluebaum. And what a competition we have ahead of us.
And then on board 3, similarly quiet game, the rook endgame pawn up for Anish Giri against Abhimanyu Mishra, all of a sudden becomes even more important, because the winner of this, and let's agree only Anish can win this position, but if he wins, he will be in a joint lead.
Yep.
They will tied for 3 players tied for the first.
That would be absolutely unbelievable happenings going on here in Samarkand. I mean, what did they do on the rest day, Mira?
Wow, I don't know. I'm still, this game, Nihal Sarin with Maxudlu, it took, I can't imagine how much energy it took the players. Because even for us, did you notice like this little short fragment when the whole kind of tactical scramble started? On knight d7, Parham's losing, and then the pawn is taken, and blah, 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 and then black is back to being... I feel like we need, a breather after that. It's such a hard, moments to live through. It's so heartbreaking. It's so, it requires so much energy.
Well, as the players do just settle in, I think it's also a really good idea, like, to hear from some of the players themselves. We've had a lot of decisive results, a lot of surprising results. Alireza Firouzja playing a fantastic game, choosing a very clever opening to defeat Yakubboev. We also had Matthias Bluebaum defeating Arjun Erigaisi. Hans Niemann
with the win, with
another spectacular win. I think he wants to win our Player of the Day 2 times in a row.
Right.
And again, just working down the list, I can see there's some draws.
Yeah, and I can see Nepo winning. It's much on lower boards, but Nepo has won.
Going to board 21, things are going potentially bad to worse for Gukesh.
On board 21.
21. Gukesh in trouble again.
Let me.
Against the 16-year-old Edis.
Whoa! But what happened? What happened? He had seemingly had everything under control. Remember, there were times where black had 2 pawns on the king's side. Now he has none, and these white pawns, they're moving forward, and they're impossible to stop. H5, H6. If you needed to, you can lock out this rook from the game, and then the G pawn joins.
And what about the black pawns?
Yeah, the black pawns will also be moving. So,
not as fast.
Hang on a second, I'm heavily influenced by the engine's evaluation, because the second best move, which is H6, which I've advertised as, of course, that's what white has to do, it's only 0.7. And apparently the winning move is rook to e7, where you allow black pawn to promote. No, you don't allow black pawn to promote. There is rook c6. Okay, there is rook c6. So you go rook e7, you exchange the rook, and then there is nothing to fight with the h-pawn.
Well, that's quite
Bishop e5, and you just go h6. Yes, it is quite tricky. I agree, it is quite tricky. On the other hand, it's move 41, right? So they've gotten this increment. They've gotten the increment, and c3 anyway is the best move for Gukesh. It's just that even the best move is not enough in this position. I believe something has happened in the time trouble.
Yeah, maybe we can do an action replay.
Yeah. A little bit. Yeah, I guess, yeah, the queens were traded, and this is what we've seen, right? So rook h7, and computer says advantage black. Rook e6 is still fine. Bishop f8, knight to c4, knight g7, rook e2, king f1, rook d2 is good, rook e1, rook takes d4, still fine. Here, a apparently he needed knight d2, so c5 was too slow. Rook f5 check. Here, still fine for black. c4, knight f6, traded. Rook d3 is the bad move. But how do you know it's a bad move? It's the most natural move in the position.
Yeah.
So apparently you needed to go rook g4, and then the pawns are not moving, and you're actually kind of threatening rook back to g8, and then rook takes h4. But yeah, you have two connected pass pawns and the rook. So this mechanism of caterpillar, as you call it, right? It's very, very natural,
for
right?
Gukesh, right? That's
And
making these.
It was move 40 as well. Sorry to interrupt you. Yeah.
Very natural moves, but appear to be blunders.
I imagine it's hard for him also that a lot of eyes watching, you know, a lot of eyes. He's of course like he played these super tournaments where a lot of fans, but here it doesn't matter how it goes. Like it's still like a lot of people watching him.
It could also be the type of position that he seems to find himself. You know, this Caro-Kann position, not an easy one to play. A lot of dynamics, a lot of imbalance as well. So the price of an error is going to be super high when you find yourself in that type of position.
His third loss in a row.
It's going to be his third loss in a row. Again, you know, it was the same again with the game Abhimanyu Mishra. You know, he took the offensive, went for this G5, H5 setup, and then made one big mistake, and he just couldn't really get back from that. And then if we look at the game from
the previous there was Nicholas Theodoru.
Right. I mean, that one was a little bit more.
I think he was just pushing too much.
I think so. I think, you know, he just wanted to win so much, and sometimes you just got to do what has to be done on the board and just forget about what you want. And White's still thinking.
And this h5 perhaps has to be, like you have to explain what's wrong with rook takes h5 because the pawn is on free. But after rook f7, white all of a sudden gets a devastating attack on the king. So rook e8 followed by rook e7 or followed by bishop d6. And both black rooks are kind of cut off and cannot help the king. So of course it's tricky. And it's easily missable. I imagine like you play rook d3 and you just don't expect h5 to work.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, you just think that you're also fast. I mean, also take a look at the race. Like white's pawns are on h4 and g3. Blacks are on c4 and d5. Like you think they're further advanced.
You'd expect black not to be late, right, in this race. Like maybe black's not winning, but you wouldn't think, okay, I'm actually in trouble. Right. So c3 played. Now, interestingly, it's not as simple, right? Because wait, what was the move that the engine was at? No, wait. Bishop, something's... Jovi, I apologize, but I think I've misinformed you. So it wasn't c3. Gukesh played bishop d8. And white had to go rook d6 or rook c6, and instead white went rook f5. And now after c3, white's still better, but not as much. So something has changed. And the question is, why did white went rook f5 so quickly, having almost 50 minutes? Anyway, so this game will go on. This game will go on for sure.
Well, hang on.
He just plays fast.
What did he play? He played h6.
c3, c3, h6, The h-pawn's moving. Now black goes d4, so does the caterpillar.
d4, you know, inch forward.
Rook d2.
But it's true, though, because, you know, I mean, could we be seeing this idea that you mentioned with the bishop coming to g...
I guess you could go bishop g7 now, then c2. And if I go here, you go rook d2, and you do the caterpillar all the way up the board. So h6, d4 on the board. And now I have to either go rook c1 to stop you from playing c2 first, or the other option is like go g4.
Okay.
Then you go c2, and I go here.
Let's play out the race.
And you go here, and I go g5. And then you take on g5. Otherwise, yeah, d3, g6, white's first. So you sell the bishop for this pawn, and then you go d3, and I go bishop d6, and I go here, and I go here, and it's a mess. Or, not to mention that here you could have similarly captured. No, you can't take h6.
I was going to say, can you throw in?
Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you take this one, it's a check.
And then bishop f4.
It's a check here and bishop f4.
Yeah. Whoops.
Hitting both rooks. And I would think, yeah, but rook d1, come on, and you can still take. And d2 goes nowhere. d2 is just bishop takes.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa. That's a very, very complex position.
So still room for error, but I would say the most natural move is probably to go g4.
Yeah.
Get the race started and play that position with an extra piece. But even then, it's a game where all three results are still very much possible.
Right. And these are players on 50%, on 3 out of 6.
3 out of 6. And also to update you that Pragnanda, he's on 3.5 points. Looks like he is winning against Maxim Rothstein. So Pragnanda, really, he needed to start getting those wins in. And that's exactly what he came to the board.
Yeah, so Prague will be on 4.5. Erigaisi remains on 4.5 after a loss. And Nihal Sarin
moves to 5.5.
5.5. Yeah.
And it all depends whether we will see a three-way tie at the top, or will it be two people enjoying pole position?
And these two, I don't think they've played each other, Bluebaum and Nihal Sarin. I don't think they did.
No, because this is the first time that Nihal has been playing the top guys.
Yeah.
Nihal, he drew with Rasmus Svaner. He also beat Mendonça and Gumelash. So he was on a 2-game winning streak.
Right. So let me tell you, from top 10, we actually have only 2 games running currently. Shahryar Mamedyarov made the draw against Sargsyan. There was another draw for Pranav and Jordan Van Forest. So we have Maurizi with Vidit, and we have Giri with Mishra.
Mm-hmm. Whilst we're waiting to catch the players with so many results finishing, we're waiting to get some interviews. So let's also cast our eyes onto the women's section and update you with everything happening there. So we saw Vaishali. This is in the sole lead after beating Guo Chi.
I'm just like clicking. Yes, you're right. Yes, Vaishali won. The first to finish was first board, right? Of course, when it was a draw, then Vaishali won. Game 3 is on your screen, and this can and probably should go for long, because even though objectively it might be a draw, but white definitely pawn up with knights and rooks. We'll try for a relatively long time. On board 4, Muzichuk won against Hamdamova. Board 5 is still in progress, but I believe Solakido was, and still is, I believe, winning against Olga Gira. Those rook endgames can be tricky, though.
Yeah, they can.
This can be tricky. So this is what? This is board 5. On board 6, Fatalieva lost.
I mean, we were expecting that. Maybe we can see the conclusion of that game, because Angelica showed us the beginning where Black
the
King was
E7, the active king
the
variation. Right. And yeah, I guess. By the way, white played bishop takes f8, giving a huge chunk of his advantage away immediately. Yeah, but then once again gotten it back. It was a wild game. It was an absolute wild game. Knight to e6, rook h8, takes on h2, knight on h8. How often do we see knights on h8? And finally, knight develops and the rook joins the action. Queen h4, d4, d5, knight c4. Wow.
Yeah. It's one of those games, though, that you feel should have ended at the beginning, you know, with the king coming out.
Yeah, like with the king on f6,
spectacular sacrifice.
It's almost a little bit disappointed that white won, and actually in quite convincing fashion. But there wasn't. It's kind of not fleshy enough, right? Right, and then
okay, we have a result on board 3 in the open.
And what happened?
Expecting this to be a draw? No, it's a draw.
It's a draw.
And he held that rook and pawn game. And
so Anish simply couldn't find the way to break through. So f5 was played by Mishra, and apparently he claims this to be a fortress, and rightfully so, right? I mean. So black is just waiting, so the king guards the d5 square, and when Anish gives this check, the king goes here, now c7 pawn is hanging, the rook goes back, the king goes back. You can't enter with the king, and yeah.
Abhimanyu Mishra, a man
look at it. And he, once again, keeps firing variations at Anish Giri. You were planning to do this, but then after an easy-to-find 20-move sequence, I would be okay.
Yeah.
Now that's
continuing
impressive.
His unbeaten game streak.
And being placed in the position just half a point behind leaders.
Just half a point the leaders, and we've had many, many, many decisive results. We've seen a shake-up in the standings, and let's head over to Charlie's, who is live.
I'm here with Nihal Sarin, who just beat tournament leader Parham Maxudlu. Nihal, this is a chess game we all love watching. Chaos, pieces flying everywhere, time trouble. Tell us about it.
Yeah, thank you. It was a crazy game. I mean, I don't think it was expected from the opening. It was Slav Exchange generally has a very dovish reputation, but okay, just tried to play something kind of interesting, and also, of course, Parham will never back out from a fight, and yeah, it was a very interesting game. It became quite crazy, and yeah, a lot of moments I thought I was in some trouble, and towards the end I thought he was in some trouble, and yeah, in the very end, okay, with no time, like as you said, everything was flying, nobody knew what was happening, and I mean, in these scrambles, I mean, you need quite a bit of luck, and fortunately it was on my side today, because after, like towards the end, towards move 40, I ended up with a completely winning position. But I don't know, on the way he could have been winning or better, or I don't know. Yeah.
And in the opening, you were taking some time, you know, when you played your third move, knight c3. Was this because you were surprised by his opening choice? As you said, the Slav is peculiar. What was going through your mind in those minutes?
Yeah, it was a small surprise, and he plays quite a few things. I could not check everything, and yeah, I was just trying to choose what to play.
And this is an amazing victory. How do you feel about your chances to win this thing now? Do you feel more motivated?
And I never dreamt of that, but okay, I mean, still a lot of games to go, and yeah, I just hope to play good chess, and yeah, that's all I can do. And if I somehow manage to win, it's just a massive bonus. Yeah.
In our last interview, I asked you about your role in this Indian chess boom, and you said you didn't think you had one. But our comment section, people said they started playing chess because of you and watching chess because of you. Do you change that position now, especially after this game?
No, of course not. But I mean, thank you very much for the support. I mean, of course, one game or one tournament is not going to.
Well, thank you so much, Nihal. This was an amazing game. I know you're going to still go check it and see the up and down evaluation and how crazy it really was.
I'll just go rest first, and just I'm mostly relieved than anything else.
Well, actually, I didn't ask you. Yesterday was our rest day. Is that what you did?
What?
On the rest day for yesterday, we had some players who went out, some players who just prepared, some who just did like nothing and rested. What did you do?
Yeah, more like nothing and rested. Just played some ping pong in the hotel. That's it. Yeah, basically.
Well, thank you so much, Nihal, and good luck for the rest.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlize, and well done to Nihal Sarin, one of 2 leaders in the open section, and fantastic performance for him. Well, there's been a lot of craziness, a lot of surprises so far, and we have Angelica here with us to show another critical moment.
Indeed. Now I would like to show 2 examples, one on tactics and the other one on strategy. This one was played and just finished, by the way. Jonas Bjerre won against Jaime Santos. In this position, he is completely winning. Yes, exactly. At this moment, this position, he's completely winning, but this final blow also what stuns me. After knight h2, still trying to defend the position, he's bringing the rook to d1. Now checkmate is a threat. Knight takes on f3, but after pawn takes, unfortunately, after queen f3, we can see the material is equal, but rook g1 winning the queen, and after some moves, as we can see, the game ended, and Jonas Bjerre won this one. And I would like to move to the board, which was played between 2 Frenchmen, and it was played, by the way, in French defense, so it's board 22. We have Etienne Bacrot with the black pieces against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. It's interesting that we have this Frenchman battle and they played in French defense, and it became very close position. Where there was, as we can see, semi-open g-file. And I just want you to observe what happened in the game. Here, after rook d8, we can see what white is doing. White is just bringing the king to the position. And then, at the final moment, finding this tactical blow to sacrifice an exchange, which is very typical for such positions, where you cannot find the way to break through. You sacrifice material, rook e6, knight e6, and the other rook is entering. Now, pawn f5 is hanging, and after a few moments, we can see white is completely dominating. Now also knight is joining, and there are no open files for this rook, which black has. Black has an extra exchange, but it cannot be activated. And yeah, after a couple of moves here, Etienne Bacrot with the black pieces resides, because the pieces, there is even now knight and the bishop and the king, and then the center of the board with all the pawns. They are just unstoppable.
2 beautiful examples. Thank you, Angelica. No, I really like the way that Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, an old rival of his, playing against Etienne Bacrot, and he managed to crash through. No, it's a case of, it's not what the pieces are, it's what they do. But what a round.
Indeed. I mean, truly remarkable. So many shaking of the leaderboard on the top boards.
Totally. I mean, surprising results. What a surprising start, you know, to round 7. This is the beginning of the second half. Wow.
A lot of decisive games today as well.
I know.
Right, so remember we were talking about that, like before the free day, you expect them to take risks, but after the free day, they all decide, okay, let's take risk again.
I believe the players are hungry to play chess, because yesterday they didn't play chess. That's what we see.
I agree with you, Angelica. Thank you very much for showing us those 2 examples. Well, there we have it. We have 2 new co-leaders in the Open, and Vaishali stands alone in the women's section. We're going to take a short break for now, and when we come back, we're going to dive into plenty of the action, so stay with us. Hello, welcome back. And move 40 has been reached. And that means the players, they are settling in for that long think, preparing for the big fight ahead. But running up to that move 40, those time troubles, those scrambles, there were a lot of results. And one person, we haven't checked up on her, but Divya Deshmukh. She won her game. So let's have a look at some of those games that have finished, and then let's dive in and take a look at what is currently in progress. And this is Divya's game against
Velimir Ivic.
Yes, Velimir Ivic.
Right, so Divya played this game with white, and black just played b7, b5, and something that surprises me, but apparently is correct, is that white captures here and then goes castle. So, well, it seems counterintuitive, at least to me, that you exchange your central pawn for the side pawn. b4, knight to a4, and black kind of has a very nice structure, right? Rook c1, d6, black solidifies everything, goes bishop e7, goes castle, black's better. No, not really, because white has this break in the center d4, and I imagine the way it works, if you take knight takes, and then if you take with the knight, it's simply bishop takes, the c pawn is pinned, and if you take with the pawn, then white wins with e5. Right, so then after d4, it turns out black's position starts falling apart, dc5, dc5, bishop to h3, another brilliant energetic move, knight to b6, knight to c5, bravo, bishop takes, knight a6, knight takes b8, knight takes b8, and rook to e1. Black has two minor pieces against the rook, but pieces are so awkwardly placed. And, you know, e5 is hanging, bishop e7, bishop e5, knight c6. I wonder if it was possible to castle, apparently. I know, rook c7 happens in case of a castle, so black can't even castle. Bishop e5, knight c6, bishop takes g7, knight e5, once again, intermezzo after intermezzo, bishop back, knight takes, bishop takes, queen c2, once again.
Keeps on
keeps on this energy.
Yes.
Yeah, that's an amazing game. Bishop d4. Well, I'm just waiting for this moment where the queens were traded, and yeah, queen e2, rook e6, queen b5, queens were traded, bishop e7, king e7, and rook e1. And from now on, it's purely technical task, which was accomplished in style. Rook's traded, king crawling to d2, and then rook h4 might pick the h-pawn, and white already has a lot of extra pawns here. So that's rook and a 3, knight c3, and a3. Brilliant move. Knight b1, king c1, knight takes, and rook h4. So the knight's dominated, the b4 pawn will be falling. And after a few more moves...
Very good game there from Divya.
Absolutely.
Like
exactly. It's not like he just made a mistake and resigned, right?
Yeah.
So it was provocative, kind of speculative concept from black. And she refuted it with d4. And it required a lot of energy from then on, and she did.
In the beginning portion, every single move, you know, was a
threat or a capture, or yeah, very, very impressive.
And in the technical side, it's just a question of utilizing the rook, just because it's able to move so easily from one side to the other, and then the pass pawns can just get pushed.
Very impressive.
Very impressive.
Very impressive game.
And there was, of course, as we know, there are two women playing in the open section. Divya winning her game, but Alexandra Garashkina, she drew against Rasmus Svana. So good showing for the women. And let's take a look at the games currently in progress. Now, maybe... okay, we were a little bit too late, but maybe we can have a look at the critical moments between Maxim Rothstein with the black pieces against Pragnananda. Pragnananda needing to win because he's on 3.5. Well, he was on 3.5 points, and
he did win.
And he did win.
He did win. And remember Hans coming up with some witty comments about like Prague takes an enormous amount of risk with white in order to get a game. And that's true. Because, well, I'm not sure about the enormous amounts of risk, but like look like how the opening looked like. Knight c3, knight d2, knight b3, not the most kind of conventional way. And he captured on c5, where, yeah, creating black a very strong outpost on d4, creating himself a backward pawn on d3, but then f4 happened. Okay. Rook f2, concentrating all the pieces on the king side. Bishop takes knight. hg, and breaking in the center with e5. f5, knight e2. Still fine, by the way. Queen e1, queen c8. And this is the moment where Prague went b4. I think we are seeing a record, because White went 25th, pawn to b4, and then 27th, pawn to b4. So 2 times pawn to b4 in a span of 3 moves. Well, maybe not a record, maybe a typical occurrence if, if en passant is played against,
Yeah.
Anyway, so this is where White starts taking over, but still nothing major, and this f4... This f4, f4 still fine.
But it just feels like it's the kind of move that changes the nature of the game, because you could just go queen to d8.
But then c6 is hanging, right? So
oh my goodness, I forgot about that.
Yeah, I think queen to d8 could have been. Yeah, I don't know what happens now. I'm stuck and it doesn't respond.
Okay. The gremlins are out.
The board's is no longer responding. I don't know what happened.
Oh no! Oh dear! Oh dear!
I've broken the system.
The game was too good.
The game was too good. No, but seriously, we could use some technical help here, because
Well, we're going to be calling for assistance there, as the board has frozen. I'm sure our geniuses on the production team will.
But anyway, so Prague wins.
So Prague wins.
Shall we just go over the results in like top 10, top?
Yeah, I mean.
There's not so many games playing.
No. And some big results of the day. Parham Maxudlu going into the round. He was the leader. He lost with the black pieces to Nihal Sarin, and then we saw on board 2, Arjun Erigaisi losing with the white pieces against Matthias Bluebaum. And suddenly, we have a 2-way tie at the top. Matthias Bluebaum, Nihal Sarin, would you have thought, round 7, these 2 grandmasters? They're very strong grandmasters.
Nihal said it himself. I didn't expect to find myself in this position. First, I need to kind of come to terms that I'm leading the tournaments, right? Will you be analyzing this game? No.
No, we're just going to be resting.
He was very funny.
Yeah. And
good game. Yeah.
Fantastic game. Fantastic game from the pair of them. And then we have Anish Giri, Abhimanyu Mishra. That was a draw. So that means they're still snipping at the heels of the co-leaders. They're half a point behind. Alireza Firouzja, he used that rest day to his advantage, coming up with something very unusual, and it completely kind of discombobulated Nordebek. I don't know why that word came out.
Yeah, that's a fancy word.
It is a Nordebek Yakubboev. I mean, because it was such an odd position. I mean, I haven't seen the like. The queen at some point had to hide. Alireza's queen had to at some point hide on b1. But is the game between Ferdinand is back?
Right, it's
back
unfrozen. Yeah,
yes.
And it was still fine. I believe it has to do with the time trouble. So here, first of all, rook h5 wasn't the most precise. Queen g3, rook to e7, rook f4. Somehow, it's hard to pinpoint one mistake that black made and lost the game. But white's advantage keeps growing. White's advantage keeps growing. Rook to h8 and then queen to g5. And if you were to go rook h5, queen invades on f6, so rook f7, and then e6 would have won. Bishop f3, queen d8, queen g3, like back and forth, but somehow. Queen. Well, okay. So this is black's final mistake on move 40, being on seconds, I believe. But it's clear that too many threats happening on the king side, and you cannot allow yourself to move the queen away.
Yeah.
h5, e6 resigns.
Yeah, it was a difficult position there for Rothstein, but Pragnananda, playing that unusual brand of chess, you know, a very imbalanced pawn structure, very unusual position. So hats off to Pragnananda, but Pragnananda is not the only person in the family who's won, because Vaishali winning her game to take the lead. She takes the lead, winning against Guoji. And incidentally, we have quite a few families playing here at the FIDE Grand Swiss. So take a look at this.
So we have... Who do we have?
We have Vaishali
in Prague
and
leading the family tournament, right? Stefanova and Cheparinova on 8, Lagno and Grishuk on 8. And then Anna and Maria sisters. Anna Muzichuk, Maria Muzichuk sisters 7.
And Dinara Wagner and her husband Dennis Wagner, they together make 6. And then we have Frederick Svaner
brothers.
And Rasmus Svaner, both from Germany, 4.5 points. So the Pragnananda Vaishali combo, as always.
Very impressive.
Deadly, yeah.
Absolutely.
Very impressive. But okay, as you mentioned, there are still some games in progress. So let's take a look at board number 9 in the Open, where we have Vidit, the defending Grand Swiss champion. He's playing white and he's pressing against 18-year-old French champion Marc-Andrea Morizzi.
Right, and Vidit. Well, where were we? After move 40, yeah, over there.
We've come in to the end.
It just ended. Right, well, it ended this way. Marc-Andrea took the pawn on d5, hoping for queen d5, queen b2, so there'd be some checks. Computer says even this is winning, but rook e5 is very, very clinical move, because now rook g5 is the threat, white threatens to take the knight, so the only move is to go queen f4, trade the queens, but then white picks up the g-pawn, and it's 2 pawns up, everything's safe, better king, better pieces. Marc-Andrea just resigned.
Wow, and that means the chase impact on 5 has just grown.
Yeah, so Prague is on 5, Vidit's on 5, Hans Niemann,
on 5.
Nordibek Abdusattorov, right?
Is also on 5.
Yeah, Nordibek Abdusattorov's on 5. And who else? Firouzja's on 5. And then Giri and Mishra making a draw. They're both on 5. As well as Parham Maxudlu. So it's a huge, huge tie for, third till axe, because a lot of players on 5 points, right?
Which means that the coming rounds are going to be absolutely critical. And that whole maxim, which is like, it's not how you start, it's how you finish, is going to absolutely ring true. Okay, let's take a glance at what is happening in board number 21 as the world champion Gukesh plays with the black pieces against Adis Gurel. Now, this has been a topsy-turvy game.
Wow.
It's a question of a pawn race. It's also mad.
Just look at this position. It's absolutely crazy. So what's happening here, like black has these 2 very dangerous passed pawns. White has 2 and potentially 3 very dangerous passed pawns. Well, what do you do here? White just played g4. So can black play c2? And the answer is no, because king e1. That's why white king stepped on f1 a couple of moves earlier. King to e1, and this rook cannot go anywhere.
Okay, so maybe you have to go...
So... if you move the rook, the king
what
can
happens
step
if you take the bishop?
on f8, yeah. Let's do that.
With that.
I imagine white takes with the rook check, king...
Step up.
Let's put it on b7 for now.
Just so that you can go
Yeah, it's not on the c file as well, yeah. And white goes g5. Very logical, right? g5. So what do we do with black?
Rook to e... Can I go rook to e7?
Rook e7?
No.
Apparently not, but why? So g6.
My idea was
c2, and there's no king
maybe
e1.
You can just go rook takes pawn.
But turns out, yeah, like rook takes, and g7. Wow.
Incredible.
It's very, very tricky. Yeah, but that's precisely what happens. So when these pawns starting to reach like 6th rank, 7th rank, there are always going to be tricks like that. So apparently you could do all that, but then rook b2 is the move. And then g6, you are the one sacrificing the rook. Takes, and you go d3, and when rook takes, you go check, and you go d2, and you simplify it to a relatively simple rook and pawn endgame.
And after that, everybody breathes a sigh of relief. I mean, this has been nerve-wracking, this game between world champion Gukesh and 16-year-old Edis Gurel. But we are going to go straight to Charlie's, who is waiting for us in live.
I'm here with Vidit Gujarati, who is once again having an amazing FIDE Grand Swiss. Vidit, in 2023, you lost the first game and came back stronger. Here, you're doing very well, very stable. How would you compare these performances?
Oh, I think they are vastly different. Last time I was playing very different kind of chess. Because I had lost the first game, I was kind of desperate and I had to, go for win in all situations. I think this time I missed some chances, but the last 2 games I've won, so I'm back in the race. So I'm very happy about that. And regarding the chess, yeah, as you said, this time it has been very different, so it's more stable.
Do you feel like a stronger player now compared to last time?
No, I was stronger back then. Because I was like training 15 hours a day back then, and now I'm not doing so much. Okay, 15 might be an exaggeration, but like 12 at least. So I was very much into the game and I was very sharp comparatively. But now I've like changed a bit. So yeah, I would say 2023 was a better player.
And with these changes that you've mentioned, do you still think you have what it takes to win this thing once again?
I'm not really thinking about it right now. I'm just taking one game at a time because I was not really in the leaderboard to even think of this. And generally, it's wise to think of this only in maybe the last round or maybe the penultimate, because then it affects, like, do you play solid, do you take risks? But right now, with so many games to go, so many players, it doesn't make sense to look at the leaderboard for me.
You've won the last 2 games, the final game going into the FIDE and now the first game after the FIDE. And you were our top player, our highest rated player at this excursion, which was quite surprising to us. Tell us about the thought that went into this decision.
Yeah, I'm not really a sightseeing person because playing chess here for so long is very exhausting, and the rest day I would actually want to rest, but my wife was going to go and I felt bad to let her go alone because she has been so patient and like trying to like arrange her schedule around mine. And I thought, okay, one rest day I should be nice husband and go with her and give her company, and it turned out well. Like it took my mind off chess and I was focused again.
And how has married life been? Your wife Nihal, she comes to you to tournaments, is your biggest supporter. Tell us about this new adventure.
Yeah, it's very nice. I mean, I have only great things to say, so I would strongly recommend marrying to anybody who wants advice. Go for it if you find the right person. It's like how you see a good move, go for it. So same.
Do you think it helps with your chess at all?
It depends because when you are around the wedding, there's a lot of time that goes into it. I think it's too soon to say. And in general, I don't like to correlate to these 2 things because they are 2 very different things in life. And I don't want to, draw any inference. Let's say if I play a bad game, it's not because of her or people around me. It's, it's totally on me. If I play a good game, likewise, and of course, then I share the credit.
But it's not so much about the credit. What about the support? Having that extra support of she's literally walking up and down the tournament hall watching your game, probably stressing for you. Does that support give you more confidence?
Yeah, it's a very nice feeling because I remember when I had lost the game against Shuki, drew the winning game, and the next game as well against Ivan Chaparino, I had very good chances. And in such situations, she being there was very helpful. Otherwise, I would just get stuck in the chess this position thinking, non-stop. And with her, I realized that, okay, there's a life outside chess and it helps me reset. So definitely that support makes a difference.
And you're quite known for, before your games, to kind of go into this space of meditating and being quiet. Here, you're kind of walking around more. Has your approach changed to settling into the game?
Why? Am I walking around a lot? I didn't realize. But I don't think so. I'm always low on time and I'm at the board. I don't have time to walk. I don't know. Maybe you're mistaken me for someone else.
I mean, before the game even starts. Like, we got to speak to you the one day. I was very happy because you were not at your board, which usually are eyes closed focus. So this time it's a little different.
I was there early, 20 minutes before the game. So I had done my pre-game routine and I had a lot of time. And I saw Anish and I was like, okay, I'll say hi to him.
Well, thank you so much, Vidit. You seem to be in great spirits. Hope you enjoy the rest of your Grand Swiss. And good luck.
Vidit there with a win. And it's so important, as he says, to have the support of the family, of his wife. And earlier on, we asked some questions to Vidit and his wife. Take a look.
Who is the funny one? And you have to...
Disagree.
Should we start again? Or?
No, it's good.
Okay. Who apologizes first after a fight?
It's me. Used to. Now I do.
Who is more romantic one? Who is more patient? Who is the better cook? Who said I love you first? Who takes longer to get ready? Who is the grumpy one in the morning?
Morning. Usually I'm grumpy.
Who is more stubborn? Who is the social butterfly?
Both. No. Yeah.
Who is the messy one?
Yeah.
Who works out more? Who requires more attention? Who is more likely to get caught scrolling social media in the middle of dinner? Anytime.
Anytime. Always.
Who is more sad when Vidit loses a game? You're not sad.
But not as much as me. Yeah.
Who is in time trouble more often, both over the board and in life?
Time trouble, yeah.
Without fail.
Who would survive longer in a no phone or no chess challenge weekend? Who loves who more?
I love her more.
No.
We both love each other.
Oh, such a nice video. I almost feel a bit sad about having to announce that the drama is happening in the Gukesh match.
Wow.
Because Gukesh has taken a huge decision. We have to go there.
It seems to be a wrong one.
The wrong one.
It seems to be a wrong one.
Okay, we could potentially be seeing Gukesh losing three games in a row.
And he hasn't done it in the candidates, he hasn't done it in the World Championship match, but in Grand Swiss, he lost 2 in a row. And now, in this crazy complex position that we were trying to break down, he has taken a decision to take on A3, take on H6, while eliminating one of the most dangerous pawns, the H6 pawn, but it proves to be not enough because bishops are known to be very good at stopping pawns.
Mm-hmm. So he's just done that because he was very, very worried about the advance of the H pawn. But let's kind of break it down. Why exactly does this not work?
So what's happening is
well, what's happening here is that the big test is whether this bishop can stop the pawns. And so this is a concrete variation. And let's just follow through with the consequences. So G5 played rook to G6.
And then
how?
Yeah, like F4 connects the pawns, but also makes my king terribly weak. So I don't think F4 is what I want to do. Well, apparently rook e1 is strong.
Because you got ideas of going rook
Now the bishop,
f7.
if needed, can go to c1.
Okay, I was thinking
And-
checkmate. Rook
Yeah,
f7,
checkmate.
rook e8.
Right. So there's a checkmate pattern, and there is this like bishop c1 if I needed to defend the pawn to free this rook.
Ooh.
So there is rook e1. There is what else? There's rook f7, by the way. You could start with rook f7. That's counterintuitive.
He's gone
I
king
would say.
g2.
He's gone king g2. He's gone king g2, which, by the way, gives a lot of advantage away. Because apparently Gukesh has 4 passed pawns, should not be underestimated. And maybe it was this one-time offer where you could play for the black king being, on the last rank, because now computer really wants to go king b7, escape the dangers. And if those pawns, connect somehow, four far advanced passed pawns.
Yeah. Well, you have to go slowly, because if you try to rush things as black, let's say, for instance, instead of king to b7, you try to rush with like c2, followed, aiming for d3. Well, you're going to find yourself already in trouble because bishop comes to you.
Bishop here, rook e2,
Now the
then
king can step
f3, then you can go d3 and rook to d5.
Exactly.
So you've come that close, but then, white has,
no cigar.
turns out white has way too many pieces.
So this is clearly something that Gukesh will see. So he has to go slow. So he has to go king
Turns out
b7.
he has to go king b7, and then white can
White?
actually try to go forward, right?
Right.
What else?
I mean,
Yeah, I think,
if you go forward, maybe a5 is in order.
Yeah, like a5, king a.
Well, what I wanted to do was a5, and the reason why c2 fails is because bishop to b.
Oh, bishop b4, right.
Well, I'm not sure whether this is.
Not sure either. I want to go check, and if king, again, I'm not sure where it goes, c6, a6.
a6, let's
a6, for instance, and I wanted to go bishop b7. And then I've already lost all of my advantage according to the machine, because the king will be supporting the... Yeah.
But the key thing is actually stopping that bishop getting to b4 on every point. So I feel like a5 is a very important factor in the equation.
Well, apparently you can go bishop e7 now that I'm checking the engine suggestions, a5, and you put it on f6. But there is no guarantee, to be honest, and especially in a practical game. I understand computer can claim whatever it likes, but you're no longer participating in a race with white, right? You got trying to stop black pawns from racing. So your f-pawn is nowhere near.
Right, but if you can win the pawns.
Yeah, well, if you win the pawns, it's good. But if the pawns, again, if the pawns connect, it's not as good.
Okay, so here you go.
King goes here, king goes here, you go.
You can go rook to d5.
Oh, you could go rook to d5. But can you take it? You can't take it, right? Or maybe you can with. Yeah, you can take it. Never mind. c2 though. c2, and then if you were to take on d4, black takes rook g5, and after king f1, or if bishop takes, rook takes.
Then you have to actually invest some. No, because rook to g4.
There's rook g4. Sorry. So you have to go king f3.
Yeah.
And I guess, it could be they're just pushing the pawns, right?
Yeah, but I
go
can
here,
also...
you go, here.
But here, when white has a passed
Bishop
pawn...
and a pawn.
Yeah, I think it's insufficient for black, because this bishop can easily hold everything off.
Right.
And
I'll sack the bishop for 2, and the king will be too far away. You're right, you're absolutely right. Anyway, it gets to show how complex this is, because we've taken quite a few assumptions to get to that line. And even then it was unclear. And imagine it's one of maybe 10 different possible scenarios. It would be one of the 10 possible scenarios. So it is very, very Very confusing game.
Yeah. And we all saw the emotion from Gukesh when he lost in round 6. We saw the videos of him like leaving the playing hall, utterly distressed, cross with himself.
Absolutely.
It would be traumatic for him, like if to lose.
No, 3 in a row
row.
is like, you know, it's a very, very damaging thing, of course.
I mean, how does one recover their confidence after such a thing? Especially when all eyes on the world are on you.
Yeah.
And making judgments.
Yeah, and doesn't matter, let's say, how strong of a chess player he is, doesn't matter how stable and so on he is, but he's 18-year-old, right?
Yeah.
So he's still, like, he's not very experienced in this type of things.
But you know, they often say about, you know, how luck doesn't influence the game at all, but I strongly disagree with that sentiment, because going through the opening, like Gukesh had a very crazy position, he took the advantage, and then it was playing a natural move that cost him absolutely everything, and everything just completely flipped on its head.
Yeah.
And that's where I think that luck comes in, that you can do everything right and then just make one big mistake, the most natural looking move in the position.
Right, and again, like sometimes it would be your opponent's achievement, sort of here to bait you to play into the, like to play the most natural move, but there it wasn't. It was just a messy, I don't know, messy position. It just happened to be so, that the move that kind of makes sense and everything all of a sudden happens to be a losing one.
Yeah.
By the way, the move played by Gukesh, rook g7, apparently gives white a big advantage after bishop d6. And then the point being, again, Compi wants to go bishop king b7. Bishop goes to f4. And then there's no good square for this rook. If you leave the d file, I imagine bishop e5 is very painful. Rooks attack, pawns attack. If you go rook d7, then white, of course, pushes g6. And these pawns, despite being far advanced, they can't move further. Okay, you can go c2, but then white goes, well, not even g7, but rook f7. And this is it.
Yeah.
So rook g7, Eddie's Gurel has to find bishop d6, and he'll be in a commanding position against the world champion.
And the bad news for the world champion.
And he's reaching for the bishop.
He puts it on d6.
And it was enough for him to reach for the bishop, now that I understand, because the other move, bishop f8, was also quite strong. Bishop d6 is the strongest move in the position, but bishop f8 would have been strong as well.
The main thing was really just to transfer that bishop to that diagonal.
Right, so there is that. So that's one of the few games in the top.
There are a few games remaining in the women's section.
Let's check.
One from Tan Zhongyi against, with the black pieces against Dinara Wagner.
Something has happened. So Bibisara Sabayeva won against Irina Bulmaga. Because remember, there was this end game, 3 pawns versus 2, knight each, rook each.
Yeah.
And Bibisara has converted this end game. So the game we have in progress from top 10 is Wagner against Tan Zhongyi. Right. And Tan Zhongyi, I thought at some point she was completely winning, or maybe I just had a wrong game.
She could still very well be winning. Was
she winning though? I'm not sure. Maybe I just confused. Maybe it was a different game. No. That's wrong. Anyway, so that's the position we have. And this one, can it be once again one of those very, very long, very long king and... hang on a sec. So if I go here...
Move. Okay, first up, the question is, queen takes pawn.
If queen takes pawn, that's a beautiful perpetual check. Because right, I always give you a check that, which sees your queen, right? So the king cannot run away. King here, queen here, here, here. think, I'm not sure what it's called. It has to have a name, like a star or something.
I did this one time against John Shaw. The sticky queen. I don't know, because it's a nice kind of philosophy that, you know,
right,
the king has to always guard.
Always guard the queen, and therefore cannot really run away. So queen a5 leads the perpetual, because otherwise, yeah, I mean, you probably could. No, but you literally have to find this perpetual, otherwise you're losing. Yes.
Then that means that's very difficult for Black to make progress.
Because there is queen b6.
Exactly, and you can't step forward with your king, because then queen b6 and the a pawn is a runner.
Yeah, queen b.
And if you can never capture on, yeah, this is the issue. a6.
Worst case scenario, you can take g6, but a6 and.
Yeah, it is black that will be giving the perpetual, not white.
Right, so that means it's almost impossible. Yeah, so you have to maybe give some checks. But then, can white just go back? All right, so there is this. If white was to go back, black can go queen c5, stop the checkmate. But it's not clear if black can make progress, even like that.
Well,
I guess
especially because she has that formula as well.
Yeah. So the moment you take, it's always
check
that and a check and a check. So checks from 8, d8, d5, d2, and a2. And
the problem is that in order to push through on the king side, you probably either need to advance your f pawn, but you can only do that by keeping an eye on the b6 square.
Right.
And it's not going to be very easy at all.
After f4, Yovi, queen b6 is also a move. And sometimes we're forgetting about this pawn endgame when our opponent is like up material. But yeah, but there is king f3, and it's actually black who will be making a draw.
Running.
Black's in time, of course, yeah, to go to h8, but technically white ends up being up a pawn.
Okay, so we're expecting that one to finish in a draw because of this nice saving resource. I mean, very nicely found by Dinara there. And that's the only game that I can see that's remaining on the top boards in the women.
Many top boards, yeah. Yeah, there is one more on board 23, and this is it.
Yeah.
This is it. So the round is practically over.
But the excitement is all in the game between Idis, Gurel and Gukesh.
Yeah, absolutely. So we go back to that one. And Idis Gurel did bring the bishop to f4. Basically, they fall. No, and then he went rook d3. Remember, because leaving the d file would lead to this bishop a5 win.
Yeah. But now.
And now there is no game, Yovi. We are analyzing the game that is finished. Rook b1. And Gukesh resigned. I just realized.
Oh my God. Oh my goodness. Wow. Gukesh losing to Idis Gurel. Losing 3 games in a row. But what a game by Idis Gurel. What a game to just hold his nerve in the complications.
Well, again, I was talking about Gukesh being young and how hard it is for him to hold the tension. But how was Idis Gurel, who plays such a game, such a complicated game against the world champion?
Yeah. And to find this bishop to d6 maneuver to hold his nerves, because it's not easy when your opponent's pawns are racing towards your side of the board. And he managed to do this effortlessly. I mean, I'm very impressed by the manner that he pushed on for the win. And for Gukesh, when it rains, it pours.
Hard to say anything. Yeah, it is. We've been there, maybe not the number of losses in a row or something, but yeah, where you realize, yes, now it's really bad.
Yes.
How to come back from it? It's not easy, I guess.
No, I mean, it's not easy, but it marks a champion.
That's true.
It's not really,
It's
you know,
true.
I remember Divya here in the studio saying that, you know, her summer was so successful because she failed a lot earlier on in the year. And this is sometimes what's needed in your life. You know, you try new things, don't work out, and then you become stronger, you become better. And I'm sure this is just a little blip in Gukesh's journey. I mean, such great things await him. He's the world champion, the youngest world champion, and we should all remember that. But
Right,
what a shocker of a round.
With this game being done, what do we have? The game
We have another game on board 12
and yeah, this
between Levon Aronian and Abhimanyu Puranik.
Right, and this one I actually kept an eye on it, but didn't want to bring it up into the conversation because it was like 3 pawns each, queens each. You know, I thought maybe it's just like maybe it's going to be a draw without too much stuff happening. So Puranik's last move, Queen C5, it's kind of funny, right? So Queen takes. Check.
I'm just laughing, not at your analysis, Mirror. It's just because Levon is one of the most charismatic players on the planet.
Yeah, I mean.
And I've seen this movement. It indicates that he feels confident.
Right.
He believes that it's fine.
It's fine. Yeah, well, the thing is, I thought it was very dangerous to take on c5, but apparently white can do so. And then after this check, you go to f1. Don't ask me why.
Because...
Not to g2.
But if you go to...
If I go to g2, I can go to g2.
Well, you've got to defend.
So you take, I move this pawn, black goes here, and then apparently white has to go here, and it's a draw. Do we believe it's a draw? I wouldn't want to find out.
Can we explore this variation in a different way? Like king f1, I mean, why is
when
king
it was a
e2?
check, yeah.
Like,
yeah, why
what
not
is
king
wrong?
e2?
It's king e2, you know,
Yeah,
you
but king e2
centralize.
they take.
Yeah, and then
now,
you do...
if you go e5,
then
they
you
go
go
knight e4,
knight
hitting
e4,
this pawn.
And oh dear.
And the g pawn is the pawn you don't want to be losing, so knight f1, and then king f5. And, look, I got it. Because it seems the structure is not too different, right? But now we've swapped roles, so now the knight defends the g pawn, and the king cannot take over for the knight's job. So you want your knight to be free to generate counterplay, maybe to go to f4, but the king no longer can get there because f2 square is covered. And I guess black wins by taking, moving the f-pawn forward, and if you have the king on e3, then just like knight takes and f4.
f5.
Anyway, yeah.
f5, f4. Yeah, so Levon has to tread very carefully here, actually. There's a lot of venom. And can you just ignore
Yeah, can you
this
go
queen cap?
Yes, or move away? Yeah, let's move the queen away.
Let's
So
go,
you go
I'm thinking queen d8.
Queen d8 threatening checks, or this check, or
Yeah.
that checks. Well, actually, it's not clear what black's plan is. So queen d8, how do you stop white from delivering perpetual check? Or it's not easy. I just come to realize that white doesn't have a single. Black doesn't have a single check.
I tell you, a trap though. That's one thing you must not do. You must not go knight to c4, because it looks like, hey, you're forcing the issue.
Yeah,
And
but
you see the bar shoots all the way up because you go.
Tricky you, Ivanka. I thought queen g5, but
No,
it
no.
works for me. I exchange the knights, and I take on g5. No, but you have a check first.
On g8.
Wow.
And then
Very
once
nice.
the king moves.
So the king moves, and then you go check.
Exactly.
And I have to take, and then you go pawn takes queen check.
Yeah.
To eventually take the knight. Oh, so it's a little trap.
Yeah, there is a little trap there. So
There's a little trap.
queen to d8, and there actually is no check
Yeah.
for black. I mean, obviously,
Right.
there's knight to d3 if you want to be pedantic. But let's just
Queen
give
C2. Yeah.
giving away material. But so
So there's knight
okay.
F3
And
there.
now slide the queen over. Let's let the
Let's
checking
give a
begin.
check, right? And give a check. And they'd go here again. No, but then
And then the knight becomes involved. You know, can go knight to d5.
that's what I thought. Honestly, that's why even when I see in computer saying King E7, I thought, wait, it cannot be right. Now it's a check with the knight, and then I realized, wait, yeah.
Yeah, okay, my bad.
So there are tricks, but still, like. White can return to b2, and
Yeah.
who said it's black who is playing for a win and not white? Yeah, so this game, I understand both players kind of not very happy with the draw in this kind of situation. What points are they on?
They are on
Is it
3.5.
Yeah, so 3.5. So if it's a draw, it's 4 for them both.
And they have to more or less win
Yeah.
3 games out
Three
of
at the
4.
very least, right? So it is very hard. So we have a lead on 5.5.
Yeah.
We have quite a few players on 5.
5.
That means being on 4 points.
Is not
It's not
good.
terrible, but also it's not, you're not anywhere
Yeah,
close.
well, you're going to be collecting the cash if you win, but you're not getting those tickets to the candidates. And for some of these guys, you know, for your Levon Aronians, for your Alireza Firouzja,
I
Nordubek,
think Nepo as well.
Nepo as well. I mean, only winning
Right.
will do.
Nepo, by the way, has won his game against Rauf Mamedov, and Nepo's on 4.5.
He's on 4.5, so
Nepo's on
he's
4.5.
getting motoring as well. It just
It's
feels...
about time. It's about time. It's not that many rounds left.
Oh.
So it's about time for him to get motoring. Queen d8 played by Levon. And so there is that game. There is one more on board 19 where Nikita Vityugov plays with black against Cristobal Henriquez. And these are also on 3.5. And last time I checked, it was a middle game.
It's not a middle game anymore. And I remember glancing at this game and thinking that black was somewhat in trouble in the middle game.
Yep.
But it's an end game now, and black is over the worst of it. I'm expecting that game to
Fizzle out potentially.
fizzle out eventually because, I mean, if we pull up the position on our boards...
let me find it. So that's board 19, right? Okay. So white's pawn up, but black managed to activate all of his pieces, right? And somehow has a pressure against this e4 pawn, potentially b2 pawn is a little bit weak. So the board suggests king to e7, and then if the knight goes to c4, to go rook b5. And then go rook b4. So there's a feeling that black is getting some serious counterplay. And Nikita was in a bit of a trouble, or maybe in a whole lot of a trouble in the middle game. So now we're on move 53. White has 4 minutes. Nikita, so white, Cristobal Henriquez has 4 minutes left for this 7 moves to be played. Nikita still has 15.
Yeah. Well, there's still work to be done, right, for black, because the pawn structure on the king side is pretty bad. Like with this triangle, they just can't move.
Right.
And there's not really that much that Nikita Vityugov can do. But white is responding very quickly. What was the answer? Knight to
Knight c4.
c4.
No, he went rook d3, in fact. He went rook d3, so rook defends the knight, knight defends the e4 pawn. And I guess the plan is to put the rook on d4, then move the knight, and then maybe eventually go through with e4, e5. I guess also you'll need to move the g pawn forward. Yeah, it's not easy. There's no straight up way to generate counterplay.
No, there isn't.
So this can last for some time. This definitely can last for some time.
And they're also on 3.5
Yep.
points. So again,
A draw is
not
kind of not
ideal.
not ideal for any of the players. Not ideal for any of the players.
Yeah.
Checking the lower boards. Well,
Let's revisit the game between Dinara Wagner
oh yeah.
and Tan Zhongyi.
So we do it this way.
Because the players, they have built some time.
And the move number is 104.
104. Will we beat 190?
It's not impossible.
It's not impossible.
It's not impossible. Well, but how come did it happen? So this is where we said, no, or rather, we didn't want to go to f4. So she did. Queen to c1, king f3. So a lot of checks, and more checks. And more checks, and even more checks, without changing too much.
And
King g3, and king to b5, and king to f4, and checks again. Right.
would it have been tempting for the white king to actually be ambitious? Can we go back to that moment where there was a possibility to go king to g5?
Was there? There was one moment when the king, there was a check from here.
Okay.
No, I don't think.
No, there was never a possibility.
I don't think they ever done. Yeah. So
And
if king e5, is king e5 too bad? Not really. There's a.
No, you check from e1.
You check from e1.
So
yeah,
that
the king
no
cannot
king
go
f6.
in. Absolutely, the king cannot go in. So you literally only square not to lose is to go back to f4, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, it seems to be kind of drawish and quite possibly sort of a not a fortress really, but neither side can improve, right? So the moment, as we figured out, the moment black plays b4, apart from double attack, take the pawn, the moment black plays f4, you can actually trade queens, which again doesn't make sense, but it works.
But also, once the king steps away from guarding the a pawn, then we have a situation with queen b6, and suddenly the a pawn becomes very dangerous.
You do something like that, for instance. Yeah, white goes queen b6. And what they did.
Well, I think you start groveling and bailing
you
out
start
with the draw.
looking for the perpetual.
Exactly,
because,
as black,
the
and that's
pawn's going to
not
move it to a6, and then it's going to move to a7, and you better have your perpetual.
Let's show the drawing resource, like after queen takes pawn.
Right.
This whole thing, because that was quite spectacular. And there's a beautiful.
Was the king on b5?
Yeah, with the king on
now
a6.
black to move, right? Black to move, so we can give a check. And we can give a check, and now we can take this pawn again. And it's the same pattern, right? So a check here, and we give a check each time in such a way. Yeah, the queen around the king goes round and round. Yeah?
Absolutely.
That's been a long day.
But it's true, it does go around until the end of time. But, well, Tan Zhongyi pressing hard for the win, but we do think it's going to be a draw. Well, time to head over to Angelica, who's got something special to show us from one of the other games.
Well, I mean, round 7 is bringing so many decisive games, and I would like to show a game of Vantika, who played with black pieces against Umida Omonova, as we know her from the Women's World Cup. And in this position, we see that black is already completely winning, but there is something what black should do. So here, by the way, white played bishop e3. And we can see that bishop on a2 is just not playing. It feels like black is playing up a piece. So for that reason, black doesn't need a piece. And here, knight e4 was played, sacrificing a knight. And, oops, sorry. The other knight is coming into the position. Suddenly, 2 open files are there. And here also beautiful maneuver. Rook f1 was played, targeting the queen. But now, first, queen d5, creating a threat on the diagonal. Then, after queen h2, bringing queen to e6, targeting the pawn on g4. And now, finally, the final touch. Rook is coming to d3. Now, all pieces are targeting the king side of white. And in this position, one more time, queen d5, again introducing the queen, since the rook is already standing in front. After rook e2, This was the brilliant move which Vantika managed to find, which beautiful sequence, knight g3, sacrificing a knight, takes queen h1, and now giving up her queen, because here, after queen f1, she gets back the queen, and there is also a pin on the f file. And this was position where Umida resigned. But yeah, what a beautiful finish of the game for Vantika.
Yeah, and much needed. Vantika having a very slow start, not being able to recover after that near win, just spoiling that win against Bibisara Asabaeva back in round 2. It's that kind of tournament where small decisions on the board impact the game and also the other games as well, as you can't get over these things.
Yeah, and we still have, after this round, 4 more rounds to go, so there is still a chance to catch up, and it's a good start after rest day to get the victory.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you, Angelica, for sharing with us that moment. It's nice to see these aggressive fighting spirit that the players are bringing to the board, because a lot of players, they know that they have to at least get like 3.5 points out of the remaining 5. And so we saw like Nepomniachtchi, he was like, okay, I need to win. We also see in some of the games in progress that they're not agreeing draws in drawn positions because they're like, okay, I have to catch up.
Right, and I've been asked not so long ago, I think it might have been tomorrow's morning, by a friend who is like follows chess but doesn't have much experience playing and sort of follows other sports. And so the question is, for such a tournament, is there a strategy that, say, so the question was such, like, is there a strategy that you start kind of maybe win a game, start on +1, and then you wait, so you that overtake them in the finishing rounds, which some people do during, say, running a marathon or this or that. Well, the problem here is, like, is any kind of physical race, you can guarantee that, I don't know, you do this last kilometer or last 5 kilometer in X amount of seconds or something, which translates into a chess tournament that you can guarantee you win 3 last games. And that's a tight sport. I mean, that's problematic to do. I mean, you can plan for it, but can you really guarantee that I will score 3 out of 3 at the end and I will catch up with you guys? No, because it's very hard to, and therefore it's very hard to like do this type of planning. I think they play game after game after game and see how it works.
Yeah, I mean, I think the only type of strategy that we do see is when the players know they have to get X amount of points, and then they will make solid choices in the openings. And I also wanted to kind of refer back to something that Vidit said in his interview. The last time he played in the Grand Swiss, he started off with a loss, and then he said, I felt like I needed to win every single game from then on. And that's quite simple, because he wanted to qualify to the candidates, and he was at danger of having a very poor tiebreak because he had lost that first game.
Yeah, so he was not allowed to kind of share.
You can't do the long-term strategy that marathon runners do. And by the way, we have a result. It is a draw between Levon Aronian and Abhimanyu Puranik. Maybe we can have a look at how that finished. It's as expected.
Yeah, so not the queens, but the rooks were traded. The knights, sorry. The rooks were not on the board for a very long time, but the knights were traded. 95 here. Yeah, and a draw was agreed. So Levon went with the perpetual check, and would he take the h5 pawn then? Yeah, then black would at the very least have a perpetual check. All right, so that makes it this game. That makes it this game, game 19, the last game on top 20 boards in a row.
Yeah, and also the game between Dinara Wagner and Tan Zhongyi is still ongoing.
Yes, of course.
108.
108, but they still need. Well, the problem to go for a long time for Dinara Wagner and Tan Zhongyi is that at some point you'll need to move a pawn.
Okay, let's head there, because actually it's an interesting situation, because Tan Zhongyi, she is taking the risk. She has gotten her king over to A4.
Yeah, so she's gotten to A4. So now the big question is, Should white change something, or can white just stand? Well, gotta tell you, like, it's very hard to analyze this position with the computer. And to illustrate my point, I'll tell you that two moves that computer thinks are, like, okay, good moves are queen d7, giving away the a5 pawn, and queen d4, giving away a5 pawn. So basically, I guess it's just a perpetual check somehow. Queen to c7, and where the queen is, okay, here we just give checks from the 7th. Maybe it is a perpetual, and one doesn't have to, like, be too clever, right? I know, wait, and I just played the move after which black is winning.
Yeah, no, I mean, for me...
Yeah, no, I mean, we value this pawn, right?
I do value the little guys, so I'm going to go queen to b6.
But hang on a second. Can they take now? Because it's no longer perpetual.
Ah, yes.
So it is a draw if white takes on g6, but the game goes on. So basically, that's that's the bottom line. Because after king a4, we can't go a6 because there's a check and queen takes, right? And she did go queen b6. Queen takes pawn.
And now
queen takes pawn
g6.
needs to be played.
Only move.
Okay, these two are hanging though. Can you defend them both? It's a big question. So queen to d2 check. And now, believe it or not, that is the only move. White has the only move to hold, and this is king h3.
You know, Dinara has 1 minute on the clock to find this. And it's not entirely clear, like, why the king is so much safe on h3 as opposed to, say, f1.
Yeah, if you go to f1
or g1
as queen f4, and then you lose the second pawn with a check, because if you were to step to the g file, then queen g4 ends the game, right? If you go king e2, queen g4 ends the game, so you kind of have to go to e1, and then queen h4 with a check, and yeah. So after this check, she played a move that we don't see, but I imagine it was. I'm still
only one move.
King f3 and it loses.
And it loses.
Queen d5 wins the game for Tanzania. Queen, not queen d5, but queen d3.
Queen d3.
Queen d3 wins the game. So now, queen d3. If you go to f4, it's a check followed by check.
Yeah.
So you have to go to, well, you can go to g2 or f2. What's wrong with f2?
F2 is the best
Queen
one.
d4.
Queen d4 check. Okay, and you're going to drop.
And again, you cannot. It's a lot of mind squares you can't go.
So you have to go to f1.
You have to go to f1, and then it's queen f4, and we are back to this position that we just discussed.
And you're going to drop.
Wow. And you drop the h pawn with a check. Wow.
Oh. So in the end, Dinara, she just cracked.
Fantastic defense, but tremendous effort from Tanzania as well.
Totally. And to find that construction, you need to take the risk.
So she had
put the king on a4, and Dinara realizes.
H3, and she had to keep it on h2. So h2 and h3, right? And if queen goes here, we understand why you don't go for it, because now you find the only move to survive is queen g2, and then again, like,
yeah, do you go?
I don't think your brain works this way. That I'm trading the queens. Right?
Not when you've got no time on the clock, Mira.
Absolutely, absolutely. So king f1 and now queen f4.
And the moves are just flying in. She had to put the king on f1, and now the
e1. Now
h pawn falls with a check.
Yeah, queen takes h4, king to d2, and basically you just centralize the queen. I guess queen f4 is good. Queen f4 is good, then you start moving the pawns, and the king is also close to the black king, right? So that means there will be some counter checks.
And the thing is, Dinara has to be ever so careful where she puts the king. Whereas Tan can just build up that time on the clock by giving check, 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 and doesn't change a thing because she can advance the pawns at will.
Yeah, so now after king e3, what do we do? Do we go queen e4 and h4? I feel like we go queen e4 and h4 to just have all the pawns protected and...
Yeah, I mean, it's good logical sense when you're playing a king and pawn and queen endgame.
Whenever this king goes, and if I go h4, and
what about no queen?
Look! It goes. The valuation bar went so much low because of some queen b6, and I shouldn't be analyzing with the engine here. I should switch this thing on, which tells me
we need the evaluation bar.
No, which move wins and which move doesn't, the table base. No, we'll have our evaluation bar.
But the thing is, though, the table base doesn't actually tell you like how to win. Sometimes it just suggests, like, it just says, well, all the queen moves win. But
so the good question would be the method, right? How do you win this one?
Well, I find it very helpful in this type of situation to visualize where the king can hide.
Black king, that is, right?
So, I mean, ideally, I'd like it on h3. But can it get there? Can you find a path?
So,
I think the king probably has to step up to f2.
Right, at least to have, you know, a theoretical chance of somehow, like, taking one of the pawns. Or maybe in some strange circumstance, maybe you'd be, say, giving checks. And if black blocks with the check, maybe like the one pawn is further advanced, and then the king will be, you trade the queens and the king gets to the pawn. What happened?
She went king f2.
So king e1, queen e4. And that's the last move I have. I feel like we are somewhat behind the actual board possession, but that's the best view we get, I guess. Is the best.
Well, she did your h4 idea.
She's done.
Now the question is, how is the king going to hide from the checks?
Yeah. So white should start, I guess.
Queen a6.
Giving checks.
Okay, but then the king starts a running.
Yeah. And if I continue with the, I mean, yeah, you're right. We'll find.
Well, I'm thinking it goes all the way over to h5. And then makes its way over.
But anyway, then queen e7.
No, I need to step.
Yeah, so it was silly. I had to go here, right?
And everything is protected, so now I'm just thinking that you go
here.
Yes, and then get to h5 or g5, and then get into
check here, and then here.
And king,
Here.
Then up.
Here and here.
And everything is covered.
This is answered by this. Otherwise, it would have been a checkmate, right?
So it's a long journey, but there are a few kind of key points. Like, for instance, if the black king goes to d5, white has to answer with queen to d7 check.
Yeah. All right, so far we've gotten here. The king's on c4.
And we are on 120 moves.
120.
So we still got
theoretically
a few moves.
We can still get there. We can still get there. So queen to a6, king c5.
But this is a clever move by Tan Zhongyi.
And then she'll go via d6. Like f6, d6, e7. So yeah.
And again.
So you can't really stop the king from reaching f6
no.
from now on.
And then once it gets to
so you give
g5.
This check, and then the king goes, and you give this check, and the king goes. Right, and you can't do anything.
And this is unfortunate, because if the white king were on h3 or g2, then
you mean
it would be
black
difficult.
Would have,
it would be difficult to avoid the checks.
Right, but then maybe you go to f3 then. Because you can't really control both h3
true.
and f3. So
that is true.
King on c5. White needs to come up with a check, and she doesn't have that much time left. So queen to a5 check was the move. So now, as we figured, king to d6 and moving on. And in the open, what do we have? We have Vidyagov's game going, and I think that's about it from the top boards, right?
Yeah, and that one, it feels like black is the one making the progress in that game. At least they've activated the rook and done enough to maintain the balance. Now, okay, we see the evaluation bar dancing before settling on the fact that it is completely winning for Tan Zhongyi.
Yeah, but somehow... Oh, well, so she went to c6. I guess she doesn't want those backward checks. So what she's trying to do, she wants to go king d7. That will be... By the way, have you seen the evaluation bar?
I just saw it.
King d7, you go king d7, you think you are walking towards the goal, and then I'm opening the table base, and apparently queen f6 or queen h6, a quiet move, by the way,
yeah,
is a draw.
So the key is actually, if the king is cut off on this rank, you're just going to, White is going to argue that you can't make progress.
Yeah, yeah. So both pawns are kind of either targeted immediately or easily reachable via checks if some of them are, if one of them is not protected. King to d5.
Well, hang on a second.
That's good.
She's making the right moves.
King to d5, good. So a check played, and so was king e6.
But can you not do the same kind of thing, like queen to
Yeah, you give
b6,
this check.
And if you go king f7,
if you go king f7,
you've got queen h6 again.
It's the same, but not the same. And I don't know why.
It's one of those mysteries.
Absolutely.
Maybe I think the queen needs to be on f6.
But in that previous position, queen h6 was also a draw.
Yeah.
It's hard to tell, really. So, yeah.
Well, we're going to be seeing this. Tan Zhongyi has built herself a healthy time advantage.
Yeah, but you are absolutely right. It's much harder for White to kind of come up with the moves, and that means like Dinara, pretty much till the end of the game, she'll be on those increment seconds, while Tan Zhongyi, and where did she go? King e5 is what computer fancies. King d7's a draw. King d7 was a draw.
Because
King
of
f7 still winning. Right, King f7 still winning.
Now White has to go queen h6.
That's what we
forget
thought.
the checks.
The king is cut off. And then, believe it or not, but you have only 2 winning moves. I don't know how is that. So queen d4 is winning.
Hang on a second. Queen b3 played. Dinara, she couldn't resist the temptation of a check.
That allows.
Exactly. It allows the king to inch ever forward to the dream square that is h3.
Right.
King g6.
That is relatively smooth from now on. Yeah, so king f6, you could go queen b2 check. But then, no, even king g5 is possible, right? So you go there, and
king
it's
h5.
king h5 or king f4 as well.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, this one's covered, so no queen g3 checkmate.
Yep.
No accidental queen g3 checkmate check here, and this is where we were heading, right?
Yep, and you've arrived at the
then
destination.
That's the end.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing with queen and pawn endgames, especially when you're on the defensive, to kind of step back from that idea of perpetual check and to adapt to, hang on a second, there's the black forces are uncoordinated, and I'm able to make use of that by just cutting off the king.
Yeah,
Very
but I believe it's like it's the type of the endgame that we humans kind of play the worst. Like we figured out some stuff about the rook endgames, the bishop endgames, this and that. Pawn endgames, most of the time you can kind of process and calculate. And this thing, nah, it's just...
I find that king and pawn endgames are the worst for me.
The worst?
Yeah. because you have to sit down and crunch the numbers. And despite
like
there
you
being,
cannot really
you
allow
cannot
yourself
really
to
go,
like, let's
"Oh, I'm
play,
just gonna do this."
bring the king into a center.
No. You have to work out exactly what's going to be happening. Who's going to make the outside pass pawn? You have to look at the geometry. Like, okay, we saw this in the game between Sam Shankland and Alireza Firouzja. You know, that Sam had a drawing resource if he'd used the diagonal motif.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
there's a lot of
complicated.
stuff. Yeah. You're right. And like not most, but like in some endgames you have like, certain type of action would be like applicable to every single endgame. But in king and pawn, it's either you have to be asking yourself who's faster. I have a pawn, you have a pawn, who's running, or does the king catch the pawn type of thing? Or sometimes you do quite the opposite, and you preserve those like spare tempi, and sometimes you could move the pawn two squares and you go one square. Yeah.
It's very cool.
So I agree. It's like, it can be hard.
And queen and pawn endgames can be also very difficult, but I find that if you use certain basic techniques, such as visualizing a home for the attacking king, where it's safe from checks, and generally centralize your queen if you have passed pawns to push, then you should be like 7 times out of 10 okay.
All right. So now it's Tan Zhongyi's turn to give checks. Queen to c2. I don't know if she needed queen to c2, but that's what she's done.
Well, she might as well throw in a few checks and cause Dinara to think. And the shake of the head.
King.
This is one of the most beautiful things about chess, is that the playing hall, where the players are just fighting it out, that's silent. And yet, the players are not allowed to make any noise, display any emotions, and yet it's still very much visible on their face. They cannot hide.
Yeah.
These missed opportunities, that feeling, especially for Dinara, she had what seemed like the almost perfect drawing mechanism.
Very nice drawing, well set up kind of to defend.
Here, for Tan Zhongyi, she's got White's king exactly where it wants to be. Queen g3 check is what I'm expecting.
Queen g3 check.
And I think maybe you go king h1.
Yes.
And hope that black goes.
Not a
F4.
check move, right?
Exactly. Go f4, and then
F4.
suddenly you'll find that there is a sticky queen on the board.
Yep. Queen h5, right?
Yeah. And you can't take the queen because of stalemate,
and
so there's
you
still.
go check, and you go check,
And you continue.
Right. King g2. Anyway, computer evaluation is black is completely winning, minus queen e2, by the way, was disliked by the computer.
It looks good though, because after queen h3, you go queen f3. You don't even need to bother protecting it.
Yeah. Yeah, but what's the mechanism? Because we can get this, right? But let me see. Because not quite sure what's the mechanism of, like, how do you win?
I thought it was involving bringing the king in.
That's a draw. I know you were not suggesting to go king g5. I just thought, yeah, like, what happens if king g5? And it's a draw immediately.
Wow. Why is that?
Why is that a draw? Let's find out. Check
because the king
here.
can't hide.
And then check here. And then check here. And if you start going there, then once again, I'll be giving you this. Ah, yeah. So you give this check, and then you give this check.
Queen.
And yes, it's about to this.
You can't.
And actually, I thought about stalemate, but it's not a stalemate. You can't escape the checks.
Okay, well, the danger is still there for Tan Zhongyi.
Check, yeah. And if you do this, queen f5.
K5, yeah. So let's go back to the game position. Tan Zhongyi has taken pause. I mean, I was thinking that you could go queen f3, king h2, throw in another check on f.
On f2.
Yeah, okay, e2 doesn't.
You can do check on f2 so that I'm forced to h1.
Yeah, and then here, don't go.
But I'm once again stalemated, right?
I know.
Here I'm once again stalemated. So from what I can see, what computer wants to do, in fact, it wants to return the queen back to e4. It's one of the moves. So I believe you were right when you said the king has to go in. King has to go in.
It makes the most sense. Well, it might take Tang Zhongyi a long time, but we are expecting her to win this one. And that brings to a close what has been an absolutely fascinating game. If you want to see how this game develops, you can just catch all of the action on the cameras, and you can also just follow the game live. But we are expecting Tang Zhongyi to win against Dinara Wagner. All Tang Zhongyi we're expecting her to do is just bring the king round and avoid the checks. But what a day it has been, Miro.
Well, such a lot of decisive games, and then in the open, the cross table or the standings got shaken a lot, right? So Nihal Sarin winning creates such a crazy situation.
Absolutely.
Where like he's enjoying lead with Matthias Bluebaum once again. Nobody would expect Matthias Bluebaum to be one of the leaders with the presence of such names.
And the results say it all. Look how many victories, look how many decisive games there are. Nihal Sarin beating Parham Maxudlu, sharing the lead with Matthias Bluebaum, who defeated Arjun Erigaisi with the black pieces, and then Alireza Firouzja just saying he needs to be in contention. He played a very unusual, unconventional game, but it was very effective as he wins against Nordibek Yakubboev and wins for Nordibek Abdusattorov, and Hans Niemann and Vidit mean that they're all still vying for those golden spots, those 2 tickets to the candidates. Also a win for Pragnananda Maxim Roshan. There's still one game ongoing on board 19, but we are expecting that it's going to go for a long time, but again, probably finish in a draw. And there you see the visuals of the playing hall. And in the women's, there was also drama as Katerina Lagno, Antonetta Stefanova. Well, it was a relatively quick draw, but Vaishali was the one that seized the lead with some fantastic chess.
This is what you call consistency. She won it last time. She wants to win it this time. That's a very, very impressive performance for Vaishali, but of course it's too early with 4 more rounds to go. Yeah.
4 more rounds left and some impressive play. Then, of course, we have to announce our players of the day. In the open, I think it was the smooth way that Nordibek Abdusattorov just converted his win against, Tabatabaei. Yes, I'm sorry.
That's okay. That's okay.
I have been practicing in my head. And then Vaishali for her win against Guoqi. And
right, so these are our players of the day, and I believe it's not the first time for Vaishali to be a player of the day.
Well, it was impressive stuff. She finds herself in the sole lead. It was a spectacular game. And, of course, we have to give our thanks to all the co-organisers, the sponsors and partners whose support have made the FIDE Grand Swiss 2025 in Samarkand possible.
We thank the Uzbekistan Chess Federation, the Youth Affairs Agency of the Republic of Uzbekistan, and the Ministry of Sports of Republic of Uzbekistan for their dedication and leadership, as well as our partners, the Al-Malik Mining, the Al-Malik Mining and Metallurgical Complex, Uzbekistan Airways, China Datang, and AMEA Power for their commitment to promoting chess in the region and worldwide.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, such an important support to making a tournament like this possible. And we can't leave you without giving you the standings, because there has been a lot of drama. I mean, absolutely. I mean, we have, of course, 2 new co-leaders in the Open, where we see Nihal Sarin, Matthias Bluebaum, they're there in pole position, 5.5 points. But there is a massive chasing pack, 5 on 5 points. And let's not forget that all of those players on 4.5, they're still in with a chance if they manage to rack up those wins. And
absolutely. And for the women's standings, Vaishali leads with 6 points. 5.5, Lagno finds herself on a clear second. 4 players on 5 and 4 players on 4.5.
And Tan Zhongyi, if she wins, she will also make her position very clear. Well, what a showstopper of a day we've had here in Samarkand. 2 new co-leaders emerge in the Open, and Vaishali standing alone at the top in the women's section. And the big shock of the day, perhaps, was Gukesh suffering his 3rd defeat in a row. So a huge thank you to all of you for joining us here. But we're going to be leaving you with the highlights of the dramatic day here at the FIDE Grand Swiss. See you tomorrow. Goodbye.
Thank you very much.
by move, the world changed. City by city, the league grew. United Arab Emirates, United Kingdom. Now, the pieces take position again, this time in India. Not just another move, the mega move. Tech Mahindra Global Chess League, Season 3. December 13 to December 24, 2025.